Hi everyone and welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description.
Lord of Mystery, Lucky by author Nan Haiyu Xing Chen. Chapter 651-670. Chapter 651 Chapter 43 Return to Silver City. For the rest of the time, Derek blankly watched the mushrooms roast, then numbly accepted the mushrooms Alice handed him, taking a bite, chewing, swallowing, and taking another bite. He didn't know what he was eating. As long as someone put it in his hand, he would put it in his mouth. Alice watched with eager eyes, her hand reaching for the poisonous mushrooms and undercooked mushrooms, but Klein slapped her hand away. "Don't use others for experiments," Klein warned, giving her a look. Alice had no choice but to give up the idea and continued to feed Derek until... When he took another bite of mushroom, Derek suddenly covered his mouth with his hand and let out a violent retching sound. Alice immediately jumped up from her spot and moved away from Derek. She had foresight, because Derek happened to turn and look at her, and just as he was about to speak, food rushed out of his throat and spewed onto the ground. He threw up. Klein watched this scene, and after a brief moment of surprise, realized what had happened. He glared at Alice, who chuckled and explained. "He ate whatever I gave him. He looked like the goldfish I used to keep. I remember I kept feeding the goldfish. When it finished, I'd feed it a little more, and when it finished again, I'd feed it a little more. I always thought it wasn't full, but in the end, it ate itself to death," Klein said expressionlessly. Alice smiled cautiously, taking a step back. After Klein glared at her, he looked at Derek, who was still throwing up, and asked, "How are you?" "Much better after throwing up." Derek straightened up and shook his head. "But I still feel a little nauseous." "If you don't mind," Alice interjected, moving closer to Klein again, "I can put what you threw up back in, and then turn it back into mushrooms, so the world can eat it too." She didn't mention herself at all, because she knew very well the power of that statement. Derek didn't react much, but Klein's face turned very ugly, as if he was trying his best to control the peristalsis of his stomach. This surprised Alice a little. She stared at Derek and asked him, "Why aren't you throwing up?" Hearing this, Derek subconsciously asked, "Are you planning to turn them back into mushrooms after I've finished throwing up?" Question mark. Alice was stunned. She looked at Derek hesitantly, her tone filled with shock. "No, you'd really eat it." What's wrong with that?" Derek didn't seem to understand the problem. Klein's face grew even uglier. He pulled Alice, and when she looked back in confusion, he told her. "Perhaps, he doesn't mind eating these back, after all, he's eaten them before." Klein glanced at the surrounding darkness and shook his head at Alice. Alice's expression twisted. Now it was her turn to cover her mouth. She hurriedly moved away from the vomit and Derek, and also pulled Klein up, then bared her teeth and said to Derek, "You eat it here by yourself." "She means for you to rest," Klein translated. Derek nodded blankly. Alice dragged Klein away from him, and only after he took 2 breaths and stood up did he say, "I'm fine." After observing his condition and confirming he wasn't just being brave, Klein turned to Alice and said to her, "Then let's go, or find another place to rest for a while. That spot just now, He clearly had no habit of resting next to vomit, and neither did Alice, so she asked Derek, "What do you think?" "I'm fine with anything," Derek replied. He didn't realize Alice's subtle meaning, and even if he did, he wouldn't care too much. After all, he didn't even mind eating it back. They left after all, without resting, and headed directly to the next city. Klein was once again at the front, and everything overlapped with the scene in Moon City, except that the vigilant Klein was never thrown high into the air. They spent a tarot club together, which was a bit troublesome, but for a Beander who could develop and even change the faces of puppets, it was also very simple. Klein replaced himself with a monster puppet after Derek fell asleep, and followed behind them, holding a lantern in the distance. Under the cover of illusion and Alice's cooperation, this was not exposed, and they safely concluded a tarot club. Before the second tarot club arrived, Alice brought Derek, who had finished digesting the Beander potion, back to the City of Silver. Of course, Klein was also with them this time. After returning Derek to the chief of the City of Silver, the chief looked at Alice, whom he met again, and the stranger, whom he met for the first time, and first bowed. Miss Fate, long time no see. Long time no see. Alice waved her hand and pulled Klein forward. This is Merlin Hermes, my lord's dependents. Are you ready for the second exploration of the giant court? Your Excellency Hermes, Chief Colin Iliad of the city of Silver bowed again. Actually, I'm not sure what the standard for being ready is. My original plan was to wait for Derek to advance to demigod. In addition, our Council of Six has another demigod elder who is preparing for the ritual to advance to Silver Knight. I hope to wait for his successful advancement. Besides that, Derek should have told you that I hope to first explore the area around the giant court to see if there are other routes. Oh, Alice nodded thoughtfully. Leaving aside that Silver Knight for now, have your explorations of the surrounding area yielded anything? Colin shook his head and said, if you mean other routes, we haven't found any yet. Perhaps you would be willing to stay in the city of Silver for a while. Until we are better prepared. So, it's just Derek's advancement ritual and, Alice looked up at the chief. Sermon, the chief wisely reported a name. Sermon's advancement ritual, Alice immediately continued, glancing in the direction of the giant court. As for other paths, although I recommend you give up, if you want to search during the time you're preparing for the ritual, I don't mind. She paused, then continued. To stay, well, actually, if it were before, I wouldn't mind, but now, I'm worried. Worry flashed in Alice's eyes. She sighed, pinching her brow and saying, if the situation becomes urgent, we might have to open the door of the giant court first. Would you be able to accept such a situation? If the door of the giant court is opened, the chief's voice was low and his tone serious, what will happen? I don't know, Alice shook her head. No one knows, but I can tell you that at least 5 great existences will engage in battle because of it. Quote. The chief stood still, his face expressionless, but Alice's intuition told her that a storm was raging in his heart. That's not all, Alice added. What I just mentioned were true gods. As for angels and king of angels, what you usually call subordinate gods, let me count, 1, 2, 3, 4. She counted on her fingers, and Colin Iliad listened, sweating profusely, no longer able to maintain his calm expression. He quickly interjected. So, you intend to take us out before these existences start fighting when the door opens? Not me, Alice glanced at him. I'll be among those fighting existences too. The chief looked at Merlin Hermes, who was standing beside him like a backdrop. I will take you out, Klein smiled slightly. This is the miracle promised by Miss Fate, my lord commanded me to come and fulfill it. Colin nodded, then asked. Then shall I arrange for you to rest first? Oh, Miss Fate, I should introduce you and His Excellency Hermes to the Council of Six. No, thank you, Alice waved her hand. Your Council of Six, although I haven't formally met some of them, they wouldn't not know about me, would they? Colin nodded, agreeing with this. Yes, they have all heard of your existence and wish to meet you. Also, there's something that might require your help. What? Alice blinked. You should know that the advancement of a Silver Knight requires the blessing of a deity, including subordinate gods. Colin looked at Alice, and only continued speaking after she nodded. Since you are here, perhaps we don't need to trouble Mr. Fool. Your Mr. Fool is also here. Alice glanced at Klein beside her, then blinked, and with tears in her eyes, clasped Chief Colin Iliad's hands. In his horrified and confused gaze, she said with deep affection. Please, you must trouble Mr. Fool, and by the way, make sure Mr. Merlin Hermes is present. His faith in Mr. Fool is extraordinarily devout, and his dream is to witness or participate in every miracle of Mr. Fool. If he were to miss the scene of Mr. Fool bestowing a blessing, he would resent himself for the rest of his life, and might even lose control because of it. Quote. The chief looked at Merlin Hermes with hesitant movements, expressing his confusion with his eyes. Klein met Colin's confused gaze, and after a few seconds of silence, he said. She's talking nonsense. Actually, I am a false hypocrite. I don't believe in the Fool. I truly believe in Miss Fate. It's just that Miss Fate always follows the Fool, which is why I chose to become a follower of the Fool. Quote. The chief grew even more confused. His gaze shifted between Alice and Klein, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. Finally, Alice couldn't bear it any longer and explained to him with full sympathy. It's actually like this. Mr. Fool is my follower, and as for this one in front of you, the relationship between him and Mr. Fool is like that of the Dark Angel Sorcerer and the Creator. You've heard of it, right? The Creator took out his rib and made Sorcerer. It's roughly that kind of relationship. In short, this gentleman is equivalent to Mr. Fool's other half, so he is also my follower. The chief continued to watch them in silence. He was clearly full of doubts about this newly fabricated story. In the chief's opinion, the relationship between Merlin Hermes and the Fool was likely real, or at least somewhat credible even if not entirely true, but the idea that the Fool was Miss Fate's follower, that was just something to listen to and dismiss. However, since the Fool indulged her and allowed her to say such things outside, it was no wonder she had said before. Colin Iliad recalled the original words Derek had brought back earlier, and he understood in his heart. She dared to falsely convey the Fool's meaning, and even presumed that the Fool would tacitly approve when he found out. Even if it was a trivial matter, it was an absolute offense to divine authority. However, the current offense was clearly even greater. Even Merlin Hermes, who was suspected to be the Fool's other half, was willing to humor this Miss Fate. The chief no longer said anything, only nodding and saying, "I see. Miss Fate, shall I have Derek take you to rest? We can discuss sermon and Derek's advancement rituals another day." "All right," Alice agreed. "But we agreed, you must invite Mr. Fool to sermon's advancement ritual, and he must attend." Alice reached out and pointed at Klein. Klein grabbed her hand, held his breath, and then forcefully twisted it. "Ah!" Alice screamed, retracting her hand. "Are you crazy?" Colin subconsciously glanced at the retracted hand and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the 5 fingers could still extend and retract normally. "Don't point at me," Klein said to her coldly. Alice gritted her teeth, kicked him, then turned and left without hesitation, going out to find Derek. Watching her back disappear, Klein then turned to Chief Colin Iliad and told him, "Now, we can talk about serious matters." Colin was momentarily dazed. He realized that this might be a tactic, though he didn't understand it. But in any case, it had already happened, so he confirmed. "And Miss Fate? Don't worry about her," Klein said indifferently. "Anyway, just send someone to get her some ice cream and she'll be appeased." Klein shook his head, then stated his request. "Didn't she tell you? The miracle my lord bestowed isn't just for the City of Silver. In this land, there are several other cities like yours, and they're having a much worse time because they don't even have black-faced grass." Klein briefly described some of his experiences in Moon City and other cities. Colin's expression gradually turned serious as he listened. Once the atmosphere was sufficiently set, Klein chose to get to the point. "We have traveled from the easternmost part of this cursed land, passing through many cities, and have purified and healed them, while also leaving food, those mushrooms. Furthermore, we have promised subsequent miracles, you know what I mean." End of this chapter. Chapter 652 Chapter 44 New Road. Colin Iliad nodded. As a qualified leader, he had already anticipated what Klein was about to say, but he didn't interrupt, merely watching Klein silently. So Klein continued, "We won't just take you out of here. Before opening the door, we'll first bring those people to the City of Silver, and then take them and the residents of the City of Silver away together." "No problem," Colin Iliad agreed without hesitation. "However, the City of Silver might not be able to accommodate so many people. Perhaps some will need to set up their own camps." "That's natural," Klein smiled. "Since that's the case, we'll take our leave first." They nodded goodbye to each other, and then Klein also left the room. Life in the City of Silver wasn't interesting, mainly because Klein's historical projection couldn't connect to the internet. As an apology, Klein swore an oath to the Lord of Storms, promising that once he became the Fool, he would definitely help Alice summon a game console that could connect to the internet. If that wasn't possible, he would even bring out base stations and other equipment, if he could manage it. Alice had some reservations about this, mainly dissatisfied with the object of Klein's oath. So Klein changed his oath to the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, which made Alice roll her eyes in annoyance and ignore him. She turned to look for Derek. After returning to the City of Silver, Derek still rejoined the exploration team, although this didn't help his advancement much. The main ingredient for advancing to Unshadowed was readily available. Derek asked Alice to help him shatter the unshadowed level cross when the time came, which Alice naturally agreed to. As for the supplementary materials, Derek first checked the City of Silver's warehouse. After confirming that it didn't contain the materials he needed, he began to acquire the corresponding materials at the Tarot Club. Slightly more troublesome was the Unshadowed Advancement Ritual, which required stripping away the strongest and most unwilling to give up emotions, and then feeding them back after consuming the potion. While acquiring materials, Derek didn't forget to seek help from the Tarot Club, and naturally received 2 suggestions. One was from Justice Audrey, who had already advanced to Sequence 4 Manipulator. She stated that after advancing to a demigod, her control over the spiritual domain had greatly improved, and she might be able to try, though this would require experimental verification. Additionally, Justice Audrey also recommended that he request the Fool's Angel's Embrace, which could also provide help. The Fool nodded his agreement after Derek attempted the request. Of course, there was no experimental verification for this. Requesting a deity's blessing was not a difficult task, but asking a deity to use a blessing to help with an experiment was not something they should do. Another person, Sermon, who was preparing to advance to Silver Knight, also met Alice during this time. Upon asking, Alice learned that he had already collected all the supplementary materials, but the advancement ritual required the remains of 6 powerful creatures hunted by hand, and Sermon was not an old demigod, so he was lacking in this regard. Originally there were enough, but ever since obtaining the mushrooms that grew by devouring monster corpses, all monster corpses in the City of Silver became public property. Furthermore, one thing that made Alice very sad was that she had never been able to meet Elder Lovia of the Council of Six. Chief Colin Iliad said that she had applied for permanent residency at the afternoon town camp, and therefore had not returned. There were teams that regularly returned from afternoon town for shift changes and to report results, but Lovia was not among them. Alice stayed in the City of Silver for nearly 2 months, and it wasn't until the end of mid-April that she finally saw Lovia. This shepherd elder returned to the City of Silver with a team of people. While going into isolation, she left word for Chief Colin Iliad to see her. Though not as shocking as the news of outsiders arriving, Lovia's return was equally grand. Moreover, when Alice stepped into the City of Silver, her news had already been circulating in the City of Silver for some time, and her status as an angel naturally created a huge chasm between her and mortals. For a time, it was Lovia who caused a greater stir. Alice was not entirely convinced. She rolled her eyes, found Klein, and mysteriously leaned in close, lowering her voice. "Did you hear? That Lovia is back." "Back?" Klein was slightly taken aback. "So what? Do you want to see her?" "No." Alice shook her head, then widened her eyes. "She caused a bigger stir than you did, Mr. Fool, aren't you ashamed?" Question mark quote. Confusion rose in Klein's eyes. "Why should I be ashamed? The great fool himself, yet he can't even compare to that true creator's dependence." Alice stomped her foot hard to emphasize her point. "You are a great existence who has repeatedly thwarted the true creator's divine descent plans and foiled that evil god's conspiracies." Klein was silent for 2 seconds, then looked up at the sky, and politely asked, "Why doesn't he beat you up? How could the great lord treat his children like that?" Alice raised her chin. It took Klein a few seconds to realize that the great lord wasn't referring to him, but to the true creator. He couldn't help but feel a little amused and exasperated. "When did you become his child?" "Future." Alice offered a polite smile. "What a future?" Klein ground his teeth, not exposing her forced association, but just shook his head and said, Never mind. Do you want me to go see Lovia with you?" "Don't you want to see Lovia?" Alice widened her eyes. Klein's mouth twitched for a moment, then he nodded and said, "Right, I want to see her." So Alice beamed. She happily pulled Klein into the City of Silver's isolation area and ran into Chief Colin Iliad, who had just arrived. Of course, the guards wouldn't stop them, because they simply couldn't. Colin understood the situation at a glance. He naturally dared not have any objections, merely inviting the two of them to join him, mainly Alice. He had realized that although Miss Fate sometimes played around with Mr. Merlin Hermes, he was still a reliable adult overall. At least he hadn't impersonated Dark Angel Sorcerer. With his bottom line infinitely lowered, the chief shouted through a door. "Lovia!" "Chief!" Lovia's clear, cold voice came from inside. "Did Edith tell you?" "What?" the chief asked in confusion. "He only said you wanted to see me." Lovia behind the door replied. "We found a hidden path, circumventing the mountains of the giant court from there, and reached the sea." Just hearing the beginning, the chief's breathing suddenly became rapid. Alice could feel his suppressed excitement. She shook her head, stepped forward, and whispered, "I've communicated with that one. Although his state is often very poor, it seems that he is still lucid on crucial matters. His seal won't be that easy to break." Miss Fate. Lovia's tone was slightly hesitant, she was clearly a little confused. You're right, that ocean is illusory and completely impassable. We tried with captured monsters. After we forced the monsters in, their bodies gradually disintegrated, and soon. She paused, not uttering the final word. Through the wall, Alice heard her take 2 quick, low breaths, then she spoke calmly. If the door isn't opened, there's no way to cross that ocean. Also, Chief, during the exploration, I obtained the Black Knight potion formula. Before returning, I had already collected the potion materials and prepared the ritual. God damn it, obtained the potion formula during the exploration. Alice ground her teeth, and without waiting for the chief to speak, she rolled her eyes and said. The true creator gave it to you, didn't he? Did he give you the potion too? Did he help with the ritual as well? Lovia fell silent. The chief glanced at her, as if he hadn't heard, then turned to the closed door and said. All right. Once your isolation is complete, prepare for your advancement. Once Derek and Sermon have also advanced, we can prepare to depart and explore the giant court. As for Miss Fate, the chief turned his head and glanced at Alice. Alice blinked and met his gaze. After 2 seconds of silence, the chief's gaze shifted upwards, meeting Klein's. Klein pondered for a moment, then reached out, grabbed Alice, and pulled her back. Let's go back, he said to Alice. Why? Alice turned her head and asked in confusion. It's not convenient for you to listen. Klein rolled his eyes at her. Alice glared at him with wide eyes. Klein's expression remained unchanged. A few seconds later, Alice angrily tossed her head back and muttered as she walked away. Honestly, I can still see it even if I'm outside. She grumbled her way back to the surface. Klein watched her retreating figure disappear, then smiled gently at the chief. Don't worry, she won't peek. Question mark. The chief didn't speak, but merely cast a slightly puzzled glance at him, then looked back at the closed door. This gentleman who just spoke will open the great door of the giant court for us, the chief said to Lovia. In exchange, during the period from the team's departure to the giant court until that great door is opened, the city of Silver will temporarily house the residents of other cities in this land. After a few seconds of pause, he added, those residents will leave with our residents. There was a moment of silence on the other side. Lovia seemed to be digesting the content of the message, and after a while, she asked. Other cities? Yes, the chief nodded steadily. This esteemed gentleman is named Merlin Hermes. He comes from the outside world. After entering this land, he went straight to the easternmost point, and then traveled all the way from the easternmost point. The chief recounted what he had heard from Klein, and finally said. He is the Fool's divine envoy. Lovia was not unfamiliar with the name, Fool. Without much explanation, she roughly understood the situation. However, she still had some lingering confusion. Divine envoy. She noticed Alice's uncharacteristic obedience. Unlike the well-traveled chief, she hadn't been cried on by Alice, though she had heard stories. But Lovia subconsciously still placed Alice in the position of a subordinate deity, especially since Alice had actually argued with the true creator in front of her. Although, given the circumstances at the time, it might have been more of a playful argument, it was undeniable that the true creator at that moment was not treating her with the attitude one would have towards a believer or a mortal, but rather as a relative equal, such as a true god who would soon ascend, or a deity's spokesperson. Lovia subconsciously placed Alice in a higher position. In her opinion, even the Fool's divine envoy, in terms of status with the Fool, would likely struggle to compare to Miss Fate. Given this, Miss Fate's obedience was a very strange thing. The chief seemed to know her confusion, and he explained. Yes, this is Mr. Merlin Hermes. After you finish your isolation, I will introduce you to each other. Miss Fate said that this gentleman is the Fool's other self. Lovia suddenly understood, realizing that this was the true spokesperson of the fool, and instantly felt that she comprehended everything. I see, she replied from behind the door. Then, what about pushing open that great door? Regarding this, the chief was also puzzled. He looked at Merlin Hermes. Klein smiled slightly and explained. Only those who possess my lord's grace can resist the corruption within when pushing open that great door. There, tainted aura is contained. The former sentence was his and Alice's guess, while the latter was entirely a wild guess, though not entirely. After all, the corruption there came from the true creator's predecessor, the former sun god. Among the pathways he possessed, the Hanged Man pathway was also present, and it was one of the earliest pathways obtained. Furthermore, based on mythological content and subsequent clues, Dark Angel Saucerer, who was sleeping in the giant court, should belong to the Hanged Man pathway. What's more, the resurrected true creator also followed the Hanged Man pathway. Therefore, it would be impossible for the giant court not to retain the influence of the Hanged Man pathway. It was merely a matter of how much, but he didn't say how much was retained, only that there was some. So, even if the influence of other pathways was greater than that of the Hanged Man pathway, it couldn't be said that he was wrong. At least, it couldn't be said that it was the fool's fault. After all, he was not the fool himself, but his other self. Hey, could he not deceive his own other self? If Aemon were here, he would definitely consider him a kindred spirit. The conversation with Lovia came to an end here. As for the subsequent affairs in the City of Silver, Klein, who wasn't someone who couldn't read faces, or rather, Alice, who clearly understood but pretended not to, consciously withdrew. End of chapter. Chapter 653 Chapter 45 Departure. Following the custom of the City of Silver, Lovia underwent a 2-week isolation. By the time she emerged, Derek and Sermon had already completed their advancements. Lovia was not to be outdone. She advanced to Black Knight on the second day after her isolation ended. As she had said, she had already acquired the potion ingredients and formula, and the ritual was complete. All that remained was to consume the potion. The three of them then spent time stabilizing their minds and familiarizing themselves with their new powers. Alice took this opportunity to outsource the task of bringing people over to Klein. Alice told Klein that he only needed to envelop a city's residents with his spirituality, then raise the star staff, and he would be able to transport the entire city's population. Of course, it would be best to have them gather beforehand to make it easier to operate. Klein believed her, but only realized at the last minute that, in reality, he couldn't possibly envelop everyone with his spirituality. Fortunately, in this regard, the star staff was entirely consistent with other methods of movement. It treated multiple connected things as a single entity, even many individuals. So he had everyone hold on to each other, and in this way, he brought the people back to the City of Silver. Alice listened to this experience and rolled on the ground laughing, clearly having anticipated this outcome. Klein then watched her expressionlessly until she stopped laughing from a stomach ache and asked Klein, "Since that's the case, why didn't you bring them back one by one? Or summon a few more historical projections of the star staff?" Lunatic. Klein turned and left, determined not to waste words with her, and rushed to the next city without stopping. Residents not belonging to the City of Silver, upon entering the City of Silver, should, by rights, go into underground isolation. The underground of most of the City of Silver's tower couldn't actually accommodate so many people, and Alice didn't have the patience to wait for them to finish isolation. The chief then explained the situation. These special guests seemed to have anticipated this and stayed a little further outside the City of Silver, in an area routinely patrolled by the patrol team. There, they pitched tents and lit bonfires, seemingly intending to establish a temporary camp. The second wave of people followed suit, then the third wave, the fourth wave. The Moon City people were the last to arrive. After High Priest Nim of Moon City finished his conversation with Colin Iliad, the chief of the City of Silver, and was about to lead his tribesmen away, Alice suddenly called out to him. "Where is your sealed artifact?" she asked. "The one with the characteristics of a misfortune mage, and partly a chaoswalker." High Priest Nim was stunned for a moment, then turned to the member responsible for carrying the sealed artifact. A middle-aged man stepped forward and told Alice, "It's with me. Do you need it, Miss Fate?" Alice shook her head, then added, "Take it out, let me see it." There was nothing to be difficult about. The middle-aged man immediately reached for his body, then his expression changed. He carefully felt again and again, finally looking up and speaking with a bewildered and hesitant tone. "It seems, it's lost." He paused, then turned to High Priest Nim of Moon City and the other Moon City residents, his expression serious. But before he could speak, Alice interrupted. "It's not your fault. It's normal that you didn't notice, with the influence of a fate pathway angel." After saying this, she walked out, ignoring the astonished gazes of the others. That day, Alice visited several of the previously arrived camps, asking if they had any fate pathway-related items and if they still had them preserved. She quickly confirmed that Moon City was not an exception. Another city held a Chaoswalker-related sealed artifact, which was also lost today. It was said to have been lost by the hunting party that took the sealed artifact out. Alice similarly dismissed this incident as having been interfered with by a fate pathway angel, then left, covering her throbbing eyelids. Reaching an unmanned corner, Alice stopped, sighed softly, looked up at the starless sky, and murmured, "Are you nearby?" When both parties were concealing themselves, Alice and Will actually found it very difficult to detect each other's presence. Unless their lives were in danger, they would probably only realize how close they were when they met face to face. But this time, Will seemed to have no intention of concealing himself. He took the demigod level, fate pathway sealed artifact, making no secret of his purpose, nor of his presence. Although the loss of the sealed artifact could not be hidden, erasing his traces was still possible. After bullying the ground for over 10 minutes, Alice attributed this to her staying too long. Given that Klein had already brought everyone over and the City of Silver was almost ready, Alice immediately declared that she would depart for the giant court at once. At Klein's persuasion, this matter was postponed until dawn the next day. Colin Iliad had no objection to this outcome, as it was a long-planned event, and most preparations were complete. Early the next morning, they met in the chief's room at the top of the round tower. When Colin saw Merlin Hermes enter, he was about to greet him, but his expression suddenly froze. He watched Merlin Hermes enter, smiling and nodding to everyone. A golden-haired girl followed behind him with her eyes closed, gripping Merlin Hermes's forearm as if it were a white cane. "No, this." Chief Colin's mind went blank for a moment. He looked at Merlin Hermes, who had an utterly normal, even calm, expression as he pulled Alice down and seated her. Finally, he cleared his throat twice, intending to look around at everyone, when Alice, with a jolt, sat up straight. She only opened her eyes after sitting up straight. After looking around, she looked at the chief, who was presumably the source of the sound, and covered her chest, as if relieved, saying, "You scared me. So it wasn't teacher. Oh, well." Klein glanced at Alice expressionlessly, feeling utterly mortified. The chief coughed again. Alice tilted her head, watching him intently, seemingly intending to listen carefully. So the chief looked at Derek, the third shortest person in the room, and solemnly asked, "Are you ready?" Alice also looked over. Derek was currently carrying a giant hammer. The handle of the giant hammer resembled a leg bone, and its surface was dark blue, wreathed in electric light. Alice stared at the intermittently flickering blue-purple electric light, her eyes unblinking. Klein pulled her and whispered, "What are you scheming now? Don't you think that looks like static electricity?" She whispered back. Klein glanced at the giant hammer, then after a few seconds of silence, asked, "Does it generate static electricity?" "What is static electricity?" Derek couldn't help but ask. The chief stopped speaking and looked at them. Lovia and the others also subtly watched them, seemingly very curious. Alice mused for 2 seconds before saying, "This is a unique creature that often lives in autumn and winter. Ow." Klein slapped her on the head, interrupting her nonsense, and ignoring her angry gaze, shook his head and explained. "It's a phenomenon. Sometimes when you touch something, you feel like you've been zapped." He didn't offer much explanation, clearly not wanting to elaborate. The others nodded thoughtfully and didn't press further. The chief then looked at Derek and asked again, "Are you ready?" Derek nodded heavily, "I'm ready." Colin then shifted his gaze to Lovia, asking similarly, "Are you ready?" Alice also looked at Lovia, noticing that she was no longer wearing her usual black robe with purple patterns, but had changed into a dark armor. Alice's gaze fixated on the armor again. Lovia didn't notice, she subtly moved her head and said, "No problem." Colin Iliad once again looked at the others in the room, asking each of them, not even leaving out Merlin Hermes. It was only when he reached Alice that he showed a slight hesitation. The brief pause made Alice notice that the question and answer session, which had been occurring at roughly the same frequency, was delayed. She temporarily withdrew her gaze from Lovia's armor and looked at Chief Colin. The chief met her gaze and asked casually, "Are you ready?" Alice blinked, and imitating the others, replied, "I'm ready." She paused, and before Colin could speak, she asked curiously, "If I or anyone else had said we weren't ready just now, what would you have done?" "I would have sent him back to prepare," Colin calmly explained. "Afterward, I would ask who in the city was ready." Alice silently returned to her seat. Colin glanced at Alice thoughtfully, and for some reason, her earth-shattering question from long ago, "Do I have to give birth too?" inexplicably popped into his mind. This highness, sometimes, is quite obedient to rules. After a silent sigh, Colin Iliad slowly walked to a wall, took down 2 straight swords hanging there, and strapped them to his back. Alice looked at the 2 swords thoughtfully. She asked curiously, "After you became a Silver Knight, did your attack power increase? What would happen if you were to strike me with a sword now?" Chief Colin felt his mind go blank for a moment. He turned around and saw Alice asking with a sincere expression. After 2 seconds of contemplation, he replied, "If you have a need, I can try." Question mark. Alice's mouth opened slightly then closed. She then pulled Klein in front of her. "Test it on him," she said with a serious expression. I haven't become an angel yet, so I can't be used as a reference." Klein moved aside, allowing Alice to reappear before Chief Colin. Alice and Colin exchanged glances, she blinked innocently, feigning ignorance. Colin then said to the others, "Depart." His voice was calm, devoid of much emotion, simply delivering a concise command before exiting the room. However, the others did not move, but instead looked at Alice and Klein. Alice blinked at Klein, who smiled slightly and followed. Alice quickly followed behind him. Lovia and Derek then led the team. Amidst the clanking of armor, the team left the room and descended the stairs. The residents of the City of Silver gathered at the bottom, some leaning on railings, others waiting at the stairwell. They all watched the team before them, yet no one made a sound. Alice spotted members of the City of Silver's Council of 6 in the crowd, including the newly promoted Silver Knight, Sermon. Their positions weren't too far forward, most of the people at the very front were young. Looking at Sermon, then at Colin, Alice had a sudden realization and felt she understood the chief's reason for waiting for Sermon to advance to Silver Knight. This is to leave a spark. She sighed almost imperceptibly, her gaze lingering on the 2 of them for a few seconds before slowly withdrawing. If he's exploring with the determination to die, then bringing him back alive, bringing everyone back safe and sound, could also be considered an unexpected turn, couldn't it? I should like this kind of unexpected drama the most. She lowered her head, pursed her lips, and began to find excuses for her sudden kindness. A voice, both extremely light and extremely heavy, sounded in the pause of her thoughts. Alice looked up blankly, just in time to see the City of Silver resident beside her raise his right arm and press his fist to his forehead. Seeing Alice look over, he didn't speak, only forced a smile. Alice, seeing this, remained silent for 2 seconds, then with a slap, shook her head. She didn't look, but the surrounding City of Silver residents continued to do so. As the team advanced, more and more City of Silver residents raised their right fists to their foreheads, like a silent farewell ceremony. Their eyes held admiration and expectation, yet no one spoke, only making a slight sound when raising their right fist or lighting their lanterns. Alice didn't particularly like this atmosphere. She forced herself to walk out of the city walls and finally breathed a sigh of relief. She looked up, only to find that all the members of this exploration team from the City of Silver had, without prior agreement, turned their heads, even Klein. Question mark. Alice turned back too. The residents of the City of Silver had not left, they all stood near the city gate, watching them. With a whoosh, the vast crowd simultaneously raised their right arms, pressing their fists to their foreheads. Alice immediately pursed her lips. She looked at the chief, Colin Iliad, who gazed silently for a few seconds, then closed his eyes, raised his right arm, and swung it forward forcefully. Depart. Alice breathed a sigh of relief and quickly turned around. This movement was not abrupt. Derek and the others also quickly turned after this command, without a hint of hesitation, firmly holding their animal skin lanterns and stepping onto the path forward. It wasn't until they had walked several hundred meters with the team, to the point where the city of Silver was no longer clearly visible, that Alice suddenly stopped, as if waking from a dream, slapping her head and exclaiming, "That's not right. I could have just taken you all directly to Afternoon Town, to the giant court. Why am I walking?" She blinked, looking up at the others in the team. End of chapter. Chapter 654 Chapter 46 White Hair. The lingering solemnity and heaviness vanished at this moment. The team stopped, and the chief asked, "Should we take them directly?" Colin Iliad looked back at Alice, who had suddenly spoken. The golden-haired girl's face showed a hint of annoyance. She seemed to glance around, and then the chief saw the phantom of a giant serpent emerge around the team. The phantom, head and tail connected, encircled the entire team. Next, Colin saw the scene before his eyes begin to change rapidly, taking on a painterly quality. Not only that, but the colors kept receding. Colin quickly realized that they were moving forward. He remembered Alice asking him earlier if he had a way to accelerate movement in the Forsaken Land of the Gods, and he suddenly understood. She found it. He didn't know how. His thoughts were halfway through when the surrounding scenery suddenly froze. Then, the real world's image began to emerge, and he saw that they were precisely at the Afternoon Town camp. Alice stomped her foot, confirming that she had truly landed, then exhaled and turned to ask the chief, "Among the people you brought, are there any who plan to rotate with those staying here?" She shifted her body to the side, surveying the people the chief had shielded behind him, then added, "I suggest you leave them here. Anyone below a demigod is still too dangerous. No matter how I look at it, it's a dead end for them. I rarely see a fate where I can find no path to survival at all." The chief said nothing. He quietly turned his head to look at the members of the exploration team behind him. The number of demigods in the City of Silver was not large, otherwise, their Council of Six would not have only 6 people. Although the Council of Six was not entirely composed of demigods before, anyone who became a demigod would join the council, at least as an alternate member. Even Lovia, who was only at Sequence 5 previously, was listed as a reserve member only after fighting a demigod-level evil spirit and surviving. Moreover, according to the news Alice had heard, Lovia herself herded a Sequence 3 evil spirit, capable of exhibiting demigod-level strength. These brought members were all Sequence 5s whose potions had been fully digested but were stuck due to promotion rituals or potion formulas. They all wielded powerful sealed artifacts, capable of displaying strength close to that of a demigod. Such candidates were not too numerous in the City of Silver, but at least more than pure demigods, as the former were limited by the number of usable sealed artifacts and had not achieved a true leap in sequence. As for potion formulas, after obtaining the Silver Knight potion formula, the City of Silver suddenly gained 2 Sequence 3s. As for promotion rituals, some promotion rituals have strict requirements on the number of people, which is unavoidable. The members of the exploration team looked at each other, realizing that their chief had left the decision to them. So, one of them stepped forward and said, "Miss Fate, we do not intend to return alive." The others remained silent, but their resolute gazes showed their attitude. Alice frowned slightly. She realized that the usual methods of dissuasion would not work on this group. They were not afraid of death, and had even set out with a resolute belief in their demise. But demigods and above were one thing, those below demigod. Alice glanced into the distance, thought for a moment, and asked, "What if, even if you sacrifice your lives, it's all for naught, and you only drag us down?" The members of the exploration team were stunned, and even the chief glanced at Alice. He had originally brought extra people to account for the diversity of abilities. He didn't believe that these 2 extra members in the team could help the City of Silver solve the difficulties encountered during the exploration. From beginning to end, the chief had never expected them to take action. After all, Merlin Hermes was one thing, he at least seemed to have some cooperative and helpful attitude. As for this Miss Fate, the chief highly doubted that she would even spare a glance for matters unrelated to her goals. Oh, pranks don't count. Therefore, when arranging the team members, the chief had not considered these 2 variables, but instead selected the members he had originally planned, as if they didn't exist. The chief's plan was that they could play a corresponding role when he and the other demigods had no strength left. As for whether they could return alive, he himself didn't plan to return alive. The only two things he hoped for were that the fool would protect his believer, Derek, this young demigod of the City of Silver, and that the true creator would protect Luvia, preserving another force for the City of Silver. But now, hearing that even sacrifice might not be useful, these exploration team members and the chief hesitated. The exploration team members looked at the chief, who pondered for 2 seconds before saying, "What if we take them up first, let them stay outside, and wait for a signal?" He wavered. Alice glanced at the chief, suppressing a smile at her plan's success, and pretended to look around, saying, "Although it's also very dangerous, it's not impossible." She paused, then looked at those people, kindly reminding them, "Remember to run if you encounter danger, don't just wait there stubbornly." The exploration team members nodded, and the chief also looked at Alice. Only Alice blinked and asked, "Why are you looking at me?" "Let's go." The chief was momentarily stunned. Before he could speak, Klein asked in confusion, "You plan to let them climb the mountain themselves? I thought you would take them up." Alice looked up at Klein expressionlessly, then shook her head with a heavy heart, stood on her tiptoes to appear taller, and then raised her hand to pat his shoulder. "Your faith in my lord is still not devout enough. Perhaps you should go back and reflect." Luvia looked at Alice with some hesitation, her brows slightly furrowed, while Klein asked in confusion, "Which lord is yours?" Alice spread her arms, recalled Leomaster's expression, and then said with a pious look, "Of course, it is the Lord who created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God." Luvia closed her eyes. Klein unhesitatingly slapped her, then looked up at the chief and said, "Sorry, the child is ignorant." The chief nodded, feigning composure, and started walking up the mountain. Klein, holding the reluctant Alice, followed, and Luvia reopened her eyes and trailed behind, looking at Alice's back with eyes full of confusion. The preliminary exploration proved useful at this point. Although they were hiking, the chief led them on a shortcut, passing through the decaying forest and the barren tunnel. Looking at the dilapidated but vaguely recognizable escalator in front of them, Alice swallowed with difficulty. "Holy moly," she turned to the chief, "how is there an escalator here?" "Escalator?" the chief asked, puzzled. Alice turned to look at Klein. Klein's expression was a bit calmer. He asked Alice, "Do you think this is a remnant of a previous civilization, or something created by the Lord you just converted to?" Alice looked at him with a desire to speak but held back, finally giving up on discussing the issue of conversion with him. "You don't need to know what an escalator is," Alice turned to the chief, "you just need to know that when this thing wasn't broken, we would step on it and just stand there, and we could go directly to the giant court." She paused, then grumbled, "This feeling is like, in the old cultivation novels, after climbing 99,999 steps, you can see the immortal path. You go through all sorts of hardships, finally arrive at the steps, and find out it's a broken escalator. In short, it's just too disillusioning. It's completely from a different era, a different art style." The chief didn't understand the subsequent words. He just looked thoughtfully at the broken escalator in front of him and turned to ask, "Is this a creation of a god?" "Who knows?" Alice scoffed. "I only know it was originally a creation of mortals, it's just that mortals nowadays can't make it." She paused, then asked, "Are you still going?" The chief said nothing more. He took his first step onto the escalator. This escalator was built around the mountain. As Alice walked, she thought of the mountain cable cars in modern scenic areas. If the cable car were made easier to walk on and replaced with an escalator, it would be pretty similar. She shook her head, starting to wonder why Ouroboros didn't take her up the mountain via the escalator that one time. Was it to avoid seeing things and thinking of people? Recalling Ouroboros's linen robe that no one was allowed to touch, Alice again felt that things shouldn't be this way. As she was lost in thought, she quickly reached the top along this ancient escalator. Klein stopped them at this point. No one had any objections, as everyone knew he had to open the door first. Klein first sought a secluded spot to pray for the fool's grace. As for the reason, he's shy, Alice blurted out, he's actually very shy and doesn't dare to show his true face. Being able to meet you all like this now is the result of multiple sessions with a psychiatrist, what you call a psychoanalyst, here. She paused, then added, oh, and that psychiatrist was a demigod level 1. The members of the City of Silver exploration team were all moved, and even the chief was somewhat swayed, almost wanting to believe Alice's nonsense. So, when Klein returned with a deep black wooden box and a giant black iron key, he was met with the sympathetic gazes of the City of Silver exploration team members. What did you tell them? Klein looked at Alice first. Alice blinked, pointed at the wooden box, and asked, what's that? It was a clumsy attempt to change the subject, but Klein actually fell for it. He replied, Grossel's ashes. Alice was stunned for a moment. She nodded, then asked, so you plan to? She didn't need to ask further, because she saw Klein pull another version of himself from a historical projection. Watching Klein hand the items to the historical projection and let him leave, Alice's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She abruptly looked at the exploration team members who hadn't reached demigod level and ordered without hesitation, close your eyes. The members were slightly startled and all looked at the chief. The chief glanced at Alice and likewise commanded, close your eyes. Only then did the exploration team members close their eyes. The chief then cast a questioning gaze at Alice, but Alice shook her head, staring intently at Klein. Although most of his consciousness was with the historical projection, his main body was not dead. Klein looked at Alice in confusion, but Alice shook her head, approached him, took a deep breath, and smiled reassuringly, it's okay. Then, she looked down at the ground, at Klein's shadow, and suddenly turned to Lovia, her voice ethereal, what happens if a person has no shadow? It will affect the integrity of the spirit, Lovia replied, and may lead to signs of losing control. Just signs, just possibilities, right? Alice confirmed. Lovia hesitated, not daring to nod. Alice pursed her lips and looked at Klein again. Her spirituality surged, and she saw a turbulent, dark, viscous illusory ocean. That ocean, from nowhere, submerged Klein along with his shadow. Then, the ocean disappeared, but Klein's shadow suddenly came alive, broke free from his control, and fled. Chaos Sea, she murmured. Her spirituality instantly returned to its original place. Alice sighed and kept stuffing luck into Klein, praying constantly that he would be alright. Or perhaps let someone else open the door. She looked back, then retracted her gaze, looked at Klein, and shook her head again. The true creator wouldn't agree, and neither would Klein. Waiting was the most agonizing part. After an unknown period, when Klein suddenly bent over in pain, Alice knew things were bad. She stepped forward and grabbed Klein's arm, and a silver river spread, surging towards that illusory deep black ocean. The illusory silver-white river collided with the illusory deep black ocean. Then, the deep black utterly triumphed, spreading upwards. Alice swallowed, gave up on the meaningless attempt, and unhesitatingly tried to sever the river. The good news was that she succeeded. The connection between the silver-white river and the deep black ocean was severed, and the remaining river quickly receded. The bad news was that the ocean, like a cat that had tasted blood, surged forward. Alice wanted to escape. She knew better than anyone that the true body of the Chaos Sea was beneath the ground, while the true body of the Key of Light was still on the west continent. Not to mention the inherent difference in status between the two, just in terms of the completeness of their power, she couldn't compare. The good news was that she wasn't the only one entangled. Alice could see a pale gray mist also driving away that dark illusory ocean, intending to push it back underground. That was Saphira Castle. The ocean eventually receded, and with it, the murmurs and the pain in her spirituality disappeared. Alice gasped and opened her eyes, only to see a drifting strand of silver-white hair. She was stunned for a moment, instinctively reached up and hooked the silver strand. It felt smooth and soft. She tugged hard, then pressed her scalp with a twisted expression. Oh my God, she exclaimed, I have white hair. End of chapter. Chapter 655 Chapter 47 Inches Shy. Alice, you. Klein's voice, full of doubt, rang out. Alice turned her head to look, finding him covering the left side of his face with his right hand. The expression on the exposed right side of his face was extremely contorted. He seemed to want to laugh, yet also hadn't fully recovered from the pain. Seeing Alice look over, Klein quickly suppressed his smile and said, have them step away for a moment. Alice turned to look at the chief. Without needing further prompting, the chief led the team to retreat into the distance. Alice then turned back to Klein, who finally lowered his hand, showing her his current appearance. The left side of his face appeared transparent, revealing the figures of twisted, wriggling worms. The same sight extended to his neck, not covered by his collar. Alice looked at Klein's left hand and robe, noticing occasional bulges of worms beneath the fabric. Alice raised a hand to her forehead, speaking in a deep, profound tone. "Do you know, Klein? When I usually look at you, this is how you appear." Question mark quote. Klein blankly raised his left hand, looked at her, then at himself, his expression uncertain. Is the world seen by angels so absurd? Not necessarily all angels. Alice spread her hands. Honestly, I don't really like this kind of worm cluster. You don't know, Eamon also looks like this. Oh, right, give me a mirror. Do you want to see what you've become? Klein glanced at her. Don't worry, there are no scales on your face. As for a mirror, you might have to wait a moment. After a pause, he looked at Alice's confused eyes and asked her. Which version of me do you prefer? Question mark quote. Alice's expression grew even more perplexed. Klein also realized his question wasn't very clear. He explained, I mean personality, what kind of personality of mine do you like? Cautious, reckless, cowardly, or, after a moment of hesitation, he tentatively added, clown. Alice blinked, tilted her head, and smiled. None of those. Then what is it? Klein's eyes showed confusion, shyness. Alice looked at him steadily, uttering an answer Klein had never expected. Question mark quote. Klein's eyes became utterly bewildered. He stared at Alice for a few seconds, confirmed she had no intention of changing her answer, and could only nod awkwardly. All right, if you insist. He hesitated, glanced at Alice, and reached into the air, pulling out the historical projection of Justice Audrey. Alice observed silently. When she saw Audrey's historical projection begin to add a virtual persona to Klein, she realized what Klein intended to do. He was going to use the virtual persona to restore the integrity of his spirit. Of course, this was only temporary, he still needed to retrieve his shadow. But by doing this, his combat power wouldn't be significantly affected before he found his shadow. As soon as Audrey's historical projection vanished, Alice immediately stepped forward. As she approached, Klein took a step back, making Alice pause. Then, she saw Klein lower his head, carefully raise his eyes, and nervously ask. What do you want to do? Question mark quote. Looking at Klein, whose eyes were filled with emotion, Alice fell into contemplation. So, this is what a shyness means. Isn't this what you wanted? Klein looked at her timidly, with a hint of grievance. Alice swallowed in alarm, quickly raising her hand to stop him. Stop. I meant, could you give me a mirror, please? Okay. Klein produced the historical projection of a mirror and cautiously handed it over. Alice could finally see what she had become. She briefly ignored Klein, who had acquired Feshi, Mod, and held the mirror to examine her appearance. As Klein had said, there were indeed no extra scales on her face, which was as it should be, otherwise the chief and the others would probably have gone mad. But there was also a slight problem. Her hair had turned white, but not entirely white. It was more like golden hair mixed with silvery white strands, about half and half, making it look a bit like premature graying. Alice expressionlessly put down the mirror and sneered. Good, I can finally confirm it now. The fate pathway really does affect appearance, but it affects it very late, only at sequence 1 and above. Open black lens bracket note 1 close black lens bracket. Seeing her like this, Klein timidly asked, then why didn't you change before? Alice glanced at him, finding his shy and timid appearance truly an eyesore. She turned her head away, not looking at him, and explained at the same time. Perhaps it's because I'm stuck in an awkward, in-between position. No, this is too strange. I need to find a way to change back, or just have all my hair turn silver, like Ouroboros. She stomped her foot, her eyes darted around, and her clothes transformed into the hooded robe Klein was familiar with. Then, Klein saw her gather her hair and tuck it into the hood. Alice put on the hood, pulling the brim down to cover her strange hair, then gave Klein a peculiar smile. Then, before Klein could react, she turned her head towards the chief's direction, waving and shouting. You can come back now. Her voice echoed across the deserted mountaintop. The chief quickly returned with his team. He looked at Alice, then at Klein, and finally asked Klein. Are you all right? Nothing. Klein shyly glanced at the chief and replied, there was a small accident, but it's been resolved. Let's go in quickly, something has changed in the Divine Kingdom. Quote. The chief also fell into confusion. He hesitantly looked at Alice, hoping to get an explanation from her, even if the possibility was very slim. As you can see, his condition isn't very good, Alice said with a serious expression. So his true nature cannot be concealed. The chief recalled Alice's earlier comment about Merlin Hermes being shy. He subconsciously looked over, only to see Merlin Hermes glance at them as if he wanted to speak but said nothing, retreating behind Alice. Perhaps it was true. Doubt flickered in the chief's mind, but that wasn't the main point at the moment, because everyone present noticed that the solidified twilight at the giant court had disappeared, replaced by the scorching midday sun. Facing the dazzling sunlight, the demigods in the team turned to the left side of the stairs. After a short detour, they found a rugged path. On one side of the path was a towering cliff face, and on the other side was an unfathomably deep cloud of mist, imbued with the midday sun. The ground vibrated, and from the depths of the golden cloud mist, a large amount of illusory, pitch-black gas surged forth. With a crash, the entire rugged path collapsed and plunged into the dark water. Alice blinked, and those sights dissipated again. She took half a step back and shouted to the chief, who was still unknowingly advancing. Stop, step back. The chief stopped and retreated. He didn't ask why. Lovia and Derek naturally wouldn't ask either. They stopped together, and within a few seconds, the scene Alice had just witnessed manifested in reality. The deep water surface seemed to have an invisible vortex. Alice always felt that the water surface concealed a suction force, but upon closer inspection, it seemed illusory. She frowned, bent down, picked up a stone from the ground, and threw it over. The stone crossed the dividing line, flew for only a few seconds in the sea of clouds, then plummeted straight down, demonstrating a distinctly abnormal parabolic trajectory. Alice frowned and turned to look at Klein. Fortunately, shyness aside, Klein's mind was still online. He spoke with a hint of nervousness. It seems flying across won't work. As he spoke, he bit his lip. Alice gritted her teeth, unable to bear his expression. She turned her head away and held out her hand, saying, Do you have any paper? Klein pulled out a piece of white paper from his person and handed it over. Alice smoothly folded a paper airplane, then spread her feet shoulder-width apart, leaned slightly forward, held the paper airplane in her right hand, breathed on it, and then threw it with force. Subsequently, this paper airplane proved by crashing that the earlier accident was not due to the stone. Alice had no intention of trying a third time. She shook her head and looked at the others. Lovia released a translucent spirit and also picked up a piece of rubble from the ground. In an instant, the rubble vanished from its original spot, teleporting above the dark cloud mist. Then, it plummeted uncontrollably, disappearing into the sea of clouds. Teleportation won't work either, Lovia said in a slightly low voice. Alice's eyes flickered, silver light swirling within them. After a moment, she frowned and said, Restart, cannot retrieve things from inside. She paused, then cautiously took a step back. Perhaps. Klein nervously tugged at the hem of Alice's robe and whispered in her ear, Perhaps we can use the main entrance. Alice glanced at Klein, feeling a kind of helplessness, wanting to scold him but not knowing what to say. In the end, she could only pat Klein's shoulder, and with a deep tone amidst his startled expression, she said, I will definitely cherish this memory and bring it back for the great Mr. Fool to enjoy. Then, she turned to the chief and relayed Klein's words, Let's use the main entrance. Derek immediately turned around, preparing to go back. Colin, Iliad and Lovia exchanged glances, nodded at each other, and followed. They quickly returned to the foot of the massive, grayish-white staircase, looking up ahead. On the silent staircase, each step immensely tall, the majestic city walls were covered with scorch marks and signs of destruction. In some places, arrows as thick as ordinary tree trunks were still embedded. In the middle of the city wall was a double-door entrance, dozens of meters high, with a grayish-blue hue, adorned with golden nails. On either side of the door, stood imposing guards, 4 to 6 meters tall, clad in exquisite and sturdy silver full-plate armor. One held a greatsword, the other leaned on a giant axe, and an orange-red glow emanated from behind their masks. "What are these?" Alice showed an unknowledgeable expression. "Silver Knights," the chief said in a low voice. "I can hold one of them." His gaze swept over Lovia and Derek in turn, finally resting on Alice and Klein, as if asking for their opinions. Klein felt somewhat nervous under the gaze. He once again hid behind Alice. Although Alice couldn't completely block him, he still leaned in and whispered. "Rini Tinakar is still with me. After the Kotar incident, I was worried about unforeseen circumstances and didn't send her back." Alice looked at Klein, who understood, and pulled out a gold coin from his person. "He can handle it," Alice turned and told the chief. After a pause, she glanced at the gold coin in Klein's hand and his shy demeanor, then mused. "However, you'd best not look at him. His current condition isn't very suitable for meeting people." Understanding, the chief and Lovia both averted their gazes. Derek was no exception. He was already considering the possibility that Mr. World used a cold exterior to mask his shy true nature. With fewer eyes on him, Klein finally regained his courage. The gold coin silently rolled from his hand, and he slowly ascended the steps, taking on the role of bait. When she saw Rini Tinakar transform one of the Silver Knights into a long-haired white rabbit, Alice licked her lips and quietly moved next to Derek, telling him, "Look, how cute." Derek looked over blankly, just in time to see Klein snap his fingers, turning the long-haired white rabbit into a myriad of bloody fragments. Derek swallowed with difficulty, turned to look at Alice, who blinked innocently, moved 2 steps to the side, and looked up at the sky. "All right," Klein said, turning to them. The chief didn't even glance at Alice and Derek. After exchanging a look with Lovia, he stepped forward, and as he passed Klein, he quietly asked, "Beander." Klein nervously glanced at him, avoided his gaze, and then came over to start tugging at Alice's robe. Alice covered her face with one hand and tactfully advised, "I think it's best if none of you speak to him until he finds his shadow." The chief said nothing, merely averting his gaze and continuing forward. Alice, who had been left behind, pushed Klein and told him, "Remember to collect the Beander characteristic." Klein shook his head and said, "According to the agreement, that is." He looked into the air. Alice realized it belonged to Rini Tinakar, so she said no more and caught up with the team. Klein also followed, with the Silver Knight that hadn't been shattered obediently trailing behind him. Alice kindly suggested, "Next time, why don't you hide behind it? It's taller and can block you. But it's also a part of me." Klein said, troubled. "There's no difference between it being watched and me being watched. I can still feel the gazes." "You have the senses of a puppet." Alice's tone was hesitant. I'm sorry, have you ever read similar stories? I just suddenly thought of something not so good." End of chapter. Chapter 656 Chapter 48 Xiao En, Xiao Yu, Xiao Ni. Actually, for Klein in his normal state, this sentence wouldn't have meant much. He was already used to Alice's sudden tangents. But at this moment, Klein was not normal, and the matter Alice mentioned seemed to trigger certain associations in him. His expression suddenly became embarrassed, and he stammered, "Oh. Is that so?" Alice paused. She finally realized that teasing Klein now was by no means a wise choice. After grinding her teeth, she sighed and said, "Forget it, let's go." She shook her head and looked at the main entrance ahead. Colin Iliad and the others had already stopped, vigilantly watching the gate, with no intention of opening it first. Alice lifted her leg and stepped onto the last stair, looking up to examine it. The gate was dozens of meters high, covered in golden nails. Alice looked up at the highest point of the gate, feeling a bit uncomfortable in her neck. She shook her head and turned back to ask, "Is your shadow inside?" "I think so," Klein replied, just having reached the stairs. As he spoke, the astonishingly tall, Silver Knight, behind Klein strode forward and plunged its greatsword into a crack in the ground. Then, the Silver Knight crouched down, extended its hands, and pressed them against the main gate, dozens of meters high. With a heavy creaking sound, the great gate, adorned with many golden nails, slowly opened. At this moment, the sun, in the sky, symbolizing noon, flickered, solidifying the entire, giant court, into the orange-red glow of dusk. The massive main gate opened faster and faster, gradually revealing the scene inside to everyone. Behind the door was a gray-white staircase covered in an orange-red glow, countless steps stretching upwards, leading all the way to the highest and most magnificent residence of the Giant King. Both sides of the staircase were densely packed with palaces and high towers. Huge statues carrying long halberds and clad in iron-colored armor stood in front of different buildings, guarding the path to the deity's abode. Alice swallowed and asked, "Who's going up?" Colin Iliad glanced at her but said nothing, merely drawing the pair of longswords from his back. Behind Lovia, a several-meter-tall illusory figure quietly emerged. Alice could see its silver full-plate armor and its dark red eyes like flames. "Silver Knight?" she asked aloud. Lovia glanced at her and nodded calmly. The Silver Knight, puppet carried by Klein, also clearly entered a battle-ready stance. Under the efforts of the three Silver Knights, most of the giants on both sides of the staircase shattered in the silver-white light. Only the portion closest to the Giant King's residence remained. At this moment, two figures flew out from the giant's main palace area, gliding towards the location of the three Silver Knights. One had a face covered in shadows, black hair reaching his shoulders and slightly curled, with pairs of illusory black wings growing from his back. The other was purely a shadow, occasionally twisting from side to side. Alice tried to identify them, then, greatly shocked, she asked Klein, "Is this the winner? I remember him being called Enzo, no, Uniony, right? No, you didn't actually use this thing to open the door, did you?" This was a puppet Klein had captured in the southern continent. His name was Enzo, originally from the Life School of Thought. He eventually joined the Rose School of Thought, because his philosophy of utilizing luck was incompatible with the Life School of Thought. After Klein turned him into a puppet, he changed his appearance to conceal his identity and assumed the alias Uniony, serving as his personal valet for a period. As soon as he saw her expression, Klein knew something was wrong. He hesitated and asked, "What's wrong?" Nonsense. Alice rolled her eyes, then raised her hand and pointed to her own eyes. "All those with bad luck died under these eyes, and you don't have our luck." Klein was stunned for a moment. Alice then curved her lips into a smile and said, "Besides, sometimes good luck isn't necessarily a good thing. If you insist, I suggest you use Anderson's. At least from Anderson's performance, his life is tough enough, and I think the hunter pathway is sometimes no different from being blind." Klein was thoughtful. Colin Iliad and the others had no intention of joining the casual chat. They were observing the shadow and the historical projection of Uniony after he was influenced. After they finished talking, Colin, who had already retreated, glanced at the Silver Knight, puppet and the Wraith, who had also retreated, and analyzed, "They seem unable to leave that area." Alice raised her eyebrows. "Can't leave? Hey, you should have long-range attack methods, right? Can that be used?" She called out to the shadow, and as she wished, the shadow opened its mouth and fired an air bullet. Alice didn't dodge. She let the bullet hit her forehead, then rubbed her head and turned back to Klein to analyze. It hurts a little more than when Mr. Fool usually taps my head. Aren't you going to seize the time to retrieve the blasphemy slate?" Uniony, opposite her, spoke as if chatting casually. "It'll be too late when Eamon arrives." Eamon would have arrived by now if he were coming. Alice pouted. "And those three haven't reacted either. I guess no one will make a move here until we see Saucereer. As for Eamon, tisk, he's a thief, how could he come to take things himself?" Alice shook her head, smiled, and glanced towards the door, then said in a rather intimate tone, "I know my dear intimate friend better than you. He wouldn't be as reckless as me, coming to the door when the situation is unclear. Also, are you trying to distract me? The shadow should have the same ability as him, right? And you can't beat me. No, you can't even beat me." She looked at Uniony with surprise, her eyes filled with doubt. Uniony, contaminated by the power of the Dark Angel, seemed to give up communicating with her. His shoulders wriggled, and two heads grew out, one on each side. Alice gasped and exclaimed, "Whoa, Neja. No, he doesn't have 4 extra arms, and his heads look a bit different." Alice tilted her head to examine Uniony's new appearance. All 3 heads had black curly hair and were covered in a layer of shadow. In terms of appearance, there was no real difference, but in terms of feeling, apart from the original one, the other 2 felt one young and one old. As Alice made a fuss, the old head had already fallen off, taking with it 1/3 of Unioni's body. The split body rapidly wriggled, instantly becoming complete, and on the shadowy surface of the head, a pair of eyes protruded, their pupils vertical and faintly golden. The stairs beneath their feet collapsed, turning into a desolate, silent plain. At the end of the plain was a city with pitch-black walls and overgrown weeds. City of Silver. The scene was so real that Derek's heart tightened, worried that unknown enemies would drag him and the other demigods to the City of Silver, destroying the city-state. Lovia, on the other hand, froze the moment Unioni grew 2 heads, her body trembling as if feeling the aura of an absolute high-level being. Alice glanced at her, and her trembling stopped. She seemed to notice something and looked at Alice. Alice gave her a mischievous smile and mouthed, "Aren't you going to thank me?" Colin Iliad looked around, then crossed the 2 straight swords covered in morning light in his hands and pushed them forward, saying in a deep voice, "This is false." This surprised Alice, who hadn't paid attention to him until now, and she praised, "Not bad, huh? You're more useful than her. Wait a minute, I remember you're from the secret supplicant pathway. Do you also call sequence 9 that here?" She suddenly turned to Lovia. Lovia was startled for a moment. After some hesitation, she swallowed the words of thanks that were on the tip of her tongue and nodded with a calm expression. Big trouble, Alice gasped. Other pathways are one thing, but here, with your pathway, the higher the sequence, the more dangerous it probably is. What's wrong? Lovia asked. Colin Iliad and Derek also looked at Alice. Alice rubbed her brow and sighed, "As you can see, although, Dark Angel, Sorcerer can probably also use the powers of other pathways, but, he clearly still prefers the secret supplicant pathway." She pointed her chin at the shadow and Unioni, shaking her head slightly. Unioni, seeing them chatting as if no one else was there, made his second move. As soon as he finished speaking, the barren plain and the distant castle vanished simultaneously, and the magnificent staircase, bathed in bright light, reappeared. At this moment, Unioni's left side of his body also fractured, and the young head took away 1/3 of his flesh and blood. The shadow covering his face was quickly replaced by brilliant golden light, and in his eyes, there seemed to be 2 miniature suns. Alice gasped in admiration, "Son, are you crazy? Even from this far, I can feel the aura of corruption and darkness on you and that shadow, especially the shadow. Are you insane?" Klein didn't speak, but his pursed lips already betrayed his mood. He wanted to laugh a little, but it wasn't quite appropriate. But the ones opposite him were his own shadow and his former puppet. Seeing them being ridiculed for so long, Klein finally gathered some courage. He pulled Alice and whispered to her, "Look, these 3 are just called Little N, Little U, and Little Ni." Alice turned her head, her eyes wide with admiration. "Next time I see Medici, I'll call him Little May, Little D, and Little Chi." Unioni, whose face was shrouded in shadow, finally couldn't bear it anymore and said, "You didn't choose the hunter pathway. Do you know that following this pathway would lead to certain death for you?" "You're wrong about that," Alice shook her head. "No matter when, it was always destiny that sought me out. From beginning to end, did I have any chance to choose?" She shook her head and sighed. "Whether it was falling into the river of fate or picking up the key of light, such things, no matter how you look at it, couldn't have been something I could achieve just by wanting it, right? By the way, who are you now?" "My lord's vice-regent of the heavenly kingdom." Unioni, affected by the dark angel, briefly fell into confusion, seemingly questioning the phrase, "my lord." Alice blinked, then slowly smiled. "So it really is you, at least the consciousness is you, right? If so, I have a question I want to ask you." "I asked Eamon then, and he couldn't give an answer. Why aren't you called Eve? Adam's wife, the one fashioned from a rib, shouldn't she be called Eve?" This time, it was Colin Iliad, Lovia, and Derek who felt confused. They clearly lacked understanding of the mythological legends of past sects and could not comprehend Alice's question, only thinking they had heard unrecorded secrets, such as, Dark Angel, Sorcerer, the legendary left hand of God, vice-regent of the heavenly kingdom, who once assumed the name Eve and became the wife of Angel of Imagination, Adam. Klein looked at Alice with hesitation, wanting to advise her to resolve the situation quickly and not engage in verbal sparring with the opponent. After 2 seconds of hesitation, he gave up. Forget it, let her be. Alice stared intently at Uniony. Uniony took a deep breath and slowly opened his mouth. Eve should be Adam's rib, not. Before he finished speaking, Alice's expression suddenly turned cold. She pulled Klein away, glared at the aged Uniony, and the illusion abruptly shattered, revealing a storm that was both illusory and real. The destination of that storm was exactly Klein's original position. Alice could feel the infinite will wrapped within the storm, which was why she was angry. Silver light appeared in Alice's eyes, and the storm swirled back, trying to retreat, but was blocked by an invisible force, stuck in a stalemate in the middle. After a few breaths of struggle, Uniony seemed to realize that continuing like this would only be a waste of energy. The storm burst open, and the consciousness wrapped within it scattered like fragments after an explosion, splashing in all directions. Damn it! Alice cursed, spreading her spirituality to envelop Klein. She didn't bother with the other three, because they didn't need her, and they weren't Uniony's primary targets. As she protected Klein, a bright and warm light emanated from Derek. The longswords in Colin Iliad's hands also spread a dawn-like glow. Even Lovia was protected by the Silver Knight she had herded. Seeing the disaster end, Alice finally breathed a sigh of relief and sneered at Uniony. Well done, attract my attention and then strike when I'm distracted, right? How dare you? This is clearly a move I should be using. Her anger was almost overflowing. Her robe's hood had fallen off in the wind. Klein, behind her, looked at her hair with suspicion. He felt like she had a few more white hairs. Klein reached out and pulled the angry Alice, softly soothing her. All right, don't worry. Even if he hits me, I'll be fine. Did you forget? I still have a virtual persona on me. Quote. Chapter 657 Chapter 49 Inches Fairness. With Klein's soothing, Alice's emotions calmed down a bit. She no longer had any interest in conversing with the shadow. Her gaze swept over the three Unionists and finally landed on the shadow. After a momentary pause, she turned to the chief and smiled. Why aren't you doing anything? Are you waiting for me? I can't fight. She stepped back to show her sincerity. Alice was certain that the shadow and Uniony, influenced by Dark Angel, were unwilling to act proactively because they were wary of her. A true angel, even if not skilled in combat, had a sufficiently significant impact on the current situation. Whether it was to delay time or attract attention, as enemies, the Shadow and Uniony's target had always been her. Even attacking Klein was clearly due to their relationship. As for Klein, forget it, Klein's shadow was on the opposite side. They were destined to be entangled with each other. But Alice was genuinely puzzled as to why the chief was watching her chat with Uniony. Fortunately, this reminder was like a signal for battle. A sharp, silver-white glow burst from the chief's twin swords and, with his movement, struck the elderly Uniony. This split-off saint was instantly torn into countless small pieces, revealing its illusory nature. Phantom. The split-off spectator saint had concealed his original position with a phantom. Alice quietly retreated. It wasn't that she didn't want to participate in the battle, it was just that her role on the front lines was indeed minimal, and standing there would mostly just block the way. Her true area of expertise was. Grisha, control your wife. She shouted. It is known that God Almighty molded his wife from Adam's rib. Dark Angel Saucerer was made by the creator of City of Silver from his own rib. Adam was the child of the creator of City of Silver, and also a personality of the creator of City of Silver. Therefore, the creator of City of Silver molded a wife for himself from his rib. And Uniony was born after being influenced by Dark Angel Saucerer, which is roughly equivalent to Dark Angel Saucerer. So Uniony is the wife of the creator of City of Silver. As for true creator, he is one of the creator of City of Silver's corpse pieces. But this shout did not achieve the effect she expected. It certainly wasn't without effect. For example, Little Un, Little You, and Little Ni all stared at her after she spoke. They clearly knew the meaning of that name and the core of that sentence, so their attention was diverted for a moment. As an experienced demon hunter, Colin Iliad naturally did not miss this opportunity, and a sharp sword light pierced through. The elderly Uniony, who had escaped with a phantom, was finally struck. His body suddenly expanded, transforming into a hideous giant dragon with grayish-white scales, covered in shadows, and prominent divinity. This giant dragon had a massive body, sturdy scales, and powerful claws, actually managing to block the Silver Knight's slash. The bricks of the giant court shattered in their struggle, and with the collapse of the pillars, the palace roof also swayed precariously. Alice blinked, creating a mini-game of dodging falling rocks for the other side. The others weren't just watching. Klein clearly knew his most important task. He focused most of his energy on restraining the shadow. He controlled the spiritual body threads of himself, his puppet, the chief of City of Silver, Lovia, and Little Sun, preventing the shadow from successfully manipulating them. In addition, Klein would occasionally extend his palm, summoning historical void images that the shadow was attempting to summon, causing their efforts to cancel each other out. He and the shadow fought to a standstill. Alice only watched for 2 glances before giving up on helping, deciding not to join this game of playing cards with oneself, and subtly adjusted the luck of Klein and the shadow to make the battle fairer. Fortunately, Klein didn't have the authority of fate yet and didn't know what she had done. Lovia controlled her Silver Knight to engage in battle with the young Uniony. That was the power of the Sun pathway. Silver-white light and golden light vied for territory, neither giving way. Derek unhesitatingly confronted Uniony's main body. The pure golden light was extremely restrictive to the fallen power of the Hanged Man pathway. Despite his weaker personal level, he managed to hold his own. The battle seemed to truly be at a stalemate. Alice looked at Colin Iliad, who had already transformed into a 6-meter-tall giant. Silver streams of light flickered in his eyes. The next second, when Colin Iliad struck the elderly Uniony again, the opponent, for some unknown reason, changed back into human form. His human form was clearly more vulnerable than his incomplete mythical creature form. This sword plunged into his body, breaking the stalemate. Uniony's main body no longer focused on resisting Derek. A pair of ethereal black wings instantly detached from Uniony, transforming into a deep, dark ocean. Within the unshadowed domain constructed by these 2 Sun Pathway Saints, this ocean did not appear weak. It surged towards the battle between Colin Iliad and the elderly Uniony, engulfing the silver-white light. That wasn't all. Silver-white lightning burst forth from the ocean, forming a forest of thunder. Alice hissed, feeling an urge to shout Leodoro. She didn't do that in the end, merely watching thoughtfully as the lightning flexibly drilled into the gaps of Colin Iliad's faceplate, paralyzing him. But the power of the lightning seemed to only affect Colin. The shadow enveloping Uniony's main body could not only block sunlight but also the current lightning. Of course, this was not without effect. The armor shed layers of fragments under the lightning's assault, but this did not affect Uniony's movements. Seizing this opportunity, Uniony's main body gripped the deep black greatsword in his hand and swung it at Colin Iliad. With a tearing sound, a deep crack appeared on his left shoulder. The sturdy silver armor seemed to lose its defensive power, directly split open by the deep, straight greatsword. This was the flesh and spirit blade of the Black Knight. It could not only corrode flesh and blood, extinguish souls, and break through barriers, but also render any creature with fallen intentions' defenses ineffective. It was one of the Black Knight's core Beander abilities, originating from the corruption domain. Alice had intended to stop it, but her peripheral vision caught Derek already noticing this side, so she gave up again, watching the flesh and spirit blade invade the crack until Derek plunged a spear condensed from sunlight into Uniony's main body. He made it. Wait, he didn't give up. Alice's eyes widened. Uniony didn't give up the attack and didn't dodge, merely raising his remaining ethereal black wings and covering himself with them. Sizzle. The unshadowed spear penetrated 2 layers of ethereal black wings, erupting with an extremely bright white light, as if a miniature sun had risen there. At the same time, Colin Iliad completely melted, turning into a flowing, silver metallic liquid. This liquid flowed rapidly, reconstituting Colin Iliad's body in the distance, still in giant form, still wearing silver armor, but a significant portion of the chief of City of Silver's left shoulder, along with his arm, had fallen to the ground. The cut was clean, with no blood flowing out. Relying on mercurialization, Colin Iliad dodged Uniony's fatal blow at the cost of 1 arm. Alice blinked. The arm on the ground instantly returned to Colin's body. He turned into a flowing pool of mercury again, flowing back to his original position. Even Derek's spear condensed from sunlight disappeared. Everything was as it was at the beginning. Except for Uniony's vanished and damaged wings. Colin Iliad rarely stopped for a moment. He seemed to be reacting to the current situation. Having experienced entering the cycle of fate, and repeatedly witnessing Alice's abusive restart, Colin Iliad quickly understood what had happened. He did not hesitate, picked up his sword, and charged forward. It seemed this Miss Angel wasn't entirely unwilling to help. Derek also reacted to the previous events. He immediately condensed another unshadowed spear, no longer focusing on Colin Iliad's situation, but instead placing all his attention on Unioni's main body. While continuously smashing down one unshadowed spear after another, he didn't forget to say, "God said, purification is effective." This was the manifestation of the notary Beander ability at the unshadowed stage. It was so compatible with the unshadowed domain created by the Sun Saint that the battlefield brightened even more. The fallen aura on Unioni's body diminished again, and even Luvia was affected. God said, ineffective. The young Unioni, the split-off saint of the Sun domain, immediately negated Derek's words. The purification effect of the unshadowed domain itself returned to its previous state. Alice's mouth twitched for a moment. She reached up and held her forehead, asking the air as if no one else was there. God, did you say that? God did not speak. During her confirmation with God, those unshadowed spears flew towards Unioni's main body, and the ethereal black wings behind Unioni had already faded and disappeared several pairs under the illumination of the previous miniature sun, leaving less than half of the original. Seeing the brilliant and pure light spears coming one after another, and being entangled by Colin Iliad, making it difficult to effectively dodge, Unioni spread out another pair of ethereal black wings completely, disintegrating into a deep blackness. As soon as those unshadowed spears touched this deep blackness, they were tainted with a viscous pitch black, either instantly corroding and breaking, penetrating into the magnificent staircase, or arcing in midair and turning back towards Derek. They all fell at that instant. Derek, who was not controlled, could naturally dodge. Alice only glanced before shifting her gaze, focusing on Klein, who was fighting intensely with himself. Compared to the intensity of Colin Iliad and Derek, or Luvia's stalemate, Klein's side exuded a unique aura of elementary school children fighting. Alice could see them constantly puffing out their cheeks, firing air bullets at each other, or snapping their fingers to conjure crimson flames. Fragments of paper figures and phantom bubbles floated in the air. Alice's mouth twitched, feeling that even if these two fought for another 100 years, it would be difficult to get a result. Oh no, there would still be a result, because spirituality would run out. Wait, where's his puppet? Alice blinked and quickly spotted Klein's Silver Knight puppet. He wasn't in a fixed position. For example, at this moment, he was delaying the spectator Unioni who had lost his target. But he would also seize opportunities to assist others, provided, of course, that Klein could free himself from that elementary school level bouncing game. Alice watched for a few moments and realized that this Silver Knight puppet's best target was still the spectator Unioni. The hypnotist's combat hypnosis was useless at this moment because the puppet's essence was a corpse. This was also why Alice didn't have many solutions for the three Unionists. Aside from misfortune, her only effective attack method was to assault the opponent's spirit, but Unioni's essence was the historical projection of a puppet, which means Unioni was also a dead person. Where would a dead person get a spirit? Facing the shadow, however, it might still have some use. Thinking of this, Alice looked up at Klein and the shadow's secretly altered luck. Her conscience, for once, pricked her. While she had nothing else to do, she guiltily changed the luck influence back, and secretly made Klein much luckier. Hopefully, he wouldn't notice. Alice shifted her gaze to the battlefield of the spectator Unioni and the Silver Knight puppet, satisfied to see Unioni trapped in the same predicament as herself. Neither mind deprivation, mind storm, nor mind breath could affect a puppet. Therefore, this spectator pathway saint's clone was forced into close combat with a Silver Knight. How exciting! The grayish-white giant dragon with its head shrouded in shadow tried to approach Klein several times or use area of effect Beander abilities, but was always stopped by the Silver Knight puppet, forced to dodge first by the silver-white rapier that could explode within its body. Klein, while controlling the puppet, kept his distance from the spectator Unioni and maneuvered around his shadow. This was not an easy task, but soon, Klein realized that his luck seemed to have suddenly improved. Some details became unexpectedly smooth, while the shadow clearly ran into great misfortune. Having been accompanied by a fate pathway angel for many years, Klein, of course, knew what this meant. He didn't let his guard down, but his mind genuinely relaxed quite a bit. Alice's attention was useful. The spectator Uniony, unwilling to engage in such close-quarters combat, still hadn't given up the idea of launching a mental attack on Klein. Alice quickly discovered his attempt to secretly condense a mental plague seed. She looked at Uniony and once again resented that he was a puppet. Otherwise, she could have dispersed the seed and let him try it himself. End of this chapter. Chapter 658. Chapter 50. The Wrong Path. Alice ultimately didn't concern herself with that mental plague seed. It wasn't that she didn't intend to look after Klein. In fact, Alice merely estimated the time it would take for the seed to fully form and decided to let Klein handle the matter himself. After all, he had mentioned earlier that he had a virtual persona he could use. Moreover, she felt that Klein might have other ideas about it. So Alice relayed the message to Klein, who thought for a moment and replied, "If I get infected with the mental plague, can you help me recover without him noticing?" "Yes," Alice answered without hesitation. Klein instantly had a plan in mind. He left a message for Alice, informing her of his intention to proceed, and then focused on dealing with the enemies before him. Alice glanced at Klein thoughtfully, realizing what he was up to. But wouldn't he be mortified acting like a crazy person with such a shy personality? Alice fixated on the half of Klein's body embraced by spirit worms, anticipating the sight of the spirit worms crawling wildly. That mental plague seed ultimately landed within Klein's mind island. Although Klein swapped positions with his puppet in time, it was useless because Uniony had also planted a seed in the puppet's position. This couldn't affect the puppet, as a puppet's essence is that of a dead person. But if someone swapped positions with the puppet, or happened to be near it, they would be contaminated. Only when she observed the mental plague taking effect did Alice realize that this was an influence difficult to counteract with a virtual persona, because the mental plague's essence was not an attack, but rather an invasive infection targeting the consciousness island and the mental world. Moreover, this would also cause the problems Klein had hidden using his virtual persona to erupt. But the premise of all this was that Alice hadn't discovered it, and she just so happened to discover it, and just so happened to have a way to solve the problem without the spectator Uniony finding out. But Uniony clearly didn't know about this, nor did the shadow. Especially the shadow, who visibly became more aggressive, snapping his fingers and using the crimson flames to jump to Klein's side. Amidst the flying paper scraps and shattered illusions, Klein seemed to have finally prepared himself mentally. He suddenly paused, raised his left palm, twisted and entangled with transparent worms, and covered his similarly afflicted left cheek. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. He let out a laugh full of madness, frantically manipulating the surrounding spirit body threads, no longer distinguishing between friend and foe. On his right cheek, pale flesh buds protruded, seemingly spirit worms about to bore out. Alice blinked, realizing that Klein had cleverly concealed the wildly crawling spirit worms this way. Seeing Klein go mad and on the verge of losing control, the shadow, worried about being infected by the mental plague, quickly made a crimson flame shoot up and engulf himself. In the distance, his figure leapt out from a still burning stream of fire. At this moment, the Silver Knight puppet sometimes launched attacks and sometimes performed spasmodic dances, clearly under abnormal manipulation. Alice glanced at the puppet, then at Klein, utterly disappointed. Klein acted as if he was powerless to stop the mind dragon formed by the spectator Uniony, allowing it to unfurl its membrane-covered wings, fly above him, and prepare to unleash its mind breath. The spectator Uniony didn't want to give the person infected with the mental plague a chance to breathe, intending to make him lose control immediately. Suddenly, the mind dragon's movements became sluggish, as if every joint had been filled with paste. The next second, silver-white sharp light erupted from his body, dissecting his flesh and tearing his spirit body. Klein, who had been bending over with laughter, suddenly became calm, slowly straightened his body, released the hand covering his left cheek, and curled his lips at the distant shadow. Behind him, under the tearing of wave after wave of silver-white sharp light, the mind dragon turned into chunks of dark flesh, falling to the ground with thuds. The night puppet, clad in silver armor, then retracted the greatsword in his hand and coldly looked at the shadow. When the sharp sword light fell upon the shadow, realizing something was wrong, also ignited with crimson flames, ready to escape. Alice shook her head, and the flames died down. The shadow stood rooted, watching as the silver night puppet pierced him with a sword. Then, a paper substitute took effect. Alice watched speechless, and Klein also felt speechless. The silver night puppet unhesitatingly raised his silver-white rapier again and pierced through the second paper substitute. The third, the fourth, the fifth. After more than a dozen sword thrusts, the shadow finally ran out of all his paper substitutes. Alice's gaze towards Klein had already turned into deep admiration. After all, the shadow's belongings were all his. Amidst the dazzling silver light, the shadow rapidly faded and disappeared. Klein only felt a sharp pain in his head, and then his spirit eased. He subconsciously looked down at his feet, then remembered he was still within the atmosphere of the darkless domain. Of course, this wasn't important. Klein's lips curved upwards, happy that his spirit had fully recovered. However, the curve wasn't too wide, as the influence of the virtual persona still remained. He still appeared shyer than usual, but he had no intention of dismissing the virtual persona, because he was about to step into the giant court, and having a means to prevent mental attacks on him was very necessary. He hadn't forgotten that Alice was going to seize the blasphemy slate. At this moment, on Klein's left cheek and left side of his body, the transparent worms rapidly settled, growing flesh and skin. Klein, having ended the battle, had no intention of resting. He turned towards the battlefield where Chief Colin and the others were facing off. Although there had also been progress there, it couldn't compare to his side. Klein unhesitatingly joined that battlefield. The already skewed balance completely tipped to one side. Union's main body, along with his two avatars, were quickly dealt with. Chief Colin sheathed his longsword on his back, Lovia also recalled her vengeful spirits, and Derek propped his axe on the ground. They looked at Alice. Alice blinked, then looked at Klein, who still retained his shy demeanor, and asked, "Are you sure you want to meet Saussure like this? To leave him with such an unconventional first impression? The virtual persona's ability to counteract mental attacks is very useful," Klein explained. Alice shook her head and reminded him, "Then you can also change the virtual persona's personality first. Wouldn't you be out of time?" Klein reminded her. "Saussure is watching." Alice spread her hands. No matter who is waiting, they clearly don't want to be the first to contact Saussure. At this point, Alice realized something. She turned to Chief and the others and smiled. "Do you need to rest? To treat injuries, recover spirituality, or anything like that?" Colin Iliad glanced at Lovia and Derek, then, after 2 seconds of deliberation, accepted the suggestion. Alice glanced at them, then mouthed to Klein, "Where's your messenger?" Klein hadn't learned lip reading and mostly made vague judgments based on her facial features and body language. This was clearly beyond that scope. He tried to mimic Alice's mouth movements to discern the content of her words, but before he could finish, Alice couldn't stand it anymore and asked directly, "Where's your messenger?" "She's outside," Klein said. "I didn't let her in, and in here, she probably can't return to the spirit world." Alice nodded and sat down. Though they said they were resting, they didn't sit for long. Klein wandered around Saphira Castle, and after realizing he couldn't see the situation inside, he returned. Derek and Colin Iliad, with Lovia's help, had their physical injuries healed. As for Lovia herself, many things of the Hanged Man pathway weren't so clearly divided. Clearly, no one intended to wait for their spirituality to recover. Alice didn't try to persuade them either. After all, they couldn't exactly sleep here. As they set off, Klein reached out his hand into the air, just about to act, when Colin Iliad asked him, "Are you going to summon the messenger you just promoted?" Having walked a distance together and fought a battle, Klein finally relaxed a bit towards the chief. He didn't shy away coyly, but merely pursed his lips nervously, twisting his fingers as he awkwardly responded, "Not necessarily. I'm considering other existences. Actually, I have many choices." Colin, who had already disengaged from his giant state and reformed his silver armor, this was at Alice's strong insistence, because when Colin Iliad disengaged from his giant state, revealing his bare, scarred, muscular physique, Alice accused him of not exposing his body in front of 2 minors, one of whom was of the opposite sex. These remarks shocked Colin Iliad, Lovia, and Derek, but only Klein found it commonplace and paid no attention. Colin Iliad quickly accepted this setting. He condensed a suit of silver armor and apologized to Alice. Derek also seemed to accept it well, only Lovia looked utterly stunned. When Klein gave his answer, Colin had already drawn his 2 Dawn straight swords and said, "That contaminated monster earlier exhibited the characteristic of making living beings degenerate. The place where the Dark Angel sleeps should also have a similar influence. The chief's meaning is, the angel projection summoned by Mr. World might rebel after entering the Giant King's residence. And a fallen angel, even if only a projection, could make us pay a heavy price." Derek easily understood the chief's unspoken meaning. "That makes sense," Klein nodded seriously. He pondered for a few seconds, then dragged an ordinary crow from the historical fog, letting it fly through the open door and into a deep, dark interior. After the crow's figure was swallowed by the dark environment, Klein's eyebrows twitched slightly, and he turned his head to tell the chief. "Lost contact." Colin Iliad responded without surprise, "That is a king of angels." "Why do you seem to know so much about the king of angels?" Alice muttered softly. "All right." Klein, as if stretching his wrist, shook his palms a few times, taking out a black staff inlaid with various gems from the air. "Star staff." Alice looked at him confused. "What are you doing?" "I'm going to test whether sealed artifact projections and puppets will degenerate and rebel," Klein explained, "otherwise, I really have no other way." Alice shook her head, offering no opinion. Once each was ready, Colin Iliad, Lovia, and Derek simultaneously cast their gazes towards the deep darkness beyond the open door. Alice looked at them and reminded them, "It will be very dangerous next." The 3 of them said nothing, merely gripping their items or clenching their fists. Seeing this, Alice knew their minds were made up. She stepped forward and walked inside, followed by the chief and his companions, and Klein. Ouroboros. Looking at the silver-white figure and his companion descending before him, Will Ossepton's already pale face grew even paler. "You brought someone else. What are you doing?" "Looking for someone," Ouroboros said concisely. "Looking for someone. You're looking for—" "No, you're not looking for me, you." Will frowned, his eyes puzzled. "You're not looking for Alice, are you?" Ouroboros nodded calmly. "Aren't you looking for her?" "Ah." Will's gaze drifted. "Didn't you feel it?" Ouroboros stared at him intently, the call of destiny. Will's expression turned somewhat ugly. He looked at Ouroboros and frowned. "Did you see the consequences?" "I saw them," Ouroboros replied without hesitation. What was it?" Will's eyes became hesitant. "I saw us standing together. After that, we all died," Ouroboros said calmly. Then you still went to look for him?" Will Ossepton shouted. Ouroboros stared at him for a few seconds, then shook his head, advising him as if giving a warning. "Going against destiny will do you no good." After saying this, he unhesitatingly spread his silver-white wings and flew back into the sky. As for the figure accompanying Ouroboros, that was no stranger either. The Angel of the Holy Word, Stifter glanced at Will Ossepton, revealed his dark wings, and also ascended into the sky. However, his route was not the same as Ouroboros. Ouroboros flew directly towards the giant court in the high sky. As he said, he felt the call of destiny. As for Stifter, he was traveling through the forsaken land of the gods, checking on the situation of believers in every city. Will Ossepton watched the 2 figures fly into the sky, stood rooted, gritted his teeth, his eyes dark and uncertain. He glanced towards the distant east, then looked at the west, from which a faint attraction emanated. His expression darkened, and he unhesitatingly continued walking towards the east. End of this chapter. Chapter 659. Chapter 51. Inside the palace. Lovia was pulled back by Alice. She stopped, puzzled, and looked at Alice, who frowned as she gazed into the hall, then hesitated and said, "How about, you go out first?" "Why?" Lovia asked her, frowning. Alice shook her head, and the vibrant images before her surged. She couldn't grasp much, but the clearest among them were an expanding shadow and a pair of eyes filled with bewilderment and pain. She looked at Lovia and said directly, "If you go in, you'll die. I'm not confident I can bring you out alive." But Lovia still wanted to say something. Colin, Iliad and Derek both stopped, and Klein also ceased his advance. Colin asked, "What's inside?" "Dark Angel Saucerer. I think the pathway he once controlled should be the Hanged Man pathway," Alice said with hesitation. "As for now, he definitely doesn't have a Beander characteristic. The reason for his existence. I don't know exactly what it is, but it must be inseparable from the Chaos Sea, and the Chaos Sea's corruption. I can't solve it." After a few seconds of silence, Lovia replied with a slightly complex expression, "I originally thought you were here to retrieve that item in the hall." She paused, as if something had been swallowed back, and finally she only said, "You did remind me of one thing. Will I, like a shadow, be affected by the power of corruption?" "No," Alice answered honestly. "At least I didn't see that possibility. I only saw that you would die, either not killed by us, or the influence of a high-level existence. You understand. Will I be of help before I die?" Lovia showed her first smile to Alice, looking a little stiff. Alice was momentarily speechless. She suddenly felt that she should have lied just now, but she couldn't do anything, so she just sighed and said, "I don't know." Lovia looked at her calmly and said with composure, "Since that's the case, I will try my best to help." With that, she unhesitatingly walked forward again. Alice didn't stop Lovia again. She just sighed and turned to the chief, saying, "Sometimes I really hate you guys." She pursed her lips, silently glanced at Klein, and then followed them in. Passing through the open door, they finally entered the dim hall. The dimness here seemed to solidify. Alice frowned as she stepped over the threshold and looked around, then stopped again. Colin, Iliad keenly asked, "What's wrong?" "I'm thinking." Alice swept her gaze across the gloomy surroundings, lost in thought. "What does it feel like to be eaten by a shadow?" After speaking, she shook her head and still entered the hall. She turned around to look behind her. As Klein was the last to enter, the gloom seemed to come alive, writhing and devouring the last bit of light. Alice sighed and lay down on the spot. This action stunned everyone. Before anyone could ask, Alice had already raised her hand and waved, "You guys also find a place to lie down or sit. Don't waste your energy. Just wait, it should be quite fast. Derek, cast some light, not the realm of no darkness kind, just normal illumination." Derek didn't understand, but he subconsciously cast a beam of bright light, illuminating the hall. Golden halos rippled outwards, revealing colossal stone pillars that seemed to reach endlessly upwards. Alice let out an involved, "Wow," then half rolled over and reached out her hand towards her shadow. Her palm pressed against the ground, touching the shadow's palm, but she wasn't satisfied. She lifted her hand and poked it back again until she saw the shadow leave the ground and cover her palm. Then, the shadow quickly spread upwards, enveloping her entire body. Alice calmly called out, "I'll go fur." Her voice was cut off halfway as she was swallowed by the shadow, disappearing from the spot. The others looked at each other in dismay, recalling Alice's question when they entered. Colin, Iliad had a vague guess. He turned his head to search, only to find that Lovia had also disappeared. The next to disappear was Colin. Derek stood there, watching three people being swallowed by shadows. He swallowed hard and asked Klein, "Mr. the Star, what's going on?" "That's just how it is." As he spoke, the shadow beneath Klein also danced, swallowing him whole. Watching his companions one by one being eaten by the shadows, Derek couldn't help but feel a little nervous. In his panic, he noticed his body turning black and faint, as if it was melting. Derek quickly realized what was happening. Without trying to save himself, he watched himself melt. When he opened his eyes again, it was Alice, who seemed to have known he would appear here all along. That magnified face blocked him, emerging first after a period of darkness, then flashing him a brilliant smile before receding without a word. The new palace no longer had that striking gloom, but the gray-white stone bricks, the pillars that 5 or 6 people couldn't embrace, and the 4 walls were all covered with a layer of neither thick nor thin shadow. Outside the windows, there was no sun, no moon, and no stars, yet faint light streamed in, making the entire palace appear eerie, dim, and desolate. At the deepest part of the palace, stood a very faint shadow, like a curtain. Alice was curiously looking at that mass of shadow, seemingly eager to try, yet for some reason, she didn't step forward. Klein looked around vigilantly and asked Alice, "Is there anything there?" There's my lord's left hand, Alice blinked and replied cheerfully. There's the blasphemy slate, there's my opportunity. Her gaze seemed to casually slide over the still shrouded shadow. Alice soothed her longing spirituality, but her heart sank bit by bit. At this moment, despite many questions, one thing she was absolutely certain of was that she had to get the first blasphemy slate behind that shadow. Klein was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized she was talking about Dark Angel Saucerer. He wanted to say something, but felt rather powerless, and finally gave up on communicating with her. Suddenly, they all felt something and looked towards the shadow. Alice's posture also became much more upright, and her expression grew solemn. In the deepest part of the palace, the faint layer of shadow disintegrated and disappeared, revealing layers of giant-sized steps and an iron-black throne at the top of the steps. Upon the throne sat a man with shoulder-length, slightly curly black hair. His eyes were obscured by shadow, his specific features extremely blurry and indistinct. Behind him, layers of illusory black wings drooped, covering most of his body. His robe was deep black, interwoven with silver threads, inscribed with complex patterns, and adorned with lavish accessories. At this moment, the man's left elbow rested on the armrest, his palm supporting the side of his face, as if he were sleeping. "You guys say?" Alice turned her head, asking with a tone of deep confusion, "He's been sleeping in this position for over 1,000 years, doesn't his arm get sore?" Question mark quote. Luvia's mind went blank, feeling that her recently improved impression of this angel had returned. Quote. Colin Iliad said nothing, only giving Derek a meaningful look. Quote. Derek said nothing, looking at Mr. the Star. Will it? The shy Mr. the Star seemed a little hesitant and nervous. "I'm not sure." This farcical scene briefly lightened the atmosphere. Colin Iliad spoke, "I think it's best we don't wake him. Let's try to approach, look for clues, and gather information." Alice nodded, and said seriously, "Okay, then you go." Colin froze for a moment, but still unhesitatingly lifted his leg, seemingly truly intending to start gathering information. Alice slid forward, blocking him, then turned her head to Klein and said seriously, "You go." "Me?" Klein looked a little puzzled. He was clearly not used to being pushed to the front by Alice in truly dangerous situations. "I don't know why he singled you out. But since he specified that you open the door, then for this place, you must have something special, you know what I mean." After a pause, Alice asked with a hint of confusion, "By the way, why aren't you as shy as you were before coming in?" My spirituality has been fully restored. Klein's expression twisted for a moment. "This means I can suppress the virtual persona to a certain extent, and won't do things too contrary to my personal will because of the virtual persona's existence. For example." Alice raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Klein glanced at her, his expression suddenly becoming flustered. He lowered his head, eyes half raised, and carefully called out, "Alice, don't be like this." Alice gasped, backing away several steps, eventually being supported by the kind Luvia. Klein then returned to normal, raising his head and speaking with a calm expression, "This means that, when I have the spare capacity, I won't talk to you like that again. However, I won't completely suppress the virtual persona, I'll just control myself from doing overly outrageous actions." "Thank you," Alice said sincerely. "How about," Luvia observed them, then suddenly interjected, "I use the souls of herded to scout ahead first." This suggestion made Alice slightly silent. She recalled Luvia's statement before entering, and finally did not stop her, calmly saying, "Okay." Immediately, a 3 to 4 meter tall phantom appeared in front of Luvia. It had a pair of goat horns covered with mysterious patterns on its head, and its skin was dark and pale, full of an eerie feeling. It was indeed a devil. Unlike the devils Alice had seen before, its body had many decaying marks, with yellowish-green pus hanging from it, seemingly mixed with the power of corruption. The devil spread its giant bat-like wings behind it, making the light blue flames on them burn even more fiercely, emitting a strong smell of sulfur. It stepped forward, slowly approaching the iron-black throne and the layers of steps prepared for giants, using its inherent dangerous intuition to detect any possible anomalies. Alice forced herself to tear her gaze away from Saucerer's illusory black wings and what was concealed beneath them, letting it fall behind the throne. There was a double-leafed, gray-colored, dimly lit door depicting a twilight scene. Alice looked at that door and whispered, "That's the way out." The hearts of Colin and the other two leapt, their gazes all fixed on that door. Just then, the devil, halfway through its journey, abruptly stopped, enveloped by intertwined silver-white lightning. Amidst crackling sounds, it shattered into pieces and quickly faded. A pillar of light, wreathed in holy flames, descended from the void, completely purifying the soul of this devil. Lovia showed no pain from the loss of her hurted target, only a slight frown. Alice sighed and shook her head, then turned to Klein and said, "It seems you'll have to go." Klein nodded, indicating understanding and agreement. He said nothing, but as he walked forward, he took a box of matches from his pocket, then lit them one by one and casually threw them around. Then, illuminated by the crimson flames, Klein continued to walk towards the iron-black throne. Alice held her breath, or rather, stopped breathing. After all, it was just a habit, a personal preference. When he reached the spot where the devil's soul had been burned away, Klein paused. Alice saw him raise his hand to look at his glove and the star staff, then fed the star staff to the glove. This action confused Alice somewhat. She blinked, watched Klein finish all of this, waited a moment, and then resumed walking. Alice looked at Klein's glove, lost in thought. Just then, the shadows covering the walls, giant pillars, and floor tiles cracked open, and brass-colored eyes grew out of them, one after another. In front of Klein, who was being watched by countless eyes, a figure was outlined. He first appeared as the current Merlin Hermes, then as the black-haired, brown-eyed, stern-faced Gehrman Sparrow, and finally twisted into the black-haired, brown-eyed, ordinary-featured, scholarly Klein Moretti, before degenerating into a blurry phantom from which gray-white mist emanated. Alice narrowed her eyes. She realized what this phantom was showing and suddenly regretted that it wasn't her who went forward, provided I would have had the same effect if I had gone forward. She quickly had no need to regret, because after the black shadow manifested the gray-white mist, it exploded with a bang, making Alice realize that the manifestation of this thing had an upper limit, which was a Saphira. Alice gathered her thoughts and looked at the brass-colored eyes growing from the surrounding and ground shadows. Those eyes all swayed simultaneously, emitting an ethereal sound that seemed to come from ancient times, the aura of Saphira Castle. End of chapter. The aura of Saphira Castle. End of chapter. Chapter 660 Chapter 52 Admission. Is it because of Saphira Castle's aura? Is it the Saphira? Or is Saphira Castle relatively special? If it's just the Saphira, am I also? Alice subconsciously glanced at herself. After all, if it was just the Saphira's aura, she felt she should have it too. After a moment of hesitation, Alice walked forward, an action that naturally drew the gaze of the eyes on the ground. Those eyes turned in her direction, and a profound silence enveloped the area until she stopped. Alice looked at the empty space in front of her, tilted her head, and asked, "Why don't you reenact my life?" The eyes on the ground fixed their gaze firmly on her, and a voice filled with doubt rang out. "What are you?" Good question. It was good because Alice herself couldn't answer it. She had a basic understanding of the general process, but even today, she still couldn't answer any of the key questions, such as her relationship with the key of light, or, to use the words of the eyes, owner, what exactly was she? But this doubt seemed to offer an answer in some sense. Alice remained silent for 2 seconds, then chuckled softly and said, "Ask me, Tisk, Saucerier, what are you?" "You." Alice's gaze silently shifted to the throne. The dark angel Saucerier was covered in layers of illusory black wings, which rhythmically rose and fell like a beating pulse, signaling his master's life. As the wings fluttered, a grayish-white hint flickered beneath them. Seeing this grayish-white so close, other sounds seemed to fade away. Alice seemed to hear a voice in her ear, constantly tempting her to rush forward and pick up that slate. In most cases, Alice couldn't be considered a firm person, and she had come precisely for the first blasphemy slate buried deep beneath layers of wings. Thus, the temptation easily took effect. She shot forward, her fingers passing through the layered illusory wings, touching the blasphemy slate. Alice had intended to pick up the blasphemy slate, but she didn't have time. The moment her fingers touched it, an inexplicable sensation made her look up at the sleeping Saucerier. Saucerier on the throne opened his eyes, looking down at her. He seemed to do nothing, but in that instant, Alice felt as if she saw an ocean. It was a viscous, illusory ocean. Alice's consciousness fell for a moment, but a stronger suction quickly captured her, stabilizing her consciousness, which had almost been pulled away by the ocean. In a trance, she seemed to see a shimmering river briefly appear and then vanish. Not an illusory projection, but a real one. Her consciousness cleared, and Alice didn't have time to ponder deeply. She didn't withdraw her hand, with the thought that since she was already here, she might as well. She embraced the blasphemy slate. The moment she embraced the blasphemy slate, the aura of the Chaos Sea surged out again. Alice glimpsed the indescribably colored illusory ocean once more, but being able to remain conscious, she wasn't afraid of it at all, because Grisha, she shrieked, if you don't act now, I'm really going to die. The true creator must be watching here. A decadent, dark aura spread with her shriek, blocking the invisible illusory ocean and merging with it. Alice, holding the blasphemy slate, flew back without hesitation. All of this happened in a brief instant. Saussure finally raised his head during this time, looking at them. A sudden burst sound came, and Lovia transformed into the shadow Alice had seen before. Alice, who landed safely, hugged the blasphemy slate tightly and turned to look at Lovia, a relieved smile on her face. She mumbled, good thing it wasn't because of the Chaos Sea. Amidst the flowing silver light, Colin Iliad looked at her hair, which had completely turned silver white, and a sense of unease welled up in his heart. He didn't have time to think too much because Lovia regained her human form in the silver glow. Alice blinked, revealing a calm smile amidst the panicked atmosphere. Don't worry. Away from the Chaos Sea, he's nothing more than an angel-level evil spirit. He is Saussure's spirit, a product of his fusion with the Chaos Sea. As for the Chaos Sea, hey, just consider it a powerful sealed artifact. Her calm, reassuring voice spread throughout the hall. Whether it was Lovia, who had just experienced a flesh and blood collapse, or Colin Iliad and Derek, who were flustered by their companion's unexpected situation, or Klein, who was directly facing Saussure, all of them calmed down at this moment. The angel level somewhat exceeded their scope of hostility, but setting aside the fact that they had a true angel on their side, just dealing with an evil spirit made them less panicked. Here was an unshadowed, a silver knight evil spirit, and a silver knight puppet. 4 saints skilled in purification and targeting evil spirits, combined, still had a gap against an angel-level evil spirit, but it was no longer an unconquerable despair. Without her reminder, everyone knew what they should do. All Alice had to do was ensure that the situation Lovia had just faced wouldn't recur, Saussure using his control over the Hanged Man pathway to directly collapse Lovia's flesh and blood. Other than that, Alice really had nothing to worry about. Instead, the first blasphemy slate in her arms was the bigger problem. Her gaze swept across the battlefield ahead, then she calmly raised a hand, hooked a strand of hair behind her ear, and examined her hair. No trace of gold could be found in her silver-white hair. Alice's heart sank completely. She lowered her eyes and whispered to herself. Only pollution can fight pollution. Who exactly was she? The dark angel evil spirit, possessing the power of omniscience, being unable to deduce her origins, undoubtedly indicated that her relationship with the Key of Light had reached a truly inseparable point. And confirming this, Alice had to face something she had always avoided. Even a fused consciousness should have a dominant party, right? Who was truly in control of her? Having witnessed the evenly matched Medici, Sauron, and Einhorn, the seemingly democratic yet autocratic Aemon, the separated atom and true creator, the unknowing Emperor Rosal, and the complete transformation of Bonnard, Alice actually had a bad premonition. As early as Tingen City, not long after she first woke up, Alice had heard of the 3 manifestations of losing control. Leaving aside the other 2, which had nothing to do with her, Alice was preoccupied with the second type, a very special situation. It was said that some Beyonders who lost control would have their personalities altered by the power of the potion, becoming ruthless, sensitive, irritable, cruel, indifferent to everything. In short, they would completely transform into another person. Alice felt that every word above seemed to have some connection to her, but she appeared too stable, making it difficult for people to associate her with losing control. But this was easy to interpret. After reaching a higher level, Alice realized that the second type of so-called loss of control was likely just Beyonders being influenced by the residual spiritual will in the potion. This influence was often partial and mixed, which made the Beyonders' state seem truly terrible, exuding a sense of madness. But what if all influences came from the same existence, from a certain will of the highest level within the potion? Especially since Alice clearly knew that she could confirm her soul's origin with Shen Yinghuan, but whether it was the beautiful dream carefully woven by the Key of Light, or the earliest Shen Yinghuan, Alice actually lacked identification with this identity. Although her sense of identification with being the Key of Light, or even destiny itself, was even worse. She only recognized herself as the current, present Alice. However, that was a problem for later. Alice looked down at the ground, a hidden dark glint in her eyes. She thought she knew what her situation was. The Son of Chaos, hidden in the wishing lamp, personally certified that her personality bore a very high similarity to the past Key of Light, and whether it was the first epic history described by the Seven Lights or the Key of Light's actions she had faced, all gave Alice a strange sense of familiarity. It was as if those were things she herself could have done. This made Alice recall that long but meaningless dream, as well as a method of accelerating advancement she had once heard of, making Beyonders more talented. That is, making the Beyonder's personality more similar to the will remaining in the Beyonder characteristic. This way, after consuming the potion, digesting it wouldn't be too difficult. Perhaps that dream was a kind of cultivation by the Key of Light. Thinking of this possibility, Alice's expression gradually became complex. After a soft sigh, she shifted her attention to the battle in front of her. Alice had no intention of overly interfering in the battle before her. If there was anyone present who was most powerless to duel the Dark Angel Evil Spirit, it was undoubtedly her. Others might have a slight chance of winning in extreme circumstances, but she was different. If it was a duel, she honestly had no chance of winning at all. Because although the Dark Angel Evil Spirit couldn't defeat her, she also couldn't do anything about that thing. Of course, that was for a duel. With others acting, Alice held the blasphemy slate and happily acted as a decoration, only intervening when someone was about to die. But such incidents were actually not many. Whether it was the three from the City of Silver or Klein, they were all Beyonders with rich combat experience. They were not so easily put in danger, so Alice mostly just watched the show. When the Dark Angel Evil Spirit was undoubtedly purified, and when the shadows gradually disintegrated within the hall, Alice's heart suddenly leapt. She hugged the blasphemy slate tightly, in the dream world of the Divine War ruins, in front of the projection of the Giant Lord's residence. Aemon, wearing a pointed soft hat and a classical black robe, sat on the towering gray-white railing, his back to the orange-red path separating the sea of clouds, leisurely gazing at the gray-blue gate covered with golden nails, having waited for an unknown period. Suddenly, he adjusted the monocle on his right eye, easily leapt down from the railing, and arrived at the door of the Giant King's residence projection. The Chaos Sea's power is starting to recede. We can use that bug to go straight in, Aemon muttered with a smile, extending his right hand and placing it on the door's projection. His figure then softened, losing its solidity, and flowed into the door like light. Ouroboros, with silver hair and silver eyes, stood silently outside the giant court. He had been standing there for a while. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he glanced into the hall, then walked in without hesitation. As he walked, he also cast a questioning glance behind him. Will Osepton was on his way. After being brought into the forsaken land of the gods by Aemon, Will Osepton had no intention of leaving. He was certain that Aemon wouldn't let him leave so easily before achieving his goal. At this very moment, Aemon might be lurking at the entrance and exit of the forsaken land of the gods, waiting for him. Therefore, Will Osepton simply continued to do what he hadn't finished earlier in the forsaken land of the gods, collecting Beyonder characteristics. The forced temporary restart from Vilma, Alan's wife, caused Will Osepton to lose a large amount of umbilical cord blood, or mythical creature blood, and his state entered a period of weakness. But with years of accumulation, he naturally wasn't without a solution. If he hadn't encountered Aemon later, Will Osepton was confident of regaining his strength after his formal birth. But the problem was, he was taken away by Aemon before he was even born, and Aemon even intended to target him. Although he eventually reached an agreement with Aemon, gaining temporary peace, and Aemon even helped him be reborn, but Aemon didn't give him the umbilical cord blood a second time. He had lost the mythical creature blood needed for restart twice in a row. Will Osepton naturally didn't have the courage to ask for it. In fact, he even had to thank Eamon for just taking the blood and leaving, because ultimately, he just wanted to stay away from Eamon and Alice, quietly be a fetus, and then quietly be born. Now that he was born and grown, he just wanted to live quietly. As for the lost Beander characteristics, there were other places to find them. Thus, Will Osepton continuously collected Beander characteristics in the outside world, and even after entering the forsaken land of the gods, he still didn't forget to collect Beander characteristics. No matter what he did later, or what his plans were, recovering his strength was an indispensable step. But, the call of destiny, Will Osepton frowned, looking at the distant west, in the direction of the giant court. He sighed, then continued to move away from the giant court without hesitation, heading towards the easternmost part of the forsaken land of the gods. There, it should be safe, right? End of chapter. Chapter 661 Chapter 53 Praise the Goddess. Inside the palace, Klein retreated, trying to suppress the urge to gasp. It was impossible to kill Dark Angel Saucerer without getting injured. For a seer pathway demigod, injury manifested as a loss of spirit worms. Even though he was sequence 3 and had fully digested the potion, the pain of dying spirit worms was still very real, and he needed some time to calm his mind. He looked at Alice, wanting to say something, but a feeling of extreme danger suddenly rippled through his spirituality. Almost instinctively, he snapped his fingers to conjure flames and jumped behind Chief Colin Iliad. At the same time, a figure wearing a monocle successfully appeared near where he had just been. The figure's target was not him. He raised his right hand, adjusted his monocle, and then looked at Alice with a smile. Amon's smile briefly froze when he saw Alice's silver hair, then turned into a more amused grin. He seemed to have forgotten his original intention and asked with concern. "Oh dear, why has your hair turned white?" "Scram," Alice said, too lazy to waste words with him. If it weren't for the fact that there were others besides her and Eamon present, she would have already grabbed the blasphemy slate and run. Unfortunately, these few people had already been drawn into the protective circle, and they really had no power to fight back against Eamon. It was his true body. Klein might be able to escape, but only just. So Alice not only didn't run, she even stepped forward, blocking Amon's line of sight. Eamon gently curved his eyes, not commenting on her actions, but instead fixed his gaze on the blasphemy slate in her arms. His smile then abruptly vanished, and he said without ceremony, "Give it to me." "Impossible," Alice replied without hesitation. Eamon didn't speak, his gaze swept over Alice, his brows furrowed. Alice's attitude was very firm, it was evident from how tightly she was holding the blasphemy slate. Eamon could guarantee that she would absolutely not willingly hand over the blasphemy slate, and besides, everyone knew that the words of a deceptive avatar were untrustworthy. Deception was out of the question for now. Eamon hadn't intended to trick it out of her like this anyway. He had indeed prepared a plan to snatch it directly. He raised his hand and adjusted his monocle again. Alice's hair stood on end, but she didn't stop him. A phantom, deep ocean reappeared with Amon's movement. The blasphemy slate, at this instant, seemed to come alive, vibrating and buzzing like an insect struggling after being caught. This was the aggregated power of the Chaos Sea that Eamon had stolen. Alice felt an urge to laugh. When she anticipated that Eamon would try to steal or openly snatch it, she had wondered what Eamon would do. The answer was always one of a few things, such as directly snatching it with authority, or indirectly snatching it through aggregated influence. Amon's decision was clearly within Alice's expectations. Of course, apart from a direct confrontation of authorities, Alice shouldn't have had a very good solution. And as for authority confrontation, it's a tug of war. Whoever wins gets it. She felt she couldn't pull against Eamon. Therefore, Alice chose to surrender directly. She rushed towards the direction of the attraction, bringing the blasphemy slate with her. Eamon suddenly had a bad premonition, but between the pull and push, he only had time for the premonition to rise, not to react. By the time he realized he needed to move, Alice was already holding the blasphemy slate and smashing it towards him. Yes, Alice decided to use the blasphemy slate as a brick. For a high-level existence, this was clearly a very threatening brick. Even Eamon was no exception. He didn't have the courage to face it directly. He dodged while trying to retract the stolen aggregated influence. On the other side, the experienced Klein already knew what he should do the moment he saw Amon's figure. When Amon's attention was completely drawn by Alice and the blasphemy slate, he grabbed Colin Iliad and the others, and with the help of the star staff, he disappeared without hesitation. After the Dark Angel evil spirit was purified and the true creator took away the remaining power of the Chaos Sea, the blockade of this space had already opened. As for Alice and Amon, that was not a battlefield he could participate in. Indeed, Alice also felt that such a high-level war was not something she should be involved in. Seeing Amon retract the aggregated influence from the Chaos Sea, Alice smiled at him, then her figure flickered, and carrying the blasphemy slate, she instantly leapt into the river of fate. She ran away. Amon, left in place, was momentarily stunned, but his emotions remained relatively stable. He merely rubbed his eyebrows and muttered to himself, "It seems I have no choice but to take the path of fate." Tisk. The spirit world couldn't stop Amon, but the river of fate could, as he had not yet achieved true godhood. Amon could use the river of fate to do some things or influence it, but he couldn't jump directly into it like Alice, using his own fate as a springboard. This was a safe house unique to the fate pathway. As long as you weren't afraid of getting lost, you could use the river of fate to avoid most pursuits. Alice, holding the blasphemy slate, emerged once again from Klein's fate, appearing beside him. He was currently in the City of Silver, and Chief and the others had also been brought back by him. Seeing Alice emerge with the blasphemy slate, before Klein could speak, Colin Iliad said, "Miss Fate." Alice looked at him. Colin Iliad looked back at Lovia and Derek, then, under their startled gazes, he drew his two swords and plunged them into the ground before him. Then, he knelt on one knee, one hand on his chest, the other fist pressed against the ground, and said respectfully and piously, "Thank you for bringing us back." You're welcome. Alice's tone was hesitant, her eyes bewildered. She instinctively looked at Klein, giving him a pleading look. Klein met her gaze for 2 seconds, then knelt beside Chief, also piously saying, "Praise be to you, great Miss Fate." Alice showed a pained expression. She bared her teeth and looked at Lovia and Derek, who were preparing to act, and angrily said, "You are not allowed to kneel." Lovia's movements froze, her expression hesitant. Derek unhesitatingly reached out and pulled Lovia, preventing her from kneeling. Alice then breathed a sigh of relief and angrily said to Klein, "Where's your virtual persona?" "No, never mind him, how could you make this kind of bookmark?" She pointed at Chief with one hand, her tone and eyes filled with confusion. Klein calmly stood up and explained, "I told you, after my spirit recovers completely, I can suppress the virtual persona to a certain extent." Alice was speechless. She realized that Klein might have just been trying extra hard to suppress him just now. "You should go and remove your virtual persona and get some psychological treatment." She turned her head away, and as soon as she did, she saw Colin Iliad again. This made Alice feel a headache. She looked at Colin Iliad on the ground, only feeling a sour sensation in her teeth. She took a deep breath, and said as calmly as possible, "Get up. You've already knelt, but you're not allowed to let anyone else kneel, okay? I don't want to see all the people of your City of Silver kneeling in the square, that's a bit too scary." Colin Iliad stood up. He glanced at Alice, then thoughtfully said, "You don't like such etiquette?" "No." Alice shook her head. "If it's a statue, a holy symbol, or some other symbol, I don't care, but face to face, it always feels very strange." She paused, then added, "Actually, if you're far away and you're praying or something and I see it, it seems fine, but face to face, I just don't really like it like this in person, especially, well, if it's just you guys, then fine, but." Alice glanced at Klein, her tone peculiar. "When I see him bowing to me, it's like seeing Mr. Fool bowing to me." Colin Iliad's heart skipped a beat, he didn't dare to turn his head to look. Even Lovia and Derek subconsciously averted their gazes from Klein. This time it was Klein's turn to be uncomfortable. He looked at Alice, wanting to say something, but Alice turned her head away and said, "After all, in a sense, he is the private tutor Mr. Fool hired for me." Private tutor? Chief didn't understand. "You should have teachers here who give lessons, right? I remember Derek said you did." Alice glanced at Derek, getting his nod of confirmation. "It's pretty much a teacher, except he lives in your house, not only teaches you lessons but also regulates your words and actions, daily life, keeping a close eye on you, reporting anything inappropriate to your parents, and occasionally conveying your parents' demands to you. Alice coldly glanced at Klein, then said dejectedly, "So, when I see him, sometimes it's like." She shook her head, not repeating what she had just said, but everyone knew what she meant, and they all breathed a sigh of relief, daring to look at Klein again. "I'm not that exaggerated," Klein muttered in his heart, but didn't speak, only shook his head and said, "I'll go deal with the virtual persona problem." He then took his leave. Of course, no one stopped him. Alice subconsciously wanted to leave with him, but Chief Colin Iliad spoke up and asked, "Miss Fate, when can we return to the giant court again? When can they return to the giant court again, open that door, and leave this cursed land?" Chief looked at her. Alice smiled, then shook her head and said, "You rest, recover your strength, and let everyone pack their things, then we can leave. Eamon won't stay there for too long, there are too many gazes. Oh, by the way, you should emerge at sea. I need to find Mr. Fool and ask him to contact his believers in the outside world to bring a ship to pick you up. Speaking of which, this timing is actually a good thing, because outside, hey, there's a war of gods going on outside, and no one will pay attention to you." War of gods. Chief was stunned for a moment. Currently, it's still in the period of faith wars, the gods haven't personally entered the fray yet. Alice slowly shifted her gaze, her tone ambiguous, the seven gods. "Oh, Chief, can I ask you a question?" She turned to look at Chief, asking with great curiosity. "I've heard Derek talk about many things in the City of Silver, including the necessity of being killed by a direct relative, otherwise turning into a monster, and your black-faced grass. But as far as I know, it seems that other places in this land don't have similar phenomena. This seems to be unique to your place." She looked at Chief curiously. After 2 seconds of silence, Chief looked back at Lovia and Derek. Lovia immediately took Derek and retreated. Only then did Chief face Alice and sigh. In the City of Silver, this is a secret known only to successive chiefs. The City of Silver has a divine sealed artifact. Divine? Alice asked, puzzled. The remains of a true god or a subordinate god after their fall, Chief explained. Alice suddenly understood, nodded, and mentally reclassified it as a Sequence 0 sealed artifact. Chief continued his narration. This sealed artifact is called Gift of the Earth. It brings prosperity to the City of Silver, allowing black-faced grass to grow around the City of Silver, enabling us to sustain ourselves in the darkness. But this also comes with a price. The curse of having to be killed by a direct relative is brought by it. This is the price of fertility. It is the corpse of the giant Queen Umbella. Ah. Alice's eyes widened. No, wait a minute, whose corpse? The giant Queen Umbella, Chief repeated. Alice swallowed nervously, confirming with Chief. Are you sure your information is correct? Is there any misunderstanding? Could it possibly be the corpse of some other god? Chief didn't speak, his eyes provided the answer. Alice's smile vanished. She recalled the unknown deity who was about to fall in the War of Gods, closed her eyes, and raised her hand to draw the symbol of the scarlet moon on her chest. In the outside world, everyone knew that the Earth Mother was once the giant Queen Umbella, the mother of the god of combat. If the true Umbella died, who was currently assuming Umbella's identity? Alice didn't know. Alice only knew that the god of combat must have been deceived by Adam and the goddess working together, which meant that the currently unknown Earth Mother was on the goddess's side. And Alice clearly remembered that Fosak's faith belonged to the god of combat, and at this moment, Fosak was at war with Loan. Darkness, she murmured, the sleepless, and also. She paused, not uttering the last Sequence 0, only taking a breath and saying with an unprecedentedly pious tone. Praise the goddess. She still didn't believe in the Evernight goddess, and still disagreed with some of the Evernight goddess's choices, but she would be a firm ally of the Evernight goddess. It had nothing to do with friendship or agreement, she was just scared. End of chapter. Chapter 662 Chapter 54 Fooling Fate. With 3 uniquenesses and a Sequence 1 Beander characteristic, the Evernight goddess was only missing the River of Eternal Darkness to become an outer deity, which was precisely not something she could achieve through effort alone. In realizing that the Evernight goddess had spent over 1,000 years planning for the god of combat's uniqueness and Sequence 1 Beander characteristic, Alice felt that being an enemy of such a person was truly a bit too terrifying. The chief looked at Alice with a questioning gaze, clearly wanting to know who the goddess Alice spoke of was, and in fact, he asked just that. Miss Fate, since there's still time, would you mind telling us about the deities outside? Alice blinked. All right. Klein probably still needed to rest after dealing with the virtual persona, so if the chief wanted to hear some stories in this world, Alice thought it was fine. After all, she was urgent before because the blasphemy slate was indeed an indispensable part of her plan, but after getting the blasphemy slate, she wasn't truly dependent on Klein. Klein was just the optimal choice, without considering his personal wishes. As for the blasphemy slate being snatched away, haha, it's as if she has a way to become a god now. In reality, she has no idea what she should do next. Alice secretly glanced at the chief, then stroked her chin and asked, "How much has Derek told you?" "I haven't asked him," the chief said honestly. Alice was speechless, so she cleared her throat and began to introduce. Outside, there are 7 publicly recognized orthodox deities, namely. In addition, there are several well-known evil gods, namely. Alice listed a string of divine names, then shook her head and continued. The Evernight goddess, the goddess I mentioned, she and Mr. Fool can be considered allies. As for the other 6 deities, Mr. Fool doesn't have much interaction with them. Among the evil gods, there isn't actually anyone who has a mortal feud with Mr. Fool. If I had to say, haha, the true creator might count. After all, Mr. Fool disrupted his divine descent twice and spied on him through divination. Quote. The chief looked at Alice, falling into confusion. It's understandable to be allied with the fool, but how are you so familiar with his mortal enemy too? This was difficult to explain, so Alice pretended not to see it. She shook her head and continued. However, as long as it's not. In short, Mr. Fool has no irreconcilable conflicts with the existing deities, and even Adam, who is about to become a god, is the same. Oh, you know who Adam is, right? He's one of the creator's 2 children. He also has a brother, the monocled man you just saw, Eamon. As for others, did you really not ask Derek? Never mind, I'll tell you again. But for your situation, I think it's better if I start from the beginning. It all starts with the establishment of the Rose Redemption. Alice identified the 2 main founders of the Rose Redemption, the current Evernight goddess and the deceased Dark Angel Sorcerer, and pointed out the fact that Sorcerer was essentially the creator of the City of Silver. To the chief, such a bizarre matter still seemed within his understanding. He only thought for a moment before nodding, indicating that he understood. So Alice skipped over the members of the Rose Redemption, only stating that these individuals, aware of Sorcerer's identity, were actually obeying the commands of the City of Silver's the creator. There was nothing she could do. She didn't know the specific reasons why everyone joined the Rose Redemption. This was also easy to understand, and the chief still expressed his agreement. So Alice then moved on to the assassination. Regarding the fact that high-sequence Beyonders viewed suicide as a means of resetting their state, the chief finally showed surprise, but he quickly calmed down and said steadily. And then, Alice smiled. Then it's the story you know. After that assassination, the Wisdom Angel, the Pure White Angel, and the Storm Angel, the last title I made up. The 3 of them, I think there were factors of unknown influence, but the specific situation is uncertain, but they divided the creator's corpse and interrupted the creator's resurrection plan. The creator, filled with hatred, turned into the well-known mad evil god, the true creator. His followers can hear their lord shouting every day. I was fortunate enough to hear him, and I think he was swearing. As for those 3, they became the current. Alice rattled off the names of the 3 deities, and the chief's expression became unreadable. Alice raised a hand to pat his shoulder, then turned and ran to find Klein. The virtual persona had finally disappeared from Klein, and after Alice confirmed this, she asked Klein. Do you still have memories of that time? This isn't like getting drunk and blacking out. Klein muttered softly. Are you looking for me for something? You can't have just come to ask me that, can you? Not entirely. Alice shook her head, turning the blasphemy slate towards Klein. Aren't you going to copy down the next potion formulas? This was indeed an important matter. Klein was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized this. He looked at the blasphemy slate and easily found his next potion formulas. Sequence 1, Attendant of Mysteries. Potion Formula. Main ingredients. 1 Attendant of Mysteries Beander characteristic. Supplementary ingredients. 9 Spirit World specialties. Ritual. Establish a town composed purely of puppets, and design a destiny for each puppet, allowing them to portray a sufficiently real picture of life through their interactions, giving birth to a corresponding area in the spirit world. The larger the scale of the town, the more puppets, the more detailed the daily life, the more vivid and real the different destinies, and the longer they extend, the better the ritual's effect. Sequence 0. Fool. Potion Formula. Main ingredients. Fool uniqueness, the remaining 2 Attendant of Mysteries Beander characteristics apart from one's own. Supplementary ingredients. Control at least a quarter of the historical fog. Ritual. Fool time, history, or destiny once. A moment of confusion flashed through Klein's mind. The Attendant of Mysteries advancement ritual was similar to what he imagined, just more detailed, and the difficulty of the supplementary ingredients wasn't high, just rather troublesome. But the Fool. There was nothing to say about the potion formula, but this ritual. Fool destiny. He immediately skipped the options of time and history, because there was indeed an angel of the destiny pathway in front of him, which made him wonder if playing a trick on Alice would count as completing the ritual. Thinking this, Klein immediately used his clown Beander ability to conceal his abnormality. He rarely did this in front of Alice, so Alice didn't notice, only urging. "How is it? Have you finished reading?" Klein smiled and nodded. "It's a bit difficult, but at least it's not like your God Ascension ritual that's hard to describe." Alice glared at Klein, turned the blasphemy slate over, and hugged it tightly to her chest. Klein didn't pay much attention. He glanced at Alice, and as if inadvertently, asked, "Alice, you said, can an existence with the corresponding authority replace a certain concept? For example, you always call yourself the embodiment of destiny. Actually, I'm a bit curious, can you really be called destiny?" Alice frowned slightly. "Right now, not really." She tilted her head and explained. "At least one needs to reach true godhood to be considered the embodiment of a concept, and it's not simply having the corresponding authority. Look, the goddess has the authority of misfortune, but can you say the goddess is the embodiment of misfortune? It also requires, well, actually I'm not entirely sure, but it should be the primary authority that counts. However, if it's the embodiment of destiny, once I become a god, I should barely qualify." Klein looked at Alice thoughtfully, making Alice feel a chill down her spine. She shivered and demanded, feigning fierceness, "What are you trying to do?" "I was just thinking." Klein smiled and shook his head. "According to you, if I tricked you, would that be equivalent to tricking destiny?" Alice paused. She instinctively frowned and looked at Klein suspiciously, asking, "What are you scheming now? I always feel like I should be asking you that." Klein rolled his eyes. Alice choked for a moment. She deliberately skipped the topic and continued the previous discussion. "I think it still depends on how you trick me. Aside from anything else, if you gave me a historical projection of ice cream and told me it was real, I'd realize it was fake the moment I got it. That wouldn't count as successfully tricking me, would it? At least, it would have to be a trick I couldn't discover." Why are you thinking about this?" She looked at Klein again with a doubtful expression, and Klein shrugged, saying, "Because I find some things quite absurd. I just saw the name of the Sun Pathways Sequence 0 above, and it's called Sun. You know, before our senior, your other master, crawled out from underground, this world was dark and without a sun. It was after he crawled out that he brought the sun and light. I'm wondering if the sun we see hanging there now is the eternal blazing sun." This reason successfully convinced Alice, as she was also curious about this question, and her tone became hesitant. "No, it can't be, can it? He shouldn't be hanging outside Earth. Outside right now. No matter what, he should be inside Earth. Why can't he be hanging outside?" Klein asked curiously. "You should advance quickly." Alice rolled her eyes at him. "The Worm of Time and Star Worm are both complete, and you have the Spirit Worm yourself. Hurry up and take them out, then advance, I beg you." Klein immediately understood that this was not something he should be asking now, so he could only nod and say, "All right, there's one more thing." He looked at Alice and calmly warned, "The matter of the virtual persona, Little Sun won't blab about it at the Tarot Club. The chief and Lovia are even less likely to be that kind of person, so, if I find out anyone else knows about this. Alice's eyes widened in surprise, then she snorted and said, if you threaten me again, once you advance to Angel and the people of the City of Silver start spreading the fool's faith outside, I'll secretly swap their missionary pamphlets and add something to them. Quote. Klein's expression froze. Alice, you. He looked at Alice, opened his mouth, and finally pressed his forehead in exasperation, weakly saying, then I beg you. All right, Alice beamed, Mr. Fool. Mr. Fool expressionlessly glanced at his angel of destiny, then said in a strange tone. However, you did remind me of something. I suppose I should also start preparing for the holy book. Alice blinked innocently. Klein glanced at Alice and knew she wouldn't be of any use. He shook his head, deciding to send her off. Never mind, I'll just leave it to the City of Silver later. All right, you can go out. I'll rest for a bit, then go talk to the chief about leaving. Or do you plan to watch me sleep? Alice got up and walked out without hesitation. Seeing this, Klein seemed to remember something, pulled Alice back, and asked in her questioning gaze. By the way, the blasphemy slate is yours now, right? After you become a god, can it be mine? If I'm short on money then, I'll copy potion formulas from it to sell. Quote. Then you'd best copy it now. Alice glanced at him. I don't think the blasphemy slate will still belong to me after I become a god. I always feel like this thing is borrowed from the true creator. Klein nodded in agreement, then smiled and said, then I'll copy it another day. By the way, where do you plan to put it? Are you just going to hold it like that? I don't feel safe putting it in Saphira Castle. Alice shook her head. Whether it's the blasphemy slate, Saphira Castle, or you, I don't feel entirely safe. It's a bit too offensive, and I think, most likely, it won't fit in. Offensive. Klein repeated, a bit confused. The owners of these two items don't have a good relationship, Alice said hesitantly. It's like, oh, I just remembered something. What? Klein asked, looking at her. I know who the god that's going to die in the god war is. Alice leaned closer to Klein, lowering her voice. She is. She swallowed, her eyes showing clear apprehension and fear, and she raised her hand to tap her chest 4 times, drawing a scarlet moon symbol. The goddess. Klein frowned deeply, his expression turning ugly. Chapter 663 Chapter 55 Disappearing Pollution. Alice actually really wanted to agree to it, letting Klein believe that the one about to fall was the goddess, and then, when the loss truly happened, she would enjoy his shocked expression, but she couldn't. As a symbol of fate in some sense, Alice knew that, at certain times, she couldn't speak carelessly. For example, now, if she let Klein's misunderstanding persist, it would be almost no different from declaring war on the goddess. Therefore, she denied it decisively. What are you thinking? How could it be the goddess? Death could die and she would still be fine. What I mean is, never mind, the goddess was behind this. Klein relaxed a lot, then he frowned again, hesitating. The goddess was behind this. Alice blinked lightly. Klein seemed to realize something, and he tentatively opened his mouth. Then, the war outside. Lowen's situation, and the goddess choosing not to respond to prayers. Is the goddess showing weakness to the enemy? Alice blinked again. After realizing the true culprit, some things were no longer difficult. Klein's gaze turned westward, his expression unclear. Alice leaned closer to him and said, if you're dissatisfied with the goddess sacrificing her believers, I can only tell you that before I knew the truth, I had similar feelings to you. But, it doesn't seem appropriate for me to tell you the situation now. This is, after all, wait until you see the outcome, then decide whether or not to dislike the goddess. As for now, what you need to do is get some good rest. Alice's words calmed Klein down. He glanced at Alice, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Klein didn't insist on investigating the reason. Since Alice said he would know the outcome, Klein believed he should indeed focus on the present, such as recuperating his spirit, preparing for the advancement of Miracle Invoker, and imagining the Fool's advancement ritual. After all, Alice didn't seem to have remembered to look at the contents of the blasphemy slate yet. That's right, she never cared about these things, unless she planned to sell potion formulas for money. But Alice was equally nonchalant about selling potion formulas. She usually didn't actively seek business, she would only take a look if business came knocking. So, theoretically speaking, as long as I sell the potion formulas for her and give her the money, she actually doesn't have much interest in the potion formulas. What I need to be careful about is her suddenly becoming curious about the advancement rituals of other pathways. She sometimes is interested in advancement rituals. Even if she knew about the Fool's advancement ritual, she most likely wouldn't dwell on it every day. I still have a long time before preparing for godhood. As long as I distract her, she won't be too wary of me then. However, it's easier to deceive her if she doesn't know, so I'll try my best to keep her from noticing. Speaking of which, I'm kind of hoping she can become a god soon. Even if the true creator doesn't take it then, she won't be able to hold onto it either. As his thoughts spun, Klein nodded and said, "Okay." Alice then relayed the matter of contacting the ship to Klein. After Klein agreed, she no longer disturbed his rest. By the time everything was ready, it was 2 weeks later. Alice still hadn't brought people to the mountaintop, and she also refused to let Klein do so. She firmly told Klein that only this way could sincerity be shown. But, Klein retorted, "You saw it yourself, he even built an elevator." This left them a bit speechless. Alice choked for a moment, then replied, "If any of you can get the elevator working again, then I have no objection." The matter thus came to an end, because no one here could get the elevator working again. Klein suspected Alice might be able to, even if only temporarily, but Alice clearly had no intention of doing so. Finally, the long line stretched from the base of the mountain to the summit, the front of the line disappearing into the temple. Alice glanced at the gate, pondered for 2 seconds, then turned to Klein and asked, "If this door isn't opened by you, will it affect your ritual?" "It shouldn't," Klein said truthfully. So Alice waved to Derek and said, "Go, open the door. The son you seek is inside." Upon hearing this, Derek recalled what he had said when he first entered above the gray fog and chose the sun card. His expression was slightly dazed, but only for a moment. He quickly broke into a smile, said nothing, bowed, and walked forward. Finally standing before the gray-blue door, Derek gazed at it for 2 seconds. Many things seemed to flash through his mind, but when he came to, he realized he hadn't remembered anything, only placing his hands on the door. Derek took a deep breath, leaned in, and pushed with force. The door slowly opened, and golden sunlight appeared from a crack, growing brighter and brighter until it transformed into a vast sea shimmering with golden light. The hall instantly fell silent. Everyone held their breath, almost greedily admiring this never-before-seen beauty. Alice patiently waited in place, not because she was patient, but because the time hadn't come yet. The sea outside the door connected to the dream of the gods' war ruins, and only when night fell could they leave here. After an unknown period, the sea shimmering with golden light was enveloped by darkness. Almost instinctively, several people in the hall managed to create light on themselves, then showed bewildered expressions. Alice looked at Klein, and Klein said to the others, "You can go." With that, he unhesitatingly stepped forward. Alice jogged 2 steps to catch up with him, stepping onto the stone staircase that existed in the darkness. The team behind quickly followed, the long line descending the stairs into the darkness, until they saw a patch of orange-red light and the connected black monastery. Alice sat down on the ground. Klein turned back to remind everyone to wait in place. This message was then passed one by one to the back of the line. As everyone entered this area, the line completely fell silent in the darkness. Time passed minute by minute. Alice suddenly pushed herself up from the ground. Seeing this, Klein turned his head and reminded her, "Daytime is coming." The others were startled. Then, before they could react, a dazzling ray of sunlight pierced through the darkness, and the golden ocean appeared before their eyes again. The difference was that they found themselves on an island. Some people curiously surveyed their surroundings. The island had many giant golden plants with smiling faces, which looked terrifying, but the friendly aura, devoid of any sense of degradation or defilement, still moved these residents from the forsaken land of the gods. At this moment, a dark shadow appeared on the horizon. As the shadow grew larger and larger, everyone recognized it as a ship, and not just one. Klein had originally planned to bring people out in batches, but after Alice refused to make a second trip, he chose to have everyone go together. Therefore, the originally planned large ship became a fleet. On the leading ship, a man with scorched yellow eyebrows and deep blue eyes, wearing a black cloak, jumped onto the bow. Alice recognized him as Dunitz, stood on tiptoe, and waved. "Over here." The ship quickly docked. Alice lowered her hand and looked at Dunitz, realizing he was standing at the bow, seemingly with no intention of disembarking. Alice was a little puzzled. She looked at Klein with a questioning gaze. Klein shook his head, indicating he didn't know either. So Alice turned back to look at Dunitz. While they exchanged glances, Dunitz was already standing at the bow, arms fully spread, a condescending smile on his face. Alice suddenly had a bad premonition. She moved to hide behind Klein, but just as she lifted her foot, Dunitz shouted, "Welcome to the bright world promised by God." Alice's mouth twitched violently. She turned to Klein and asked, "Did you order that?" Klein shook his head in horror, indicating that there was absolutely no such thing. Alice showed a pained expression, her gaze at Dunitz complex, then she pulled Klein and disappeared directly from the spot. In a blink, they appeared on an uninhabited island in the Sonia Sea. Alice took a breath and said, "When did he become like this?" "I don't know," Klein shook his head, "but perhaps I should prepare for my advancement." Alice made an, "Okay," gesture, then zipped her mouth shut with her hand, and then made space for Klein. Klein then took out the potion ingredients from Saphira Castle. After placing the ingredients in order, he picked up the potion and unhesitatingly poured it into his mouth. Remembering the Saphira Castle anomaly during Klein's last advancement, Alice was initially very vigilant, but after 2 or 3 seconds, she looked at Klein's hat, windbreaker, socks, shoes, shirt, and underwear, all still standing in their original place, and fell into a long-lost contemplation. No, huh. After drinking the potion, Klein's body turned into transparent worms, one after another, crawling into the historical fog, with only his clothes remaining in place. Alice waited a little longer. 10 odd seconds later, a slimy tentacle stretched out from the historical fog and pulled the clothes in as well. Alice stood in place, her eyes filled with bewilderment. She scratched her head. Just as she was wondering if she should do something, a huge suction force grabbed her spirit body. Alice was no stranger to this suction force, it was from Saphira Castle, but at the same time she was terrified, because since retrieving the uniqueness, she had once again lost the right to refuse entry into Saphira Castle. Her spirit appeared above Saphira Castle. Alice looked at Klein sitting in the high seat, and for the first time, an unprecedented sense of awe rose within her. It wasn't obvious, at least not enough to make her unable to look at the fool like others, but there was some influence. For example, Alice subconsciously straightened her body, looking at Klein with a posture that was proper yet held a hint of wariness. This made Klein pause. Alice's attitude clearly reflected a sense of unfamiliarity. Even though he had just advanced to Miracle Invoker and his state was not stable, he subconsciously became nervous and tentatively called out, "Alice." Alice relaxed a little, but not completely. She examined Klein and told him in a meaningful tone, "I have good news to tell you, Mr. Fool." This address made Klein freeze. He frowned uncomfortably and asked, "What is it?" "At least on Saphira Castle, I no longer dare to defy your authority." Alice smiled at Klein. Klein was stunned. He quickly remembered the advancement anomaly he had suppressed, and slowly realized something. After 2 seconds of contemplation, he waved at Alice. Alice subconsciously leaned her head closer. Klein was not polite, raising his hand and flicking her forehead hard. This made Alice cover her head and widen her eyes. Klein smiled at her and said, "This is a good thing." Alice opened her mouth and closed it again, repeating several times. Finally, she couldn't hold back and jumped onto the table to hit Klein. Klein quickly held her down, saving himself. Wait, I'll mess around with you in a couple of days, let me recover first." Alice silently shrank back. She exhaled and sat opposite Klein, scrutinizing him again. This time, her gaze was much friendlier than before. Klein inexplicably felt a sense of security. He let Alice examine him and asked curiously, "What exactly are you looking at? I can't see through you anymore." Alice glanced at Klein with a resentful look. Klein was speechless. He immediately understood the reason for Alice's previous attitude. He closed his eyes, trying to control Saphira Castle. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes and asked, "Now?" Alice showed a joyful expression. Klein was also somewhat happy, but he still carefully controlled his emotions. Alice looked at him, frowned slightly, and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Klein turned to look at Alice, as if seeing her for the first time, examining her with a troubled gaze. Only when Alice was about to lose patience did he hesitantly speak. "Alice, I'm very curious. When you experienced those strong emotional fluctuations, did you feel uncomfortable?" Alice decisively shook her head, then hesitated. "What's wrong?" Klein pondered as he began to describe his feelings. "I can feel two intentions. One is indifferent and lofty, this seems to be the intention inherent in the potion itself. The other is the image in the eyes of believers, which is the anchor. But the anchor's role isn't actually to help me stabilize my state, but to contend with the other intention, forming a balance. Then, my consciousness exists within this balance. The anchor also seems to be a form of pollution." Klein looked at Alice with a hesitant gaze. Alice opened her mouth but couldn't make a sound. After several attempts, she finally slumped into the chair, her expression dazed, and said, If I didn't feel either of these two intentions, or rather, these two forms of pollution." End of chapter. Chapter 664 Chapter 56 Time of Return. Quote. "What do you mean?" Klein subconsciously observed Alice, intending to get a more detailed answer from her expression. Alice pursed her lips. This could only be said that her guess was confirmed. She had always suspected that she might be a combination of various influences, only that the new personality formed was relatively stable. The fact that she had long suspected was revealed, so there was naturally nothing difficult to accept, but Alice looked at Klein with a strange sadness. She stretched out a hand, tugged on Klein's sleeve, and carefully asked, "Klein, will you one day become Mr. Fool, become the Lord of the Mysteries?" Klein looked at Alice, and thoughtfully asked, "So, who is the Lord of the Mysteries?" Alice paused, she withdrew her hand, and suddenly realized. "Oh, right, you're an angel. Let me think about how to tell you. First of all, have you ever thought about combining adjacent pathways? Oh, no, you've thought about that. Have you ever thought about what would happen if all 22 pathways were put together?" "What?" Klein asked cooperatively. "It will summon a divine dragon," Alice said with a serious expression. Quote. Alice, Klein's brows furrowed for a moment, then relaxed, his voice gentle, "Can you please not try to make me laugh for now?" Frankly, he was actually very gentle, not saying a single harsh word, but Alice's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Klein subconsciously reached out to pull her, but Alice leaned back, turned her face away, and replied with a sniffle. "Okay." After a pause, she looked at Klein with an expression of unconcealed sadness, no longer playful, and recounted the secrets above sequence one by one. In her question and answer session with Klein gained a concept of both those above sequence and the outer gods guarding outside Earth. Especially regarding the outer gods outside Earth, he pressed his temples and asked, "How do we fight them? I only know that if there are no pillars, no matter how much we think, it's useless." Alice glanced at Klein and sighed softly, "I didn't want you to. I even thought of letting Eamon do it." Quote. Klein looked at Alice with a hesitant gaze, "With one you, and then an Eamon, the apocalypse might not come from the outer gods anymore." Eamon, never mind, never mind, I don't have confidence." Alice thought of something and her mouth twitched. Maybe Eamon is really a bit more reliable than me. This statement startled Klein. His impression of Eamon was not good at all. In comparison, Klein had always felt that Alice was mischievous but knew her limits in crucial situations. Just like now, Alice would be considerate of his poor state and stop fooling around. His doubtful gaze was noticed by Alice, who shook her head and began to talk about the good deeds done by the Key of Light. The oral account from the 7 lights filled Klein with shock. He looked at Alice in surprise and hesitated. "If I go to the true creator now and tell him I want to swap an angel with him?" He stopped under Alice's threatening gaze, and finally changed his words. "I'm preparing to abandon the believers who originally belonged to the sea god." "Why?" Alice looked at him in confusion. "Because I found that having too many believers isn't entirely a good thing." Klein shook his head. "Those believers' cognition are too contradictory to the other believers, and also far from my own image. Once the City of Silver and the Moon City complete their faith conversion, I plan to abandon this group of believers." Alice nodded understandingly. Klein glanced at him, then eagerly said, if I try to proselytize among other people in the forsaken land of the gods. Don't. Alice shook her head. If you want to spread faith among those people, the best choice is Adam. They are already in a competitive relationship. As for you, do you believe that they will both come over and beat you up immediately? Klein immediately abandoned this dangerous idea and instead said, speaking of which, can a puppet be a believer? Your ability, why are you asking me? Alice rolled her eyes at him. Klein thoughtfully noted this idea in his heart. This inspiration came from Amon's avatar. After organizing this part of his thoughts, he smiled at Alice again. Oh, right, Alice. I am truly the yellow and black king who holds good luck now. Alice raised her eyebrows. Although it probably can't compare to you, or even will Osepton. Klein shook his head, but I truly understand the probability you mentioned. Alice was surprised for a moment, then realized, that's right, a miracle invoker. But, since that's the case, can you answer me a question? I'm not convenient to ask the goddess's side. What? Klein looked at her curiously. What's the difference between the authority of good luck and misfortune, and fate itself? Alice tilted her head. When I saw the misfortune mage's ability, I was thinking about this question. The essence of the fate pathway is to control probability, but misfortune and good luck also seem to be controlling probability. Controlling probability is about the details. Klein shook his head. If there are no fine adjustments, or if it's not done by me personally, for example, when it appears in the form of talismans or something similar, there will be an overall bias. Could you grant others good luck at the misfortune mage stage? Not the micro-control kind, but an overall change. I don't know. Alice shook her head. The uniqueness didn't say, it only mentioned adjusting probability. My potion knowledge has been deleted in bits and pieces. As for whether I had it myself, I consumed the uniqueness first, then drank the potion. After a pause, Alice frowned again and said, speaking of which, how is removing misfortune or removing good luck not considered granting good luck or granting misfortune? People like you, we generally call them contrarians. Klein glanced at Alice and shook his head. I have already become an angel, what about you next? A hint of worry appeared in his eyes. Alice got a headache just thinking about it. She sighed. I really am. Maybe I should have let you approach Will Osepton from the beginning, so he might have been more courageous to hunt me down because of you. How on earth am I supposed to make him hunt me down? Sigh. Never mind, I'm going back to the forsaken land of the gods first. Be careful out there. You're going back. Klein was stunned. Of course I'm going back, Alice said as if it were obvious. Remember to bring me food. Can I ask Dunitz to bring it to you? Klein tried to negotiate. The seal on the forsaken land of the gods has been temporarily lifted. Before it's resealed, you can receive prayers, right? Whatever, Alice shrugged. Just remember to tell him not to bring me mushrooms. Oh, right, there's one thing, do you still remember? What? Klein was startled. Bernadette, Alice reminded, I told her before that once you further recover your strength, she can go look for Emperor Rosal, and at that time, you will provide her with some help. Oh, that matter, Klein realized, nodded, we'll wait for her or Miss Hermit to pray then. Alice made an, okay, gesture, habitually intending to leave Saphira Castle. A few seconds later, still in her original spot, she silently looked at Klein and said expressionlessly, let me down. Klein burst out laughing. He looked at Alice and said, it seems I still need to figure out how to authorize you. After saying that, he shook his head and cut off Alice's connection. Returning to the real world, Alice first checked her backpack. Because holding the blasphemy slate was inconvenient in certain situations, she had arranged a school bag for herself during this period, and even put on a school uniform with a strong sense of immersion. However, now, Alice took off her backpack and held it in her arms. Her white robe reappeared, and the backpack in her arms also disappeared, leaving only the blasphemy slate that she held tightly. Alice lowered her head and sighed, uncharacteristically not taking the express passage, but instead spread a pair of white light wings and flew back towards the ocean of the Divine War ruins. Of course, she flew in a hidden state. Entering the very center of the Divine War ruins, ocean again, Alice was very lucky. As soon as she stood still, night fell. The seal of the forsaken land of the gods had been opened, and the process of entering it was naturally not that complicated. Although she still needed to wait for the dreams of the night, the trouble of prayer no longer existed. Stepping on the familiar path of light, Alice reappeared in that illusory ocean. Passing through the ocean, ascending the mountain, ahead was the already opened giant court. The ancient god's kingdom was no longer shrouded in solidified twilight, above it was the scorching midday sun. Alice looked up at the sunlight, squinted her eyes, then moved her head away and stepped forward to continue. As soon as she lifted her leg, a chilling sensation emanated from the back of her neck, running down her entire spine, bringing intense unease. Alice, almost instinctively, flashed dozens of meters away. A silvery white river appeared where she had just been, circling around, but failing to envelop any target. But this was not Alice's concern. In the place where the river appeared, a figure dressed in a linen robe emerged in the sky. His indifferent yet gentle silver eyes fell upon her, and then he retracted the light wings behind him and landed peacefully. He walked towards Alice, and Alice retreated. As if by some unspoken understanding, neither of them used Beyonder abilities. One walked, one retreated, until Alice stepped into the void and fell to the ground. Ouroboros did not pause. He maintained an unhurried pace. Alice took a breath, hugged the blasphemy slate tightly, jumped up on the spot, and then ran off. Oh no, that was a run-up. The same light wings spread behind her, and she soared into the air, flying forward at her fastest speed. Ouroboros said nothing, simply spreading his light wings and giving chase. Facing his peer, Alice had no intention of entering the river of fate. Perhaps the uniqueness was special enough, but compared to Ouroboros, who possessed two Snake of Fate Beyonder characteristics, she probably only had that much specialness to speak of. Moreover, Alice was certain that Ouroboros had no intention of killing her, but was merely hunting her. This sounded a bit strange, but that was how it was. No monster impertinently came to disturb the chase between the two angels of fate. Even other angels who accidentally glimpsed them averted their gaze. They moved unimpeded in the sky above the forsaken land of the gods, until Alice's eyes lit up, and she suddenly accelerated, diving towards the ground. Ouroboros naturally accelerated as well. They maintained a not too far, not too close distance. Alice quickly surged to the ground, darted behind a black-haired, black-eyed young man on the ground, and kicked the young man forward. The young man seemed not to have reacted to what had happened, only managing to show a look of horror, then stumbled a few steps. When he looked up again, he found two silver-haired figures, one in front and one behind him, both retracting their pure white light wings. "Long time no see," the female figure greeted him with a smile. "Will." This sound broke the silence. Ouroboros suddenly transformed into a giant white scaleless snake, its gaping maw instantly sweeping close to them. Alice unhesitatingly turned and ran. Oh no, flew, and Will Osepton quickly followed, cursing angrily. "Alice, are you sick?" Alice ignored him. Alice flew even faster. Will Osepton cursed and followed. The three of them swept rapidly at low altitude. On the distant wasteland, a young man wearing a monocle rotated his monocle, his surprise barely concealing a smile, and he muttered to himself with some shock. "This is the first time I've seen such a scene. But how will they end all of this?" No one answered his question, so he had no choice but to continue watching this absurd farce. Will Osepton, who felt he had suffered an undeserved calamity, quickly made a decision. He manifested his mythical creature form, but his purpose was not to counterattack. With a gaping scarlet maw, he enveloped Alice beside him with boundless malice. As is well known, when running away, what you need to do is not to outrun the killer behind you, but to outrun your companion beside you. Will Osepton was clearly familiar with this point. Moreover, he and Alice could not be called companions at all. Perhaps, enemies, would be more appropriate. Therefore, he acted without hesitation, until he saw the joy in Alice's eyes. The silver-haired, blue-eyed girl faced the gaping maw before her with no fear on her face, but rather a look of pure joy. A bad premonition suddenly rose in Will Osepton's heart. Before he could react, Alice suddenly stood still and turned to face him. This made Will Osepton freeze. He fell into a brief hesitation, wondering whether he should continue. Just then, he noticed Alice continuously growing taller. No, he was shrinking. He opened his eyes wide, raised a pair of infant's hands, his expression showing complete bewilderment. End of chapter. Chapter 665 Chapter 57 Individual Preparations. Alice was also bewildered. Seeing a giant snake transform into a baby in front of her, anyone would be momentarily lost, especially when Alice understood the reason behind it. She became even more bewildered. Even Ouroboros stopped in place, its gaze lingering on Will Osepton for a long time. As the only victim, Will Osepton was naturally terrified. He recalled Alice's joy just now, and then thought of the current scene, subconsciously feeling that these two had teamed up to harm him. But Will Osepton quickly dismissed this speculation, because he felt that Eamon had probably planned to do this when he stole his life stage. And at that time, Eamon hadn't had time to collude with Alice. So, this was probably Amon's spontaneous action. As for the purpose, Will Osepton didn't care, he only wanted to do one thing now. Thus, Alice watched as the infant, who had just been a snake, looked at his hands blankly, then fell to the ground and burst into tears. The infant's cries echoed unusually loudly in the silent forsaken land of the gods. At this moment, even Alice found the scene a bit hard to accept. If I become a god, will the divine wars recorded in the Church's holy book be like this? This overly bleak future made Alice take a step back, which startled Ouroboros. Its indifferent silver eyes fell on Alice. For a brief moment, Ouroboros appeared in Alice's original position, and Alice continued to flee without hesitation. It had no killing intent, but it was really here to kill. Such a scene was actually far from the ritual of becoming a god Alice had imagined. After all, from beginning to end, she had thought that the giant snake chasing her and pushing her to a dead end was Will Osepton. But Will Osepton? Alice was a little silent, thinking of the crying baby on the ground. Eamon had clearly returned the stolen time or life stage to Will Osepton, and this act of returning, unlike stealing, it had no obstruction. Alice, who hadn't thought of this fighting style before, raised Amon's threat level again, then suddenly stopped. After glancing back at Ouroboros, she jumped into the river of fate. She didn't intend to continue this meaningless chase. If she continued like this, it would only prolong the time and cause more variables, which was meaningless. She was going to act. Alice swam all the way to the gray-white mist. She glanced at the mist that had almost sucked her in, took a deep breath, hugged the blasphemy slate in her arms tightly, and recited the incantation for the second time. Celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. God Almighty of heaven and earth for blessings. Celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. The suction came again from within the gray-white mist. This time, Alice's choice was no longer to resist. She followed the attraction and drilled through, intending to touch that fleeting silver light. The moment her spirituality finally completed the capture, Alice suddenly had a premonition, a strong, almost imperceptible attraction, accompanying her thoughts, spreading from her. Ouroboros cautiously stopped in place and did not immediately pursue. Normally, it should seek the guidance of fate to confirm whether it should continue the chase, but fate did not respond, so Ouroboros entered a brief hesitation. Why brief? Because after hesitating for a while, it decided to continue acting according to the previous guidance. Leaping into the river of fate, Ouroboros also swam towards the gray-white barrier. This was not a good choice, because Ouroboros soon had a strange feeling. It felt as if it was dissolving in this silver river, becoming part of the river. No, it wasn't it, but something inside it. Out of its control over its own Beander characteristic, Ouroboros quickly realized that this was not dissolution, but stripping. Some power was stripping the Beander characteristic from it and incorporating it. As a seasoned king of angels, even if it hadn't experienced it personally, it had seen this method of fighting. This was undoubtedly using the influence of Beander characteristic aggregation to directly obtain Beander characteristics. However, enough to aggregate a sequence 1-level Beander characteristic. Without the warning of fate, Ouroboros immediately realized who and where this aggregation came from, and at a time when fate temporarily couldn't give a hint, Ouroboros unhesitatingly discarded 2 Snake of Fate Beander characteristics and returned to its lord's side. With the 2 biggest threats far away, Will Osepton naturally stopped crying. The 3-headed baby moved his chubby arms and short legs, wiping away his tears. He was initially feigning tears, but as he cried, thinking of his tragic experiences during this period, and then thinking of the possible outcome, he couldn't help but feel sorrow well up in his heart and actually started crying. It wasn't until Ouroboros and Alice both left that Will Osepton stopped crying and pondered what he should do next. I'm clearly just a baby. He pouted, supporting himself on his short legs to stand up, his gaze naturally turning westward, towards the giant court. At this point, Will Osepton was no longer worried about Eamon, because he knew Eamon definitely wouldn't have time for him. What he should be worried about now was how to preserve his Beander characteristic. He looked at the wasteland to the east with an inexplicable expression, took a few steps with his short legs, and finally couldn't bear it, crawling on the ground. Crawling didn't last too long, because an unfamiliar suction came, and unlike the urging that had lingered in his heart before, this was a powerful pull. If he could have resisted with his will before, now, from body to mind, he was being forcefully dragged in that direction. Will Osepton's expression changed instantly. He naturally knew about the existence of Saphira, and at this moment, he naturally thought of the answer. It was at this moment that he finally confirmed the reason why he had reached this point. I'm so foolish, really. He muttered to himself, looking in that direction with an inexplicable expression, and then restarted on the spot without hesitation. Alice's guess was not entirely correct. Will Osepton was indeed supplementing Beander characteristics, but his purpose was not to accumulate the power for another restart. Because he had never thought of such a possibility. He had originally thought that the ritual chosen by fate for Alice was for her to be devoured by him, and then to revive within his body. Will Osepton had, of course, experienced the dream that Alice and Ouroboros had both experienced. However, he did not view it from the perspective of the snake, the devourer, as Alice had guessed. He was also a bystander. But when he first had this dream, Will Osepton's understanding was completely different from others. He believed that this was the revelation of fate, the opportunity he had been waiting for. He was briefly excited, and then began to plan. Following the guidance of the dream, Will Osepton had originally wanted to raise Alice's sequence a bit, even if not to the peak, at least to the demigod level, to conform to the reaching the peak in the dream. But things were not quite as he imagined. From the moment sequence 5 Alice took the dice of probability, things completely spiraled out of his control. Coupled with Alice's subsequent verbal provocations, and fate's repeated biases, Will Osepton couldn't help but suspect that his interpretation of the revelation had gone wrong. After all, fate's revelation couldn't be wrong, the only ones who could be wrong were the interpreters who saw the revelation. How could the question be wrong? It must be that I did it incorrectly. With this mindset, Will Osepton re-examined the original prophecy. He had never been able to figure out who that menacing giant snake was, or rather, he was unwilling to think in that direction, because once he did, it would mean that he, Ouroboros, and even all Beyonders of the fate pathway, would lose the possibility of becoming a god. What if that giant snake, coiled at the top of the pathway, waiting to devour those who reached the peak, was actually the key of light? The most terrifying thing was that the ritual for becoming a god in the fate pathway seemed to be strong evidence for this conjecture. The so-called becoming a god at the right opportunity. What is the right opportunity? Isn't it decided by fate, by the avatar of fate? And among the honorific name of the key of light, there was a phrase, avatar of fate. Because of fear, Will Osepton had long hesitated to guess in this direction. He could only avoid and refuse to think, looking for a way out for himself and for those behind him. Those behind him were easy to deal with, but himself. To be honest, Will Osepton really hadn't thought of a suitable way out. If necessary, abandoning the sequence 1 Beander characteristic and fleeing was certainly an option. Although this option was ranked very low, it was still among Will Osepton's backup plans. But the problem was, he didn't know how to discard it. Angels have sufficient control over their own Beander characteristics, and having been an archangel for many years, he could naturally expel excess Beander characteristics from his body. But first, they had to be excess, and second, the highest one, the one that determined his own sequence, could not be expelled. In other words, he couldn't expel the Snake of Fate Beander characteristic unless there was a power similar to Unshadowed. Of course, other external help was also possible, such as Amon's theft. If he didn't resist, Eamon could probably steal the Beander characteristic. Although Will Osepton completely distrusted Eamon. Without the courage to cooperate with Eamon, unable to find a suitable Sun Pathway Beander, the nascent fool unhesitatingly stood on the opponent's side. As for methods from other pathways, each had its own problems, leading him to be unable to find a suitable candidate. As for his own pathway, Theoretically, a Beander would expel Beander characteristics after death, and restart could be considered a form of death, but in practice. Well, Will Osepton had actually tried it, but not recently, but over the past 1,000 years. When he first became an archangel, he was indeed curious about this and had conducted similar experiments, but the experiments were not successful. Therefore, this option was not within Will Osepton's consideration from the beginning, but now, Will Osepton found that it had become feasible. Under the influence of outer deity-level Beander characteristic aggregation, if he didn't actively move towards it, then the Beander characteristics in his body would be stripped away and aggregated, and this stripping process would be from high to low. So, after using the ability of restart, he could let the sequence 1 Beander characteristic be stripped away, and escape with the other Beander characteristics. As for the choice of new parents, Will Osepton had a choice that would definitely surprise his former friends. Having witnessed all this, Eamon gently turned the monocle over his right eye, revealing a slight smile. Although the ritual for becoming a god in the fate pathway had problems, it was a very suitable alternative. Because he had noticed it when they first met, unlike others who struggled to find opportunities, for Alice, whose origin was difficult to ascertain, the correct opportunity seemed to be ever present. Fate indulged her to the extreme, as if she could become a god whenever she wanted. It was no exaggeration to say that she was spoon-fed, although she didn't seem to appreciate it at all, even spitting it out. Moreover, even if there were problems or dangers, they were only for the fate pathway. If the key of light wanted to revive, what did it have to do with error? But Eamon was not in a hurry. For him at that time, finding the holder of Saphira Castle and seizing Saphira Castle was more important. Besides, Pales hadn't been found yet, so even if he had a suitable ritual for becoming a god, it would be useless. However, he could indeed make some preparations in his spare time, and this inspiration was given to him by Alice. When his avatar stole Alice's fate and his main body lost contact with the avatar, Eamon felt fear, but when Alice cut off the connection between the main body and the avatar and impersonated him to steal the Storm Church's donation box, Eamon was left with nothing but pleasant surprises. She and he were so similar in character and actions. When she wore his body, who could say she wasn't him? So, if he and she had a deep enough connection, and she trusted him enough, as long as he had the power of fate within him, who knew if he wasn't her in disguise? Of course, this was merely a plan, and its specific implementation required many steps, such as how to guide Alice to trust him, or at least to trust and acquiesce in the matter of her fate being stolen, and how to strengthen their connection, primarily their connection in terms of fate. And how to obtain the power of fate. Each step required specific adjustments, and Eamon was doing these things in his spare time while searching for Saphira Castle. The clue about Pales was a pleasant surprise, but one good turn deserves another. He realized that fate had given him the last clue about the Worm of Time, and also made the possibility of stealing Saphira Castle without bearing the risks almost zero. He had no choice but to postpone the plan to steal Saphira Castle and shift his focus to becoming a god. End of this chapter. Chapter 666 Chapter 58 Wheel of Fortune. Alice found it difficult to describe her current feelings. Her promotions along the way had, in a sense, been smooth sailing, putting aside the ritual process, at least the step from consuming the Beander potion to completing the advancement was painless. At least, Alice had never experienced the soul-tearing pain that Klein described. In fact, this time was no different. The erosion of fate was gentler, more imperceptible. Before realizing she was dissolving in this shimmering river of fate, Alice even found it comfortable and warm. When she noticed this, Alice should have been afraid, but she had no time for fear. She knew she had to find a solution before she completely dissolved, otherwise, she would vanish silently like all tributaries merging into the main current. So, Eamon, hurry up and act. That was a joke. The moment she took the blasphemy slate, the focus of Alice's ritual was no longer on Eamon, but on the blasphemy slate, on the Chaos Sea. Before the giant court, when she saw Klein being affected by the Chaos Sea, Alice tried to help Klein resist this influence without a second thought. She undoubtedly failed, and the Chaos Sea even left a mark in the tributary belonging to her. But was that a bad thing? At this moment, Alice found it to be a good thing. That mark was like the best anchor. No matter how the waves of the river of fate surged, they couldn't dislodge that mark, nor the blasphemy slate connected to it. This allowed Alice to use it as a core, constantly drawing her dissolving self back together. But this was still not enough. Alice knew she had to find something to hold herself, just as she did years ago when she first stepped into the river of fate. She needed something to protect herself from dissolving within it. What could it be? Hoping to use the blasphemy slate as a sort of driftwood was unrealistic. It was too heavy, and after Alice tugged at it twice and found it wouldn't budge, she knew she needed to change her target. She quickly found a second item. It was a net, wrapped around her, full of loopholes. The water of the river of fate continuously seeped through the holes in the net, dissolving her, but the net itself remained unaffected. When Alice noticed this, she naturally thought of the net's origin. This was the net, woven from the fates connected to her during the soothsayer's advancement ritual. This was the net that suffocated her, yet also guided her direction. But it has many holes. If I don't fill these holes, I will still. Wait, if I fill these holes, I'll suffocate, won't I? A seemingly unsolvable problem emerged, but Alice, in such moments, often had surprisingly good ideas. Since not filling them would lead to dissolution, and filling them would lead to suffocation, then fill them with a material that won't dissolve and can help her breathe. Alice thought of frogs. She had an impression of these creatures because they possessed an ability that had greatly astonished her at the time. Frogs could breathe through their skin. So, could she have a skin that breathes like a frog's? Spread out these ropes, let them merge together, and at the same time, add a bit of myself to form a finer, denser net, or rather, skin. Furthermore, I must retain enough dominant consciousness. For this step, the difficulty seemed to be merely in conceiving the solution. Alice was surprised to find that once she had the idea, all the operations were surprisingly effortless. The originally flawed net thus merged with a part of herself, becoming a bridge for her to communicate with the river of fate, yet also isolating her from it. Seeing this, Alice realized her crisis was resolved. What she needed to do now was leave this river and return to her body. Oh, in a sense, she no longer had a body. Even if not completely dissolved, she was now truly a part of the river of fate. With a jumble of thoughts, a silver-white to deep black gradient disk rose from the river of fate, then vanished into thin air. In the material world, a touch of silver-white emerged where Alice had disappeared, and then a silver-white, scaleless giant serpent fully appeared, connecting head to tail. A speck of black appeared in the center of the ring. Just as it was about to spread, those cold, indifferent blood-red pupils caught sight of an illusory figure. He had the face of a young man, wearing a pointed soft hat and a black robe, toying with a monocle in his hand. His form was transitioning from illusory to real, and at this moment, this semi-illusory figure was observing the newly born Wheel of Fortune before him with an expression of curiosity and contemplation. Then, he extended a semi-illusory hand towards the nascent Wheel of Fortune. He clearly wore Amon's face, but Alice instinctively felt a sense of danger, one that Amon never gave her. Almost instinctively, she obeyed another will, and a massive gray-white slate shot out from the deep black that was about to spread in the middle, smashing towards the person in front of her. Then, Alice vanished with a whoosh, leaving behind only a finally solidified snakeskin. The hand reaching out to her didn't have time to stop this, because at this moment, the slate was clearly more eye-catching. It seemed to sense something, struggling to leap out, and a viscous, illusory deep black ocean was thus summoned, engulfing the figure in front of it. Chernobyl. In a sea of illusory deep black, only this gray-white structure hidden underground remained unaffected. A withered hand once again gripped the edge of the cliff, pulling its body up, then sat on the bank, panting heavily, muttering to himself. Finally up. Hey, but this time, I really can't feel my main body and other avatars. Did I really gain freedom? No, it must be the main body that cut off my connection with other avatars, intending to deceive me. Hey, I won't fall for it. He stood up from the ground, just about to move, but then suddenly stopped, looking back behind him. There was a vast, illusory, viscous deep black ocean, and at this moment, that ocean churned, as if sensing some dangerous aura. It's bad, he murmured, it seems to be real. The thrilling, three-person escape in the forsaken land of the gods lasted for a period that was both short and long. Miss Fate missed the first Tarot Club meeting after Mr. Fool's second revival. Facing the bewildered and worried gazes of the other Tarot Club members, Mr. Fool glanced at Alice, who was dashing through the forsaken land of the gods, and decided to save Alice some face. She is participating in a special gamble, he told the others. The dealer is fate, and the gamblers are her and 2 other competitors. While saying this, Klein was actually quite worried about Alice. When he noticed the 3 people gathered together, Klein realized that Alice probably no longer needed to worry about how to make Will accept and chase her. But judging from Alice's expression, Klein felt that her god ascension ritual must have had a big problem. Yet, at this point, Klein found that he actually couldn't help much. These past few days, he had handed all matters concerning the City of Silver and other residents of the forsaken land of the gods to Dunitz, only dealing with things that truly couldn't be resolved, and the rest of his time was mostly spent in Saphira Castle. This escape game was quite boring, but Klein was more worried that if he didn't watch, at some point, Alice would suddenly disappear, and it wouldn't be Alice who returned. This day was no different. He ate his meal as usual, preparing to return to Saphira Castle to continue observing Alice's situation. He stood up and muttered to himself. I even thought about what to do if Dunitz's meal delivery was unreliable, but it wasn't needed, really. He turned and walked towards the room, but after a few steps, he suddenly stopped again, his eyes briefly passing over a moment of confusion. Why am I walking back? Wasn't I here to eat? No, that's not right, I clearly already ate. I forgot. Klein's spiritual intuition was stirred. He looked at the outside world. The people on the street were in a similar state to him. Some had forgotten what they had just done, some remembered doing things they hadn't, and others were grabbing people next to them in horror, saying they had just seen themselves die. Klein didn't look further away. His heart sank slightly, knowing that he no longer needed to go to Saphira Castle, he just needed to wait for the result. Daly leaned back in her chair, raising a hand to press her lower abdomen, looking at Dunn with an unreadable expression. What's wrong? Dunn looked at her, puzzled. I feel. Daly lowered her head thoughtfully. I think I'm pregnant, just now. Quote. Dunn's eyes were filled with confusion. How is that possible? Clearly, Beyonders of Sequence 5 and Sequence 6, when they have excess Beyonder characteristics, will uncontrollably pass them on to their children, and the children will thus become naturally half-Beyonders. Therefore, Beyonders at this stage have a feeling about whether they have left offspring. But not to mention that neither he nor Daly felt anything, and at this time, they hadn't done anything, had they? Daly also shook her head, puzzled. Perhaps we should go ask the goddess. My intuition tells me so. Ask the goddess. Dunn's expression froze, his brows furrowed. You mean, is it possible that? He paused, looking in a certain direction as if in a daze, and said with a sigh. It's. What was I just about to say? He looked at Daly blankly. Daly pressed her head, also experiencing a moment of daze, then seemed to remember something and said. I think I was going to ask the goddess. Oh, I remember. She turned to Dunn, her expression serious again. I think I'm pregnant. As an angel who had initially grasped the authority of fate, Klein was surprised to find that the effect of the restart ability was not on his body, such as a uterus or something, but on his fate. However, this also meant that this ability might not have such high physical requirements, perhaps. Your restart, it wouldn't really make men pregnant, would it? Klein murmured. Alice, who had just landed, heard this question and fell into thought. Are you no longer considering yourself a man, Mr. Fool? I mean before being an angel, Klein tried to clarify. Can you make men pregnant before they become angels? Which, Alice proposed a strange idea. During the brief conversation, Klein relaxed in various ways. Judging from Alice's overly pedantic answer, making men pregnant before they become angels should still be unrealistic. Another point of relaxation was that he basically confirmed this was still the Alice he knew. As for why, basically. I have a question for you. Klein suddenly became serious. Integral 1 sinks dx equals. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. After a full dozen seconds, Alice gave an answer in a very mechanical voice. Lane tan x2 plus c or lane CSCX, cot x plus c. Klein was completely stunned for a moment. He didn't understand why Alice would know, but this answer also made him feel that this must be Alice. Even if she turned into someone else, she should know that her previous self was illiterate, right? In fact, Klein had thought this way from the very beginning when he asked the question. Alice surely wouldn't know the answer, but outright saying she didn't know shouldn't be Alice's reaction. The correct reaction should be to wonder what that statement even meant. That's right, he thought Alice shouldn't even understand his question. It's like if someone asks you if you drank Meng Po's soup, saying, no, is definitely not the correct answer, but saying, yes, isn't right either. If you drank it, how do you still remember? Alice could well understand Klein's confusion. After answering, she offered an explanation. Firstly, I think you probably forgot, Lowen also has mathematics. Although I haven't studied it, Lowen certainly does have it, and I can obtain this knowledge through divination. Then, I am a robot. If what you want isn't for me to learn these myself, but just a simple calculation result, even if I can't divine the answer, I just need to divine the calculation method and process, and then directly plug the formula in. You just gave me a formula, you didn't ask me to prove some theorem or something. I just didn't react quickly enough before. If I thought about it, I would definitely know the answer. End of chapter. Chapter 667 Chapter 59 Klein's thoughts. Alice's explanation enlightened Klein. Before he could speak again, Alice continued. I need to sleep. Maybe for a very, very long time. Don't wake me up if there's nothing. And try not to wake me up even if there is something. When I wake up, I'll tell you what happened. It shouldn't be before birth, I should wake up before that. Actually, I can still think now, right? But, a baby really should get a good sleep. Klein nodded, agreeing without hesitation. All right. Then, silence fell. Klein tried to sense something, then tentatively called out. Alice. Of course, this was in Lowen language. Klein didn't try to use a language that could leverage natural forces. After all, he just wanted to confirm if Alice was asleep, not actually wake her up. After confirming that a language unable to leverage natural forces didn't elicit a response from Alice, Klein realized that Alice was probably truly asleep. He didn't try to see if a language that could leverage natural forces could wake her, because he planned to do something. Klein's hand reached into the air. He thought for a moment and grabbed, pulling a ring from the air. It was a silver ring, inlaid with a strange, dark blue gem. He toyed with the ring in his hand, a slight smile on his face. If I wear the ring when Alice wakes up, and then let her discover it casually, it has to be her discovering it casually, not me bringing it up proactively. If she mistakes it for real, she'll definitely ask me, and then I'll tell her, no, I remember her godhood ritual is related to Aemon. I should first understand Amon's current state. If Aemon can't propose anymore, or if I can't describe Amon's state, she won't believe it. Also, I need to make the historical projection more real. That's easy. By the time I prepare for godhood, I should at least be a king of angels. With the power of Saphira Castle, it won't be difficult to fool her. Especially since she should still be relatively weak then. However, there's another troublesome point. I might not have reached godhood when she wakes up. From her words, this deception must last until after I achieve godhood before it can be exposed. If I could get the real Rose Oath back, that would be great, or I could find someone to make one that looks exactly the same, and then apply anti-divination. Anyway, it's normal for a proposal ring from Aemon to have anti-divination, right? Klein surreptitiously made the historical projection of the ring disappear again, tidied his hat and clothes, and left the spot as if nothing had happened. June 4, 1351. This was the first Monday after Alice's godhood, and the date of the first Tarot Club meeting. Klein sat in his high-backed chair as usual, watching the figures appear in their respective seats, feeling a strange sense of emotion. In the future, it might be a long time before Alice is seen at the Tarot Club. I'm quite unaccustomed to it. He wasn't overly sentimental, because Alice's state before ignoring him was relatively relaxed. She even managed to joke. And, restart, would lead to a weak phase, which Alice had mentioned long ago. But the members of the Tarot Club didn't think so. As early as Alice's previous unexcused absence, some people occasionally observed the empty seat. Although Mr. Fool had given an explanation when son Derek inquired anxiously, everyone at the time thought Alice would appear at the next Tarot Club meeting. After all, for a deity, Failing to respond for too long is not a good thing. Klein had prepared to deal with others' questions, but he quickly noticed that Derek, who was most concerned about Miss Fate's situation, didn't have any questions this time, appearing relaxed and joyful. As for the others, Hanged Man Alger and Hermit Catlius seemed to have their own thoughts, but none of them proactively asked, probably waiting for someone else. Moon Emlyn truly believed the bet wasn't over. The star Leonard was very worried, but his gaze wasn't directed at the fool, but at the world. He seemed to have something to say to the world, but wasn't sure if it was about this matter or something else. At the last Tarot Club meeting, the world had proposed a commission to find Zeratul and Spirit World specialties, and announced that he had already become an angel. Magician Furs didn't think that much. She wasn't very familiar with Alice, and her attention was more on Mr. Fool. Judgment Zio had joined the Tarot Club for her friend's sake. Therefore, after a silent transaction phase, it was Justice Audrey who first brought up the related topic. She didn't choose to ask the fool, but inquired of the world. Mr. World, do you know what Miss Fate is doing? Audrey asked directly because her intention was different from the others. She had personally witnessed the intimate relationship between the world and Alice. In her opinion, if something happened to Alice, the world would definitely need a psychiatrist, especially since the world had just been promoted to angel, which is when problems are most likely to arise. This was not a test, she was simply curious. Son Derek also looked over. Klein thought for a moment, then controlled the world to ask. You all don't seem very worried about her. Her. Audrey subtly frowned. In her impression, the world seemed more inclined to call Alice, she. So Audrey said thoughtfully, because I feel that if something happened to Miss Fate, you definitely wouldn't be able to remain as calm as you are now. She was completely open, so the world looked at Derek again. Derek replied, for some reason, my companion performed a ritual to Miss Fate, praying for luck, and it successfully received a response. Klein suddenly understood. Then he had the world ask. This past week, did none of you feel a moment of disorientation? Suddenly seeing something, or suddenly forgetting that you had already done something, or even feeling like you had done something you hadn't? The Tarot Club members nodded one after another. Leonard suddenly realized, that is. He had a guess, but he didn't speak, just looked at the world. The others were much the same. The world slowly said, perhaps we shouldn't call her Miss Fate, but Goddess of Fate. If she still plans to maintain that title when she wakes up. Wakes up. Derek's eyes showed confusion. That should be an automatically responding ritual she left before she fell into a coma. Klein turned to Derek and explained, she is currently, well, a developing fetus should get a good sleep, shouldn't it? Everyone suddenly understood, recalling Alice's original commission and gaining some understanding of the current situation. Audrey subconsciously wanted to glance at the head of the bronze long table, to observe Mr. Fool's waist and abdomen, but she immediately restrained herself, withdrawing that overly offensive thought. Only Leonard seemed to have more to say. He raised his hand and said, Mr. Fool, I wish to speak with the world privately. Klein, of course, agreed. Amidst the others' scrutinizing or curious gazes, they entered a private conversation. The world asked in confusion, what's wrong? Leonard showed a strange expression and told Klein, Ms. Daly is pregnant. Isn't that a good thing? Klein asked, puzzled. No. Leonard's expression was strange. That child. He paused, then spoke in a very complex tone. After learning about it, I went to see the captain and Ms. Daly. Ms. Daly told me that the child received the goddess's blessing, and he will be a lovely little angel. Quote. With Bonnard and Zeratul as precedents, Klein suddenly had a bad premonition. Leonard took a deep breath and continued. That's nothing, but after I left, the old man told me that the child's fate was abnormal. He might really be a lovely little angel. He looked at Klein with a serious expression. Klein understood the key points after a few breaths. Alice was with him. Even if Ouroboros wanted to restart, he wouldn't choose anyone other than the true creator. That child there could only be Will Osepton. However, is restart so easily discovered? No, it's not a problem with restart, it should be due to the decrease in Will Osepton's Beander characteristic. Moreover, his own state is definitely not good, but why Ms. Daly? Is he afraid of Alice acting against him? But wouldn't that just create more enmity? How is this different from me learning that Melissa is pregnant with an angel? However, if he does this, Alice should indeed have some reservations and not act. He should still be planning to seek the goddess's protection. No, wait, countless thoughts flashed through Klein's mind. He suddenly grasped something and urgently said, "Do the captain and Ms. Daly still not know about this?" "I believe so." Leonard nodded. Klein felt he suddenly understood everything. He was certain that if the captain and Ms. Daly still didn't know about this, Alice wouldn't want them to find out later. She would prefer that the captain and Ms. Daly remain unaware without being harmed. In other words, she would be more inclined to negotiate privately with Will Osepton. And the outcome of the negotiation would simply be Ms. Daly and the captain gaining an additional angel bodyguard. Although he could basically guess, Klein didn't intend to make decisions for Alice. He shook his head and said, "I'll go check the situation and talk to him. As for the rest, we'll discuss it once Alice wakes up." Leonard had no objections, but he had some thoughts about Klein's words. He asked with a strange expression, "You calling out like that, is it okay?" His eyes kept darting diagonally upwards, as if about to cramp. Klein couldn't bear to watch and quickly said, "Don't worry, I've tried it several times. She can't hear anything this way." When the address reverted to she, Leonard's expression also took on a hint of inexplicable meaning. He seemed to have gained a true understanding of the relationship between Klein and Alice, and he no longer spoke, merely indicating to the fool that his private conversation was over. The conversation ended there. No one raised any more questions about Alice until the end of this Tarot Club meeting. Once all the projections in Saphira Castle dissipated, Klein began to ponder his next course of action. Acting to digest the Miracle Invoker potion, collecting supplementary materials for the Attendant of Mysteries potion, preparing the Attendant of Mysteries advancement ritual, investigating Amon's current status. After categorizing the tasks by priority, investigating Amon's current status was ultimately placed first by Klein. He wasn't sure when Alice would wake up. After a slight hesitation, Klein finally decided to attempt to divine Amon's current status. He guessed that Amon's condition wouldn't be good. If Amon were already a true god and had the spare capacity to do something to him, Alice wouldn't fail to warn him. Plus, during the divination for Antigonus, Klein had already discovered that after thoroughly digesting the Scholar of Your potion, he was less likely to encounter danger when divining certain targets. He was already able to have a premonition before encountering danger during divination, like Alice, and end the divination, although according to Alice's description, she didn't end it herself, rather, fate simply didn't let her see, ending it directly. Klein naturally dared not wish for such an unusual favoritism. The current premonition was already enough. He reached out, ritualistically summoning paper and pen, and wrote down the divination statement, though it was actually no longer needed. But as his first truly meaningful divination after advancing to Angel, Klein still completed the entire process and initiated dream divination. He saw Chernobyl again, the cliff leading through the continuous gray-white buildings, and the withered hand on the cliff. Klein had a deep impression of the owner of this hand. He remembered this was Amon, who had been kicked down by Alice. At that time, Klein didn't know what was below, but now he knew that it was the remnant of the Chaos Sea. So, Amon climbed out of the Chaos Sea. His intuition told Klein that this interpretation was definitely incorrect, but for a while, he couldn't think of the true interpretation. After pondering for a long time, he found that he now had two options. One was to wake Alice, and the other was to wake the true creator. Neither answer was realistic. Klein thought for a moment and decided he could first investigate the current situation in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. After all, according to Alice, moving people out beforehand was because no one would survive if they weren't moved. If things had reached that point, then, there should be some traces left, right? Thinking this, Klein's body descended, returning to the real world, and heading to the City of Silver's relocation site. He was never one to act on impulse. Although he had a direction for his next step, Klein intended to first find people who understood and were concerned about the relevant situation, to inquire about the current state of the Forsaken Land of the Gods. End of chapter. Chapter 668. Chapter 60. Russell. The resettlement of the City of Silver residents and other inhabitants of the Forsaken Land of the Gods was handled by the Sea God believers led by Dunitz. Klein did not appear with great fanfare. He only contacted Derek and Dunitz to inquire about a few things. These people, leaving their homeland for the first time, paid no attention to their former home, which was understandable, as they were enjoying their new lives so much they forgot all about their old one. Klein didn't get any information. Klein wasn't disappointed. He tried divination again, this time targeting the current state of the forsaken land of the gods, not Amen. He saw the giant court once again bathed in the light of dusk, and the gray-blue gate leading to the outside had closed at some unknown time. Seeing this scene, Klein frowned, rubbing his temples and muttering to himself. What's going on? Did the true creator actively close the passage? Did something happen? Klein pondered for a while but came up with no answers, finally deciding to abandon this thought for now. Aside from that, the most urgent matter for him right now was the digestion of his potion and the accumulation of miracles. It was even more important. In fact, after advancing to Miracle Invoker, Klein found that he had already digested most of his potion. Accumulating miracles is the primary method of a Miracle Invoker, most of its core abilities rely on this. Although Klein found that he could use the power of Saphira Castle from above Saphira Castle, thereby exercising some of the authorities of the Trojan Horse of Destiny and Planeswalker, and his own strength would also increase, that was only when he was above Saphira Castle. At present, he could not enter Saphira Castle in his physical body. Therefore, he needed to accumulate enough miracles to deal with complex and changing situations. What happened even earlier than Alice waking up was Bernadette's request. After learning that the Fool had further recovered and Miss Fate had finally become a god, Bernadette called back Catlia, the hermit, entrusted her with items that were inconvenient to carry, and then prepared to set off for that mysterious island, which was Emperor Rosal's final mausoleum. After receiving Alice's promise, Bernadette had searched for clues multiple times and finally found leads to that mysterious island. However, not yet having found an opportunity to advance to an angel, she had temporarily chosen not to go, but to await news from the Fool. She wasn't afraid of not being able to return, but she was afraid of gaining nothing even if she sacrificed her life. After listening to the prayers of Catlia, the hermit, and Bernadette, Klein couldn't help but feel a little curious about the wishing lamp. He remembered Alice's special attention to this sealed artifact. According to Alice, it contained the consciousness of the Son of Chaos. And at this moment, Klein already knew that the Son of Chaos was one of those outer gods who coveted the Saphira and Beander characteristics within Earth. However, he seemed to be a little different from other outer gods. He had somehow managed to get inside the barrier, and then, considering that it was a Miracle Invoker's Beander characteristic, he probably encountered the Lord of the Mysteries of that time. How pitiful. Klein shook his head with little sympathy, then thought of the few pathways from the outer gods. Probably because the Son of Chaos was imprisoned, among the 6 pathways from the outer gods, only the Black Emperor and Justiciar pathways were exceptionally safe, especially the Black Emperor, which even produced several true gods. After a few silent sighs, Klein did not take the opportunity to peek at the wishing lamp. After all, the consciousness hidden within the wishing lamp was not simple. If he saw the wishing lamp, his abnormality would most likely be discovered. Moreover, having witnessed Alice's ability to twist black and white, and having witnessed Beyonders of the error pathway being able to deceive even rules, according to Pales, deceiving rules was even easier than deceiving living people. In short, after experiencing similar things, Klein kept his distance from twisting authorities. Unfortunately, what the Son of Chaos possessed was precisely such an authority. After giving Bernadette and Catlia relevant reminders, Klein no longer meddled, simply awaiting Bernadette's decision. If she learned of the danger level on the island and still insisted on going, Klein would not watch the child of a senior transmigrator go to their death. He would still help if he could. As expected, Bernadette eventually boarded the island. After witnessing the long-awaited reunion of father and daughter, Klein, with complex emotions, raised his hand and conjured a paper figure from a pile of sundries. With a snap, the paper figure rapidly thickened, expanded, and flew into the translucent vortex made of illusory mysterious symbols beside the Fool's chair. After passing through the slowly rotating vortex, the paper figure descended into the dimly lit interior of the mausoleum, where the light source was unknown, and transformed into a human in front of the central high platform. This human had black hair and brown eyes, somewhat resembling Gehrman Sparrow, but his contours were not as sharp, his lines not as deep, his temperament not as cold, and his facial features also differed slightly. He also had a bit of social-induced flab on his chin and belly. This was Klein's original appearance as Joe Mingrui, the Joe Mingrui who had been hanging inside Saphira Castle, being roommates with Rosal Gustav for thousands of years. Rosal was not surprised by his appearance. He pressed one hand on the armrest, leaning slightly forward as he looked at him and said, "You've come." "I've come." Klein nodded almost imperceptibly. "You shouldn't have come." Rosal sighed. "I'm already here." Klein naturally picked up on the meme, subconsciously thinking of Alice. Oh no, she wasn't entirely just memeing. After all, our old memes didn't include the circus pathway. Speaking of which, it's a pity she couldn't come here to see the Emperor. I should let her see him sometime and let her personally recount all the good things she's done. Klein couldn't help but laugh, and Rosal, who had just confirmed Klein's identity, asked, "You seem to have thought of something interesting. Is your wife pregnant?" "No," Klein shook his head, "I'm pregnant." Question mark. Rosal looked at this clearly male fellow countryman, his tone a little hesitant. "Which pathway did you take?" "Seer," Klein replied. Rosal fell silent for a moment. He looked at Klein for a few seconds before he couldn't help but ask, "I remember the seer pathway shouldn't have." The unspoken words were written on Rosal's vaguely defined face. Klein chuckled again, shaking his head and saying, "It's not because of my pathway, it's her. Since you've made blasphemy cards, you should know about the restart of the Wheel of Fortune pathway." Rosal suddenly understood and nodded, then raised his eyebrows and asked, "Her?" I know what you're thinking." Klein glanced at Rosal, "but believe me, if you had met her, you would never have similar thoughts. I think even demonesses are nothing. You know what I mean." Rosal coughed lightly, as if realizing something, and asked, "How much of my diary have you read?" "Almost all of it." Klein scrutinized Rosal with an unreadable expression. "She even helped you continue it a little." "Continued?" Rosal's tone became confused. Klein smiled faintly and recited a diary entry that had left a deep impression on him. April 1st. "Oh, damn it, I'm cursed. I've turned into a woman, and a well-endowed one at that. I can't bear to look at my own body. I can't stand this situation. It's truly terrifying. I enjoy the company of ladies, but that doesn't mean I wish to become a woman. I hope to return to normal soon. April 2nd. I've experienced a woman's pleasure. I almost fell in love with this feeling. Oh no, I can't fall into such depravity. I should quickly find a way to change back. April 4th. The taste of an iron-blooded night is really good." After a slight pause, Klein looked at Rosal, who was gasping, and asked, "Do you want to hear the next entry?" After a few seconds of silence, Rosal asked, "Can I ask who the protagonist of the next entry is?" "Zeratul," Klein said without hesitation. "Although it's somewhat veiled, I think what she wanted to write about was the beautiful women you and Zeratul transformed into using the faceless ability." Rosal's voice was devoid of emotion. "You just mentioned restart. Is she sequence 1 now?" "No," Klein shook his head, "she's already a true god." Is she also a transmigrator?" Rosal asked again. "She and you too. Alice's situation is quite complex. Klein glanced at Rosal, then shook his head. According to her account, when she was about 6 or 7 years old, her ice cream fell on the ground. She rushed over to pick it up, and then she fell into the river of fate. And then, she fished out the key of light from the river of fate. That's a Saphira. Do you know about this?" 6. Rosal offered a very brief exclamation of praise. He seemed disinclined to continue discussing this heart-stopping story and changed the subject. "You already know the truth about the apocalypse." "Yes," Klein answered frankly. "You knew so early." "That's right." Rosal gave a self-deprecating smile. "Even if it's just good luck, she is." "No, you said earlier that she picked up the key of light in the river of fate." Klein nodded. "You also said you were pregnant with her." Rosal continued to ask. Klein nodded again, and Rosal then questioned. "How could that be? The key of light clearly." "That's why I said her situation is quite complex." Klein shook his head. "Let's not talk about this anymore. Or do you want to hear the full version of her continued diary?" "No, thank you." Rosal rejected the suggestion without hesitation. Klein nodded, then asked curiously, "What exactly did you pick up on the moon? Have you ever seen?" He paused, remembering Alice saying that Rosal was having children for the mother goddess of depravity, and his gaze silently swept across the figure's abdomen, then continued. "Have you ever seen the mother goddess of depravity?" "The mother goddess of depravity?" Rosal repeated, as if he didn't know who that was. Klein explained, "She's the one who polluted you. She shares the honorific name Primordial Moon with the Mother Tree of Desire." Rosal's not-so-clear facial features stirred. He was silent for several seconds before saying, "I know the Primordial Moon, but I didn't know her true honorific name is the Mother Goddess of Depravity. Now that I think about it, my ability to discover that Mr. Dorr was seeking help might not have been a coincidence." Hearing this, Klein felt a stir in his heart. He said, "I was about to communicate with Mr. Dorr, and then she advised me not to, and told me that she had only seen one high-level existence as kind and willing to grant wishes as Mr. Dorr." "Who?" Rosal asked curiously. "No, from your description, her status seems. She might have advanced through the pathways from the beginning." Klein shook his head. "As for the person she mentioned, have you heard of Amen?" Rosal's expression froze. He clearly knew of the famous Angel of Time and changed the subject. "You should have obtained the blasphemy cards." Klein nodded and said, "Yes, I've collected a few." "Which ones?" Rosal pressed. Klein replied truthfully, "Black Emperor, Tyrant, Red Priest, and Wheel of Fortune. Also, I've seen the Fool card once." "Phew." Rosal exhaled, his faintly furrowed brow visibly relaxing. "Thankfully, it's not the Demoness card, the Moon card, or the Mother card. You brought it up yourself." Klein glanced at Rosal, shaking his head and saying, "Although Alice was very curious about what you looked like on those cards, we unanimously agreed that it wasn't very safe. After all, none of us could figure out how you, not yet a god at the time, managed to create anti-divination that even true gods couldn't see through." Rosal chuckled upon hearing this. "Because knowledge can bring power, and power can also bestow knowledge. This is the authority of the Knowledge Emperor. Once I imbued all 22 Beander potion formulas with power, they naturally generated the aggregated power between Beander characteristics and acquired a certain degree of anti-divination and anti-prophecy effect. Then, using..." As he spoke, Rosal suddenly paused, as if he had noticed a problem. After a second or two, he said with a somewhat ethereal voice, "The creation of the blasphemy cards was 1 year before I performed the Black Emperor ritual. At that time, I had already suffered the pollution of the Primordial Moon, and I didn't have the corresponding awareness most of the time. Why were these 22 cards able to remain undiscovered by even deities?" Hearing this rhetorical question, Klein's main body above Saphira Castle narrowed his eyes slightly. Before he could respond, he heard Rosal's terrified cry. "Don't collect all 22 cards. Beware of the Mother card." End of chapter. The resettlement of the City of Silver, along with the residents of other, forsaken lands of the gods, was overseen by the sea god believers led by Dunitz. Klein did not make a grand appearance, he only contacted Derek and Dunitz to inquire about a few things. These people, leaving their homeland for the first time, paid no attention to their former home, which was understandable, as they were enjoying their new lives so much they forgot all about their old one. Klein didn't get any information. Klein wasn't disappointed. He tried divination again, this time targeting the current state of the forsaken land of the gods, not Amen. He saw the giant court once again bathed in the light of dusk, and the gray-blue gate leading to the outside had closed at some unknown time. Seeing this scene, Klein frowned, rubbing his temples and muttering to himself. What's going on? Did the true creator actively close the passage? Did something happen? Klein pondered for a while but came up with no answers, finally deciding to abandon this thought for now. Aside from that, the most urgent matter for him right now was the digestion of his potion and the accumulation of miracles. It was even more important. In fact, after advancing to Miracle Invoker, Klein found that he had already digested most of his potion. Accumulating miracles is the primary method of a Miracle Invoker, most of its core abilities rely on this. Although Klein found that he could use the power of Saphira Castle from above Saphira Castle, thereby exercising some of the authorities of the Trojan Horse of Destiny and Planeswalker, and his own strength would also increase, that was only when he was above Saphira Castle. At present, he could not enter Saphira Castle in his physical body. Therefore, he needed to accumulate enough miracles to deal with complex and changing situations. What happened even earlier than Alice waking up was Bernadette's request. After learning that the fool had further recovered and Miss Fate had finally become a god, Bernadette called back Catlia, the hermit, entrusted her with items that were inconvenient to carry, and then prepared to set off for that mysterious island, which was Emperor Rosel's final mausoleum. After receiving Alice's promise, Bernadette had searched for clues multiple times and finally found leads to that mysterious island. However, not yet having found an opportunity to advance to an angel, she had temporarily chosen not to go, but to await news from the fool. She wasn't afraid of not being able to return, but she was afraid of gaining nothing even if she sacrificed her life. After listening to the prayers of Catlia, the hermit, and Bernadette, Klein couldn't help but feel a little curious about the wishing lamp. He remembered Alice's special attention to this sealed artifact. According to Alice, it contained the consciousness of the Son of Chaos. And at this moment, Klein already knew that the Son of Chaos was one of those outer gods who coveted the Sephira and Beyonder characteristics within Earth. However, he seemed to be a little different from other outer gods. He had somehow managed to get inside the barrier, and then, considering that it was a miracle invoker's Beyonder characteristic, he probably encountered the Lord of the Mysteries of that time. How pitiful. Klein shook his head with little sympathy, then thought of the few pathways from the outer gods. Probably because the Son of Chaos was imprisoned, among the 6 pathways from the outer gods, only the Black Emperor and Justiciar pathways were exceptionally safe, especially the Black Emperor, which even produced several true gods. After a few silent sighs, Klein did not take the opportunity to peek at the wishing lamp. After all, the consciousness hidden within the wishing lamp was not simple. If he saw the wishing lamp, his abnormality would most likely be discovered. Moreover, having witnessed Alice's ability to twist black and white, and having witnessed Beyonders of the error pathway being able to deceive even rules, according to Pales, deceiving rules was even easier than deceiving living people. In short, after experiencing similar things, Klein kept his distance from twisting authorities. Unfortunately, what the Son of Chaos possessed was precisely such an authority. After giving Bernadette and Catlia relevant reminders, Klein no longer meddled, simply awaiting Bernadette's decision. If she learned of the danger level on the island and still insisted on going, Klein would not watch the child of a senior transmigrator go to their death. He would still help if he could. As expected, Bernadette eventually boarded the island. After witnessing the long-awaited reunion of father and daughter, Klein, with complex emotions, raised his hand and conjured a paper figure from a pile of sundries. With a snap, the paper figure rapidly thickened, expanded, and flew into the translucent vortex made of illusory mysterious symbols beside the fool's chair. After passing through the slowly rotating vortex, the paper figure descended into the dimly lit interior of the mausoleum, where the light source was unknown, and transformed into a human in front of the central high platform. This human had black hair and brown eyes, somewhat resembling Gehrman Sparrow, but his contours were not as sharp, his lines not as deep, his temperament not as cold, and his facial features also differed slightly. He also had a bit of social-induced flab on his chin and belly. This was Klein's original appearance as Joe Mingrui, the Joe Mingrui who had been hanging inside Sephira Castle, being roommates with Rosal Gustav for thousands of years. Rosal was not surprised by his appearance. He pressed one hand on the armrest, leaning slightly forward as he looked at him and said, "You've come." "I've come." Klein nodded almost imperceptibly. "You shouldn't have come." Rosal sighed. "I'm already here." Klein naturally picked up on the meme, subconsciously thinking of Alice. Oh no, she wasn't entirely just memeing. After all, our old memes didn't include the circus pathway. Speaking of which, it's a pity she couldn't come here to see the Emperor. I should let her see him sometime and let her personally recount all the good things she's done. Klein couldn't help but laugh, and Rosal, who had just confirmed Klein's identity, asked, "You seem to have thought of something interesting. Is your wife pregnant?" "No," Klein shook his head, "I'm pregnant." Question mark. Rosal looked at this clearly male fellow countryman, his tone a little hesitant. "Which pathway did you take?" "Seer," Klein replied. Rosal fell silent for a moment. He looked at Klein for a few seconds before he couldn't help but ask, "I remember the seer pathway shouldn't have." The unspoken words were written on Rosal's vaguely defined face. Klein chuckled again, shaking his head and saying, "It's not because of my pathway, it's her. Since you've made blasphemy cards, you should know about the restart of the Wheel of Fortune pathway." Rosal suddenly understood and nodded, then raised his eyebrows and asked, "Her?" I know what you're thinking." Klein glanced at Rosal, "but believe me, if you had met her, you would never have similar thoughts. I think even demonesses are nothing. You know what I mean." Rosal coughed lightly, as if realizing something, and asked, How much of my diary have you read?" "Almost all of it." Klein scrutinized Rosal with an unreadable expression. "She even helped you continue it a little." Continued. Rosal's tone became confused. Klein smiled faintly and recited a diary entry that had left a deep impression on him. April 1st. "Oh, damn it, I'm cursed. I've turned into a woman, and a well-endowed one at that. I can't bear to look at my own body. I can't stand this situation. It's truly terrifying. I enjoy the company of ladies, but that doesn't mean I wish to become a woman. I hope to return to normal soon. April 2nd. I've experienced a woman's pleasure. I almost fell in love with this feeling. Oh no, I can't fall into such depravity. I should quickly find a way to change back. April 4th. The taste of an iron-blooded night is really good." After a slight pause, Klein looked at Rosal, who was gasping, and asked, "Do you want to hear the next entry?" After a few seconds of silence, Rosal asked, "Can I ask who the protagonist of the next entry is?" "Zeratul," Klein said without hesitation. "Although it's somewhat veiled, I think what she wanted to write about was the beautiful women you and Zeratul transformed into using the faceless ability." Rosal's voice was devoid of emotion. "You just mentioned restart. Is she sequence 1 now?" "No," Klein shook his head, "she's already a true god." Is she also a transmigrator?" Rosal asked again. "She and you too. Alice's situation is quite complex." Klein glanced at Rosal, then shook his head. According to her account, when she was about 6 or 7 years old, her ice cream fell on the ground. She rushed over to pick it up, and then she fell into the river of fate. And then, she fished out the key of light from the river of fate. That's a Saphira. Do you know about this? 6. Rosal offered a very brief exclamation of praise. He seemed disinclined to continue discussing this heart-stopping story and changed the subject. "You already know the truth about the apocalypse." "Yes," Klein answered frankly. "You knew so early." "That's right." Rosal gave a self-deprecating smile. "Even if it's just good luck, she is." "No, you said earlier that she picked up the key of light in the river of fate." Klein nodded. "You also said you were pregnant with her." Rosal continued to ask. Klein nodded again, and Rosal then questioned. "How could that be? The key of light clearly." "That's why I said her situation is quite complex." Klein shook his head. "Let's not talk about this anymore. Or do you want to hear the full version of her continued diary?" "No, thank you." Rosal rejected the suggestion without hesitation. Klein nodded, then asked curiously, "What exactly did you pick up on the moon? Have you ever seen?" He paused, remembering Alice saying that Rosal was having children for the mother goddess of depravity, and his gaze silently swept across the figure's abdomen, then continued. "Have you ever seen the mother goddess of depravity?" "The mother goddess of depravity?" Rosal repeated, as if he didn't know who that was. Klein explained. "She's the one who polluted you. She shares the honorific name Primordial Moon with the Mother Tree of Desire." Rosal's not-so-clear facial features stirred. He was silent for several seconds before saying, "I know the Primordial Moon, but I didn't know her true honorific name is the Mother Goddess of Depravity. Now that I think about it, my ability to discover that Mr. Dorr was seeking help might not have been a coincidence." Hearing this, Klein felt a stir in his heart. He said, "I was about to communicate with Mr. Dorr, and then she advised me not to, and told me that she had only seen one high-level existence as kind and willing to grant wishes as Mr. Dorr." "Who?" Rosal asked curiously. "No, from your description, her status seems. She might have advanced through the pathways from the beginning." Klein shook his head. "As for the person she mentioned, you've heard of Amen, haven't you?" Rosal's expression froze. He clearly knew of the famous Angel of Time and changed the subject. "You should have obtained the blasphemy cards." Klein nodded and said, yes, I've collected a few. Which ones? Rosal pressed. Klein replied truthfully, Black Emperor, Tyrant, Red Priest, and Wheel of Fortune. Also, I've seen the Fool card once. Phew. Rosal exhaled, his faintly furrowed brow visibly relaxing. Thankfully, it's not the Demoness card, the Moon card, or the Mother card. You brought it up yourself. Klein glanced at Rosal, shaking his head and saying, although Alice was very curious about what you looked like on those cards, we unanimously agreed that it wasn't very safe. After all, none of us could figure out how you, not yet a god at the time, managed to create anti-divination that even true gods couldn't see through. Rosal chuckled upon hearing this. Because knowledge can bring power, and power can also bestow knowledge. This is the authority of the Knowledge Emperor. Once I imbued all 22 Beander potion formulas with power, they naturally generated the aggregated power between Beander characteristics and acquired a certain degree of anti-divination and anti-prophecy effect. Then, using. As he spoke, Rosal suddenly paused, as if he had noticed a problem. After a second or two, he said with a somewhat ethereal voice. The creation of the blasphemy cards was 1 year before I performed the Black Emperor ritual. At that time, I had already suffered the pollution of the primordial moon, and I didn't have the corresponding awareness most of the time. Why were these 22 cards able to remain undiscovered by even deities? Hearing this rhetorical question, Klein's main body above Saphira Castle narrowed his eyes slightly. Before he could respond, he heard Rosal's terrified cry. Don't collect all 22 cards. Beware of the Mother card. End of chapter. Chapter 669. Chapter 61. Arranging the Afterlife. This exclamation confirmed Klein's long-held suspicion. Above Saphira Castle, Klein looked at the 4 cards placed face down before him, a hint of relief flashing in his expression. If he had found the Mother card and then accommodated it, but was the Mother card the only one with issues? Meanwhile, Rosal's voice continued. All things possess divinity, the Creator is still alive, living within each and every one of us. Klein's brow furrowed slightly, unsure whether it was Rosal speaking now or the red moon within him. He already had some understanding of this matter and had even experienced it firsthand. It was a necessary path for advancing to an angel. Hearing Rosal's statement now, he didn't feel much panic, only recalling the Aurora Order's doctrines he had read before. They proclaimed that the Creator was omnipresent, existing within every living being. Therefore, all things possessed divinity. If divinity was rich enough, one could become an angel. The current true gods were merely more powerful angels. For ordinary people, as long as they could grasp that the essence of life was a spiritual travel, consciously temper and strengthen their spirit, find their own divinity, and merge with more divinity, they could shed their mortal bodies and become angels. Before knowing all this, Klein had only marveled at the self-consistency of the cult's doctrines. Now, recalling that doctrine, Klein could only marvel at the true Creator's courage. No, perhaps it was madness. It seemed he was indeed not always in a clear state. Rosal on the other end had stopped speaking. He panted and sat back on his throne. Klein also manipulated the paper figure to speak. Of the things you just said, which should be believed and which should be wary of? Rosal chuckled and said, you decide for yourself. Hey, isn't that the way you seers speak? Oh, by the way, I seem to recall that the Alice you mentioned comes from the door pathway. Klein shook his head, denying, she doesn't usually speak like that. Most of the time, it's the style she uses when continuing your diary. Rosal once again chose to change the subject. My biggest problem in the first half of my life was being too overconfident, always feeling like I could reload and restart at any time, and not scrutinizing many details enough. Back then, Green was corrupted by the strange power on this island, and after his death, he returned here and was reborn. Wasn't that an influence from the primordial moon? After I completed various checks and performed the corresponding purification, I thought I was fine. But in reality, fate might have already changed subtly at that moment, which led me to, accidentally, encounter Mr. Door later and be guided by him step by step to the moon. This cannot be blamed on Mr. Door, his condition might be even worse than mine now. He mentioned Mr. Door again, and caught off guard, the paper figure controlled by Klein's expression twisted for a moment. Rosal felt a slight confusion about this. After regaining his composure, Klein shook his head and explained. She said you two were having children for the mother goddess of depravity. Hey, Rosal praised with a complex expression, you really can't go 3 sentences without mentioning her. Klein frowned. He interrupted the possibility of the topic developing further, explaining. After all, Alice and I are like you and Bernadette. Moreover, Alice was even conceived and given birth to by me personally. That one sentence left Rosal speechless. Klein felt that if he weren't a shadow with blurred features at the moment, his expression would surely be very colorful. Unfortunately, he was limited, and Rosal could only express his emotions through his tone. Fortunately, you didn't get the mother card. Klein paused, suddenly remembering Frank. I wonder if Frank's performance counts as truly aligning with the mother goddess of depravity's will. Alice is out of the question. I have no doubt that if the mother goddess of depravity didn't intend to kill or corrupt her, she would immediately change her tune and call the mother goddess of depravity, Mother, becoming the mother goddess of depravity's most obedient child. Klein shook his head and sighed, saying, if it's just at the true God level, it can't resolve your corruption, is that right? Yes, Rosal nodded, I think only an outer deity might be able to. His words trailed off, his gaze falling on the paper figure before him, and he sighed. Indeed, only transmigrators who chose the seer, apprentice, or marauder pathway could enter Saphira Castle. By the time I deduced this factor, it was already too late. I don't know if you want to become an outer deity, nor do I know if it requires a ritual. I can only tell you that it is definitely more dangerous than becoming a god, many, many times more dangerous. Perhaps, the existence that preserved us and successively cast us into reality is waiting for you there. The only advice I can give you is to communicate with the genie in the wishing lamp before you attempt to do so. Klein nodded, not mentioning that he already knew the genie's identity, only nodding and saying, all right. It was then that Rosal let out a faint smile, his tone tinged with a hint of ease. If you really become an outer deity, you can consider saving me. After all, only an outer deity can contend with an outer deity. At this point, he paused, his speaking speed noticeably slowing. If even you, after becoming an outer deity, cannot completely free me from the primordial moon's corruption, then remember to erase me, destroy this mausoleum, and support a new Black Emperor, so that I can never be resurrected again. The light inside the mausoleum seemed to dim a little further. Klein remained silent for 2 seconds and said, I will not forget. Rosal fell silent, then after a few seconds, he laughed self-deprecatingly. Of course, before that, you'll have to save me a few more times. Klein looked at Rosal, only feeling his heart grow heavier. He recalled Alice's uniquely comforting words and, after a 2-second deliberation, said, I will try my best to wake you up so you can personally read those 2 diary entries. She continued. You probably don't know, but she has already copied and sold those 2 pages of the diary, and even I can't divine anything related to her. In other words, those diary entries can no longer be retrieved. Quote, question mark, quote. Rosal's blurred features froze. How much did she sell them for? I don't know, Klein said frankly, but one day, one of my subordinates collected a transcribed copy of a diary she sold and presented it. Rosal remained silent for a long time. After more than 10 seconds of quiet, he finally spoke. Bernadette is a sensible child. Klein deeply agreed and nodded. The sad mood was diluted a little, but not much eased. Rosal then continued. My former mistresses must have all met their own ends. For them, I am very sorry. I never truly loved them, only coveted their beauty and enjoyed the pleasure. I have no illegitimate children. On this matter, a Beander has a lot of say. As for before becoming a Beander, I imagine those ladies, like me, only coveted the beauty and bodies of young men, enjoying the pleasure, and wouldn't leave themselves trouble. My eldest son, Charles, should have died many years ago. I wonder if he left any descendants. My second son, Bonnard, if nothing unexpected happened, must be an angel by now. My feelings for him are very complex. On one hand, very indifferent, disappointed, and hateful, while on the other, I occasionally secretly care. I remember when he was a child, in his first few years after birth, he was truly very cute. My eldest daughter, Bernadette, you have already met. Isn't she beautiful? She was beautiful, well-behaved, intelligent, and filial to her old father, cared for her younger brother, and cherished her mother since she was small. Sometimes, she was especially upright, appearing a bit foolish. Several times, when playing chess or games with her, I secretly cheated to tease her, and she never noticed. This temperament made it difficult for her to accept some of the things I did later. Of course, now everything can be blamed on the primordial moon, it's all its corruption. In this regard, I still have to thank it. I don't know what standing I have to ask you for a favor, as I have never helped you, nor do we have much of a relationship, just coming from the same era, the same place, with a bit of fellow countryman sentiment. Charles's descendants. Klein's expression was a bit grim. Out of politeness, he controlled the paper figure, not letting it show any abnormality, but responded in a very normal tone. Your diary has given me great help, allowing me to grasp many high-level knowledge when I was weak, thereby avoiding many dangers and enabling me to make targeted efforts. Also, those blasphemy cards played different roles at different stages. When the diary was mentioned, Rosal's attitude became strange again, and he coughed lightly, saying, I don't really want to mention this, however, in my later stages, I was indeed consciously leaving information for the next transmigrator. The only thing I couldn't be sure of was which language you actually understood. The great emperor slowly exhaled and then said, my request is to help me look after Bernadette and provide her with some assistance when she needs it. Although she is almost a truly important figure in the mystical world, as a father, I still can't help but worry about her. Klein didn't hesitate, letting the paper figure answer directly, I will help you look after her. Hiss, why does that sound a bit awkward? Rosal's tone instantly became a little strange. Oh, right, I haven't asked your name yet. As for me, you should know very well, Huang Dao. Zhou Mingrui. Klein answered frankly. And, Rosal's gaze fell on Klein, that person you mentioned, the one who continued my diary. Klein was silent for a few seconds before finally replying, if there's a chance, you can ask her in person. She probably wouldn't like someone else introducing her. Rosal nodded, then asked in one breath, married? Have children? How old are they? It always feels like I'm being pressured to get married. Klein shook his head and then nodded, answering. Not married. As for children, you know. Rosal opened and closed his mouth. He suddenly felt that his earlier worries were a bit excessive and, with a complex mood, changed the subject. Your relationship seems very good. Because when I first transmigrated, before I even became a Beander, she revealed my identity. Klein pressed his temples. At that time, she accidentally swallowed a lucky one's Beander characteristic and lost all her memories. She was being taken in by the official side. She remembered that she didn't belong to this world, but she couldn't even recall her own origins. Rosal nodded, gaining some understanding, then sighed and chuckled. That's good, that's good. The atmosphere fell silent once more. Rosal then talked about his aspirations for meeting again and for living in modern society, chattering on about many things. Klein listened quietly, never interrupting, until Rosal's voice gradually softened, and he chuckled. Goodbye, my friend. I hope there really will be a day when we meet again. His figure quickly faded, as if disappearing from the current world, leaving only faint, indistinct shadows lingering on the iron-black throne. Klein knew that he had fallen into slumber and returned to his sealed state. Klein did not linger there. He severed his connection with the paper figure, destroyed the evidence, and then withdrew his consciousness to Saphira Castle, letting out a soft sigh before standing up and walking towards the luminous door at the top of the steps. There hung one light cocoon after another. Klein knew that these light cocoons held his former roommates. He looked at this scene, his expression dazed. Not long after becoming a miracle invoker, he came here once, because once he confirmed that he had sufficient control over Saphira Castle, he wanted to see if he could release the transmigrators here. The answer was yes, he could indeed release the transmigrators here. However, after several hesitations, Klein ultimately did not do so. He was no longer the Klein who would immediately drop his guard upon seeing a fellow countryman. Even if he released these transmigrators, it would be difficult for him to treat them with the same mindset he had towards Rosal or Alice. Furthermore, with the presence of far-sighted seniors like the ancient sun god and the Evernight goddess, Klein couldn't help but be more wary of his fellow countrymen. Even when facing Rosal, he didn't fully trust him. Or rather, he trusted the Rosal who wrote the diary, not the one in reality. Moreover, due to his own level and peculiarities, Klein was also very worried that these transmigrators might be used by others as a means to target him. Not to mention Aemon, whose situation was temporarily uncertain. Even Zeratul was eyeing him covetously. Klein shook his head, then walked back down the steps, looking down at his body, his brow slightly furrowed. Alice, when will she wake up? End of this chapter. Chapter 670. Chapter 62. What about the Goddess of Light? When Alice woke up, Klein was making a robot. Looking at the gears, bearings, rivets, and metal pipes directly exposed on the final product, Alice finally couldn't help but say, "You should at least put some clothes on it." This made Klein stop his movements. It took him a while to calm down and he tentatively called out, "Alice, show some respect." Alice replied arrogantly, "I am a true god now, how can you call a true god by her name?" "It seems to be her." Klein's mouth twitched. He ignored the comment and observed the robot in front of him, wondering what "put some clothes on it" meant. "She wants me to cover these parts." I can understand that, it fits her personality." Klein nodded thoughtfully and answered Alice's initial question. "I can't help it, my crafting skills are just like this." "Why don't you find someone to help you?" Alice sincerely suggested. "Wait, what are you making this robot for?" "I plan to make a fully automatic wishing machine," Klein replied. It's like, you just put in a coin, make a wish, and then the wish comes true. I am role-playing as a miracle invoker." "Brilliant," Alice praised. "I originally thought you would build a wishing well and then secretly use your puppet to fish out coins at night. Now that I think about it, a wishing machine is indeed better than a wishing well, because it's coin-operated, you can directly collect money inside." "I don't plan to stay inside," Klein closed his eyes in distress. "I also don't plan to profit from this." After a few seconds of silence, he shouted even louder, "Also, I will not secretly use my puppet to fish out coins from a wishing well at night." Alice didn't care at all. She airily retorted, "Do you plan to go during the day, or use your main body?" Klein felt that this topic couldn't continue, so he changed the subject. "Are you going to continue sleeping?" Alice was silent for a few seconds before replying, "You know what? Your question gives me a very bad feeling. If I say I don't need to continue sleeping, are you planning to make me help you in this state?" "No," Klein asked hesitantly. "Didn't you wake up? You really had that plan?" Alice projected an eye-rolling expression into Klein's mind. "Let me think about how to tell you. Tisk, didn't I tell you that after I restart, I won't be able to maintain myself at sequence 0? Klein nodded with a slight hesitation. Alice exhaled and explained, "Chatting with you is fine, and using some insignificant powers, such as slightly changing your fate to make it easier for you to pick up money on the street, is also insignificant. However, doing something in a real fight is not very realistic. If I had enough accumulation, I might have a way to temporarily recover my power now, but, in short, if you expect me to help now, be prepared for yesterday's recurrence. Oh, and a reminder, theoretically speaking, it's very dangerous for an unstable true god to frequently use her authority." "Why theoretically?" Klein asked curiously. Alice chuckled and replied, "Because in a sense, I am the danger everyone has to face." Klein froze in place. He then hesitated again, tentatively calling out, "Alice." Alice's voice was completely normal. "Do you have something to say? If not, maybe I'll go back to sleep. It's boring waiting to be born, call me if there's anything fun." "Wait a moment," Klein stopped her. "I really do have a question, Alice, will my belly get bigger?" "Mr. Fool." Alice's tone became a bit complex. "Shouldn't that be something you decide yourself? If you have similar special hobbies, then I can't help." "I don't," Klein denied quickly. "Oh, right, Alice, I've met Emperor Rosal." Alice's voice rose several octaves. Klein chuckled inwardly, then said, "He was indeed corrupted by the mother goddess of depravity. Bernadette sealed him, and after returning, she advanced to sequence 2. She is an angel now. After Bernadette left, I used a paper figure to chat with the Emperor for a few sentences. I told him about you continuing his diary." Alice's voice became tense. What did he say?" "He asked me what sequence you were," Klein said honestly. "I told him you were already a true god, and one chosen by a Sephira." Alice didn't speak for a long time, so long that Klein thought she had gone back to sleep and was about to continue researching his fully automatic wishing machine, when Alice finally spoke, trembling slightly. Mr. Fool, if he tries to hit me in the future, will you protect me? Klein pondered for 2 seconds, then sincerely said, actually, I've always thought that perhaps I should find a way to resolve your instincts. For example, using another opposite instinct to counter your current instinct. Then I'll have a split personality. Alice cried out in horror, stopping him. I'll really go crazy. Klein thought for a few seconds and felt that it made sense. He nodded and said, all right, you have a point. In that case, maybe I should consider finding a gentler instinct that can balance your current self. For example, an instinct that tries to restrain you before you do something, or an instinct that tries to stop you after you've done it but before it happens, something similar, in short. Otherwise, a true god might not be so serious, but if it's at the outer deity level, I'm really a bit worried about my life safety. After all, your predecessor had such brilliant achievements. Alice fell silent. She couldn't refute this at all, so she could only say. But instincts are related to authority and symbolism. If what you say is true, it means. She paused, and her tone became a bit eerie. You want to find a new pathway for me, or even a new Sephira for me to accommodate. This question made Klein temporarily abandon his current idea. He replied, forget it, we'll talk about it later. I'll continue researching my wishing machine first. Since you dislike its appearance, do you have any ideas? You just need a suitable outer shell, right? Alice mused. You shouldn't have any need for the internal functions, an empty shell is fine, right? Yes, Klein agreed. Then why don't you just not add parts and just assemble a shell? Alice suggested. Klein shook his head and said, but in that case, it wouldn't have that sense of technology, would it? I still want it to be more mechanical. Honestly, why don't you find someone to help you assemble it? Alice rolled her eyes. Klein struggled one last time. Is what I made really that ugly? Alice didn't speak. Klein stared at his creation in silence for a few seconds, and finally decided to accept Alice's suggestion and find someone to help. After preparing the fully automatic wishing machine, Klein told Alice about what had happened recently, confessing his lies to her so they could coordinate. Alice noted everything down until she heard Klein's final question. That's pretty much it, Alice. What happened at your apotheosis ritual? I went to see it earlier, and the entrance to the forsaken land of the gods was sealed again. Also, is there something wrong with Aemon? You might not need to worry about Aemon, Alice thought for a moment and replied. His main body is probably, I don't know the situation of his clones. If you are really curious, you can consult Adam and the true creator. As for the forsaken land of the gods. Alice paused, sounding a bit hesitant. It was already like that, and after being submerged by the Chaos Sea again, I feel like it probably can't be inhabited anymore. Oh, right, you just mentioned that your holy book is written. Yes, Klein's tone became embarrassed. Little Sun and the people of the City of Silver compiled it. I want to see it. Alice said decisively. So Klein had no choice but to temporarily put aside his plan to be a wishing machine, and from Sephira Castle, he dug out the holy book that he had only dared to flip through 2 pages before losing the courage to continue reading. Under Alice's coercion, he began to read it to her. His embarrassment didn't last too long, because Alice wasn't interested in the monotonous flattery at the beginning. After enjoying Klein's awkward expression for a while, she told Klein to turn to the later pages. Alice heard her own name among the angels under the Fool. The City of Silver recorded her as the Angel of Destiny under the Fool, and also the Fool's divine son. Further on, Alice also heard what seemed to be Renik Tinakar and the long unseen Ajik. Of course, Klein's own aliases were not left out, but none of this could compare to, the Angel of Time, born in ancient times, eventually submitted to my lord. When Klein read this sentence, he stopped reading, swallowed nervously, and asked Alice for her opinion. If it's written like this, something bad will happen, right? No, Alice replied calmly. Because it's hard to say whether the great angel of time is alive or dead right now. Klein paused. He once again confirmed with Alice. Are you really not clear about Amon's situation? Or, can you tell me what exactly happened at your apotheosis ritual? Alice hesitated for a moment before speaking. If I tell you, it should also, I just returned to the forsaken land of the gods and ran into Ouroboros. Then, Ouroboros chased me, and we ran into Will-Osepton. The 3 of us ran for a while, and will probably, oh, right, do you know where Will-Osepton restarted to? She seemed to ask casually, but Klein's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He hesitated and said, I know. This brief answer made Alice realize something was wrong. Coupled with the fact that Klein hadn't mentioned this when he was recounting recent events, Alice's voice turned cold as she asked, was there a problem with his restart location? After a moment of silence, Klein carefully said, he is now the child of Captain and Ms. Daly. Alice fell silent. After several minutes of quiet, she asked in a voice devoid of emotion, does the goddess know about this? The goddess knows, Klein replied, but I'm not sure about the goddess's attitude. Alice pursed her lips, then said, we'll talk about it later. Anyway, you can't worry about him right now, and forcibly bringing him out would also lead to, we'll talk about it later, when he's born, and when I'm born. The goddess probably won't interfere. She won't help Will stop me, nor will she help me deal with Will. However, if necessary, the goddess should protect Captain and Ms. Daly. Her voice gradually calmed down. Klein knew she probably had an answer in her heart, so he comforted her. Logically speaking, he should be even weaker than you right now. Alice sighed, no longer dwelling on the issue, and continued. Whatever, he's not supposed to die yet anyway, let's continue with what we were talking about. After we ran for a while, Will couldn't help but make the first move. As a result, Eamon returned the stolen time to him, turning him back into a baby and breaking the balance between us. Then, by Beander characteristic aggregation, I ended this meaningless dispute, but Eamon, let's just say that the Lord of the Mysteries revived in Amon's body. I used the blasphemy slate to hit, probably killed him. I didn't dare to look. I only saw the chaos sea engulf that place. So, I really don't know Amon's current situation. I only know that he must not be doing well right now. Is it possible that he still has clones alive? Klein suppressed the tremor he felt upon hearing the news of the Lord of the Mysteries and asked. Possibly, Alice blinked. For others, there probably wouldn't be any, but for Eamon, maybe there's an Eamon taking a bath in the chaos sea right now. After all, he's her own child. Taking a bath in the chaos sea, Klein's mouth twitched twice. He pinched his brow and then asked Alice. Speaking of which, Alice, what are your thoughts on churches and cathedrals? What should I call you now? I always feel like Miss Fate isn't very suitable for the current situation. Alice was stunned for a moment, then replied thoughtfully. I originally told others that I was the goddess of fate, but, actually, when I think of the key of light, I have a strange idea. What do you think of goddess of light? Coincidentally, Apollo also has the authority of light and prophecy. Alas, why is the outer deity of the fate pathway called the key of light? End of chapter.
For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.